Hello and welcome in. This is the 415th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us today, I really appreciate you for being here. We got some crazy news to cover and some insane debates to be held. Now, if you're new here, buckle up. These streams get crazy because what we spend our time doing is trying to change the minds of Trump supporters, at least the few that are left. Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history at this point in their term. We debate Trump supporters. Now, why do we debate Trump supporters? Because I believe that Trump is the worst president of my life, your life, and the lives of everybody else tuning in, regardless if you're 8, 18, or 80. That's just how it is, okay? But you know what? Still yet many people disagree, and that's who we are trying to talk to. So we get the guests that join our stream up through TikTok. So if you happen to be watching over there, go ahead and hop inside of the guest requests. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. We're going to try to get that first guest loaded in here momentarily. But before we do, I'm going to go ahead and say hey to a handful of the people tuning in with that live audience. Miss Maverick, appreciate you for being here. Miss Maverick says Parker Raid. Hello, all the Parker Raiders. What's good, Ellie and Lily? Lily says hi. Hi, Lily. Rita, what's going on? Good to see you. Half of Blue Sky. Good to see you as well. Rachel, who says I finally got to subscribe. Let's go, Rachel. Sylviana says Parker Raid. Welcome in. What's up, Sorcha over on TikTok? Nadia, good to see you. What's up, Migs? How we doing, Gigi? What's up, Pony and Brooklyn? It's good to see you guys today. Wow, yeah, that's great. We're going to go ahead and try to get that very first guest of the day loaded up into the box right now, so only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. There's already a handful of people inside of that queue. Let's go ahead and get that very first one up right now. We got Chase loading into the live. Here we go, Chase. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Chase? Chase just automatically turned around and left. Oh, we got that opinionated girl. Well, we just destroy her all the time now, don't we? I actually just have a question for her. Let's see if she'll load up. Hi.
Hi.
How's Israel?
How's Israel? Israel's amazing. You should visit. Have you met?
No, I've not been. Are you part of the same group with the older millennial out there?
Of course. He's a bestie.
Yeah. So I was actually watching his stream a bit earlier. An organization paid your way, paid for your plane ticket, paid for your hotel just to send you out there. For what? Kind of correct misinformation about the great state of Israel?
No, there's no objectives in it. It's just so people can see for themselves what is actually going on here.
Yeah. Why do you think they decided to send a group of influencers?
I mean, I don't know. Why does Act Blue send you and Parker stuff and then actually pay you to say it? I think that people have a lot of misconceptions about Israel, and it's leading to the type of dehumanization where Americans are getting shot for being Israeli outside of embassies, and Holocaust survivors are being burnt to death because they're advocating for the release of the hostages. Thank God they're all out now, but yeah, that's the type of dehumanization. So the first thing that you said is that,
well, why does Act Blue pay you, Dean? Well, see, the difference is you don't have any evidence that I'm paid by Act Blue because it's never happened. I certainly have evidence that, you're paid to be in Israel right now. I mean, like, where are you at? Jerusalem? I think that was the most recent update from the older millennial. like literally right now. What are you, like, you're sitting in your hotel room, like, as we speak, on the paid-for trip?
We just got back from Shabbat dinner.
Okay. Yeah. What organization sent you guys out of curiosity?
I don't know.
You don't know the organization that sent you guys?
No.
So you just got like a random email from like a cryptic sender saying, "Here's a plane ticket to go to Israel"?
I guess so.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, okay. Next question. So, are you like unable to tell me just because you don't want to, or because a contract would be preventing you from telling me?
Oh no, there's no contract.
So then you could tell me if you wanted to?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that naming the organization would actually help to send more people out to Israel to see how great the state is? Because then we'll give them more visibility, so we could send them more money?
No. They have what they need. I think what it would do is put a target on their back and open up yet another horde of dehumanizing anti-Semitism based off of blood libel.
Okay. Now, Do you think it's possible the reason why you don't want to name the organization is because if we looked into the organization, we'd determine that some of their funding comes from the state?
Oh, no, none of the funding comes from the state whatsoever.
Sure, thank you so much for the LA route. Well, is there any way for us to independently verify that?
Wait a second. What I can tell you, hand on the heart, hand on the Bible, is that the only money they get is from private donors who are all American citizens. It's not from our government, certainly. It's not from Israel's government. It's just people who want to help give the blessing that is Israel and to experience it.
Yeah, Hannah, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. Well, you know the only way for anybody to verify that is if you name drop the organization, which you don't seem you want to do. So, I mean, as far as anybody knows,
Dean,
right, you got direct outreach from the government. Because, I mean, I have seen you pictured with Netanyahu before, right? Remember when you met? So was that paid for by the government, that trip?
That wasn't paid for at all.
No, okay. So Netanyahu just sent you text and said,
wait a second. I'll tell you that group. That's fine.
Okay.
Generation Zion.
Okay, so you can name the first group Generation Zion. Did you just put a target on their back?
I think that it's different because it's an organization run by Christians.
Okay, but so you didn't put a target on their back even though you named the organization.
Well, they do very different things, and there are, like I said, one is ran by a larger organization, and the other one is private donors.
Okay, so you're essentially saying that one organization is larger than the other, but you made a distinction saying that one organization was paid by fund from private donors. So the first one, the first Zion one, that wasn't funded by private donors, it was funded publicly, like the government of Israel.
No, it was funded by themselves, by the work they do. It's a different type of organization. And it was like a completely different meeting. And it wasn't, and mind you, first of all, also the Netanyahu meeting was not paid for.
Okay. So you had to like pay your own way to get out there.
I mean, it was in America.
Oh, it was in America. So did you have to pay like your own plane ticket?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you just flew in and met Netanyahu somewhere in America?
At the UN Assembly.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. What are your thoughts on older millennial losing so many? What are your thoughts on older millennial losing so many fans? Have you seen his comment section?
I don't really care, but I think that it's interesting that you guys go around and you speculate about what's already public, right? Because you look at the meeting with Netanyahu. That is all public record. Not a single thing was said there that was not on videotape. Not a single one of you has even bothered to ask why. Not a single one of you has even bothered to ask why there was this meeting. Not a single one of you seems to care about the rapid dehumanization of Israeli civilians, right? This isn't even about the IDF, which dehumanizing them is just as bad, but you just don't care. So I think that this like fake humanitarian vibe where you're on your knees consistently for terrorism. Okay, thank you, Candace Owens. I'm just asking questions. I get it. But to answer your other question about older millennial, I am so blessed to have a friend who is willing to stand on the side of good, regardless of what people might say about him on social media. Yes.
He said if he was gay, he'd rape me. I don't think that's too good.
I'd have to
and you laugh at that?
I'd have to see the video.
You want to hear him say that if he was gay, I'd be a target?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because now you just... Look. You already just changed the sentence.
What do you think a target is?
At first you claimed that he threatened to grape you, and then now you're saying something different.
No, I said the same thing. His exact words were that if I was gay, Dean would be a target. Okay, well, what does it mean to be a target? That's an insinuation.
That's not him threatening to grape you.
When I hear some crazy man saying that anybody would be their sexual target, okay, that absolutely does tell me 110% that they're threatening some variant of sexual violence. 110%, not a doubt in my mind. And it's not like that's the only crazy thing he said. Remember when he said that he thinks everybody with a mental disability needs to be thrown off a mountain? Remember that one?
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said. So then what did he say? Because I must be misremembering. I must be misremembering. Clearly, I've just lost my senses then.
So here's the thing, right? I'm not older millennials spokesperson. I'm not his PR.
I don't know. You said he was standing on the side of good. These things don't seem too good. She's like dabbing in and out of her text messages. Somebody's sending her sending her something. Wonder what it is. You know, I bet I have these saved in here somewhere. I was sending
someone something. Thank you.
Oh yeah, here's a clip of OM talking about mentally disabled people. So this is the older millennial. Let's skip to the clip.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we've kind of reached an end point.
I'm perfectly fine with throwing mentally disabled people off a mountain.
All right.
Oh shit. So I made the claim that the older millennial said that he'd be okay with throwing mentally disabled people off a mountain, and then you said that's not what he said. But we just rolled that clip, and it's exactly what he said, like word for word.
Give me a second.
Oh, are we gonna get a first person response to this? Is he down the hall?
1 second. You can have what you want.
But do you remember when?
What's up? What do you want?
Oh, hey, what's going on, OM? It doesn't seem like your friend here really knows what they're talking about. Well, I know the reason why I say that.
I've never known.
What's up?
Did you know that I know nothing about Israel, Joe?
Nothing at all. Oh, come on.
What's
up, Dean?
So I told her that you're a bad person, and one of the reasons I gave her was,
awful.
You know, the whole I want to throw mentally disabled people off a mountain.
Join your live
and then she said, "That's not what happened." And then I played the clip of you saying exactly that. Well, I'd like you to tell your friend that that's what you said, because seemingly she doesn't know.
What did I say?
That you want to throw mentally disabled people off a mountain.
I don't. I said it. I said anyone that would vote for Biden after 4 years of him in office is obviously mentally handicapped, and I want to throw them off a mountain.
Are you sure? Let's take a listen.
Yeah. So I guess we've kind of reached an end point.
I'm perfectly fine with throwing mentally disabled people off a mountain. Yes, and we had discussed for a half an hour before that who I said was mentally disabled. I'm glad you got a clip, though. Is there anything else you want?
So you want to throw all Democrats off a mountain?
Dean, do you have anything worthwhile to talk about? I am in Israel enjoying myself. If you want to talk to Maddie, that's fine. But bro, if
sure, I have something worthwhile to talk about. Even like your
love of God.
Sure, I want to talk about. I mean, your take on what you said in that clip. So it was your perspective that what you said in that clip was you want to throw all like Biden and Harris.
Why am I talking to a disabled person?
So
you're a disabled person. Why am I I'm taking the time to talk to you?
Yeah,
and you're fucking stupid.
Was I the one that peed my pants while being tased by 7 cops?
Exactly.
Right? Like what the fuck, dude? Dude, if you want to start throwing shots, I'll get dirty. Also, that is fucking crazy as hell. These people have no decency whatsoever.
You have nothing on me, bro.
Well, I mean, remember. Well, A, I did just play a clip of you saying that you want to throw mentally disabled people off a mountain, and then
I'm
B,
not balding like you, and I'm 42.
Where's the bald spot?
I'd rather piss myself than be balding.
And where's the bald spot? Because we saw you piss yourself on video. Where is it?
Bro.
Oh, are you talking about the split in my hair?
I'm 6'1", you're 5'6". I'm down. I'm totally cool with all this.
Congratulations, buddy. You could touch the top of a door frame. Now I'd like to see you pass a 3rd grade math test and pay attention for more than 3 seconds without getting upset.
My pants can get dry. You'll never be taller.
I'd actually say the opposite. I would say that maybe I could get taller. I'm 21. There's a couple more years there that I could grow, and I don't think your pants ever will be dry. You're probably still pissing them.
Wrinkles and you're short, dude.
I'm waiting to see the bald spot.
You're short.
Well, you know what? I have wrinkles in that you don't. My fucking brain. Your shit's smooth, dude. You're up here saying that you want to throw mentally disabled people off a mountain. You're saying that if you were gay, I would be a target, insinuating some variant of SA.
Yes.
What else have we heard you say?
Brother, okay. All right, that's all I have for him. We're enjoying ourselves. Why would I waste my time with this fucking idiot?
I know, he has to go piss his pants again.
I hadn't seen, so I wanted to know what he actually
Wait, so I know that you guys are there for like a week. How many changes of pants did he bring?
Dean, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do.
At least 14?
No, Dean, here's what I'm going to do for you.
No, buddy, I don't need another pair of pants. It's all you, bro.
A child she can be proud of.
No,
You're going to have sex with my mother? She'd be turned off the moment she sees the dribble down the leg into the sock. She'd say, no, get out of here.
Well, that was productive. Anyway, yeah, so, Dean, what you're doing...
You're so fucking weird, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Wow. Yeah, no, really, really violent people. All right, folks, we're going to go and hop back into those debates. I guess we just spent the first 15 minutes of the live stream or so talking shit. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Dare Flared loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go. All right. Yeah, man, you want to talk shit? I'll talk shit. We could talk shit all day long, dude. Not only do I know how to debate, but I know how to throw a nasty comeback. Get out of here. Plus, like, there's just no leg to stand on when you're on film peeing your pants. I'm peeing. Holy fucking shit, dude. Maybe invest the same energy and attention that you put into pissing your pants on camera in front of millions of people into, I don't know, getting an education.
Kill niggers, fuck niggers, fuck.
So that person's banned. They're definitely also a Trump supporter. They've only become more unhinged in recent times. Let's go to get that next guest, Reagan Up Church, loaded into the box. Sarah, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you so much for that love and support. Here we go. The next person is loaded in. Welcome in, Reagan. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
15.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for your honesty. And to that 15-year-old's benefit, we don't have the rules up on the screen. So now we do. In order to join, you have to be at least 18. You have to be American, and you have to be MAGA. That's who we're looking for. Please and thank you. Make sure that you're following our rules. If you're inside of the queue, make sure that you, once again, are following our rules. Welcome in, Angels of Light. Do you support Trump?
I'm from Australia. I just came to say, debate me on the shape of the Earth on my channel. Caleb Body, do you...
Wait. Research flat Earth, space is fake?
Yeah, Caleb
wait.
Body, do
you think that space is fake?
Yeah, space violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so have you ever seen the firmament?
No, I didn't need to see the firmament.
Where's Jupiter?
In the sky.
Okay, is it like below the firmament?
I'd say everything we see is within the firmament.
Okay, how big is the firmament?
Violates the second law of thermodynamics, bud.
No, I don't think that it does. I mean, what do you say? That we can't have...
What is the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, I know that the claim that flat earthers make is the reason why space violates the second law of thermodynamics is because in order to have a pressurized atmosphere, we'd have to exist in a chamber between us and the vacuum of space. Can you name a single physics professor that agrees with you? A single physics professor that teaches at a reputable university?
Yeah, I debated one. You can go watch that.
No, that agrees with you.
Yeah, he agreed with me that the information I gave him, if it was correct, the globe's cooked.
Okay, but I'm asking you to name a physics professor that thinks it is correct.
His name was Matthew. I forgot his last name. It was
but you just told me he didn't say it is correct. He said if it was correct.
Yeah, which it is correct, yeah.
How do you feel about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I think it's a straight-up begging the question fallacy, even if it was real. It doesn't change the fact that I've done observations where the Earth is flat, so...
How would you be able to account for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on the flat Earth model?
It's been modeled.
Can you show him? Can we show you? Could you show me a model?
How would you account for that?
That's what we call a pivot. That's what we call a pivot. You said it's been modeled. Can you show me the model?
Yeah, no, it's here.
Good.
Can I put me in the game book? And then can I prove a flat Earth to you in front of your audience? Or?
Well, I mean, you're about to right now by showing us the consistent flat Earth model with a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
So here's a counter-rotating star patterns with a dome.
So where's the model of the flat Earth that would accept a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
On screen. So if you put a sun...
So wait, I just want to clarify that these dots are supposed to be the flat Earth model that shows how a 24-hour sun is compatible with...
see how there's counter-rotations with a dome?
This guy's fucking crazy. What is he... We're going to go back to the political debates. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to exhaust my mental... What the fuck? That guy's fucking crazy. Ask him to show me a flat Earth model that can account for the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He says, I have a model. And then on screen, he pulls up a bunch of fucking dots. You know what, dude? The crazies are out today. And we're only 20 minutes into the live stream. Wow. Only up inside of that queue. Wow. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Tammy, are you MAGA?
No, I'm not, and I'm so sorry. I don't even know how I got up.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's go to get that next guest, Michael Bennett, connected to the stream. Oh, hey, I don't even know. Thank you for the $5 on Super Chat. Who says you haven't even gone over the breaking news yet, Dean? So true, I haven't. Today's breaking news is at a farm very close to Donald Trump's golf course in Florida. We saw an 86-47 equals impeachment appear. It is so large, it is visible from any flight path into or out of Mar-a-Lago. So Donald Trump and his guests will be seeing that a lot. It's going to piss them off, and I love that for them. That's the breaking news of the day. Oh, no, sorry, not Mar-a-Lago. That's in New Jersey. So that's the breaking news of today. Gotta love it, folks. Gotta love it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18? What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, sounds good, man. I'm going to thank a couple people. Then I'll give you that mic and the floor to take it away and to tell us why you're MAGA, okay?
All right.
Vivian, oh my. Thank you so very much for the 50 euros over on Chat Super. Show some love to Vivian down below in that comment section for the $50. Thank you very much. That is so much money. That goes a long way in the small little town I live in. Thank you so very much, Vivian. That is so very kind of you. I want to see 500 Vivian W's. Vivian with the 50 says, hey, Dean, the daily streams have given me enough stability and enough of a reason just to hang out for a while. Thank you for doing what you do. Stay safe and keep fighting. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vivian. I'm really happy that the live streams are able to help you out. And thank you so very much for the $50. You are very, very awesome. Omega, thank you for the $20, who says Christian Zionism is a special kind of Zionism. Thank you so much for the $20, Omega. Let's get to it, our Omega W's. Thank you so very much for that love and support. You are awesome. Over on the VENMO, thank you so much, Chloe, for the $5, who says thank you for being competent, outsmarting the MAGAs every day. I try my best, Chloe. Beth, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, what do you think about the gerrymandering that's going on in so many Republican states? Yeah, I'm worried about the midterms because of it, especially with the gerrymandered maps of reactionist blue states like Virginia getting shot down. It looks like if the GOP is going to win the midterms, the only way that they're going to be able to do it is if they rig it. So we'll just have to wait and see how November turns out. Thank you so very much for the $20, Beth. Michelle, thank you for the $10, who says, love what you do. Thank you for that love, Michelle. Jordan, thank you for the $20 for pants. Oh, man, I think that you meant to send that to OM. You sent it to the wrong person, Jordan. Thank you for the $20. Matthew, thank you for the $25, who says, happy Friday. Love you, buddy. Love you too, Matthew. Thank you for the $25. Good to see you today, as always, my friend. I know that you're always hanging out with us. Sella, thank you so much for the $10, who says, your OM roast is frying me. Appreciate you, Sella. Jennifer, thank you for the $15, who says, you destroying OM is just what I needed today. I'm happy that I could give that to you, Jennifer. Thank you for the 15. Haley, thank you for the $15, who says, as a physically disabled person, this guest is making me sick. Well, they're sick, terrible people. I'm sorry that you had to hear that, Haley. You don't deserve to be thrown off a mountain. He's just nuts. Thank you for the $15. You are awesome. And same thing to you over on PayPal. I think that we have two or three people to thank over here real quick. Thank you so very much for the love. Tation for the $1. Camille, thank you so much for the $10, who says Wrinkly Brain Gang. Thank you so much for that love, Camille. And Emma Rose, thank you for the 20, who says, hey, Dean, I'm officially 20 today. Hey, Emma Rose, happy birthday. I know that I told you that yesterday. I'll tell you it again today because it's the day of. Happy birthday, Emma Rose. I hope that you live it up and have a shit ton of fun. And the one last one here from Fussy. Thank you for the $10, who says, good to see you today. Happy Friday, by the way. Happy Friday, Fussy. Good to see you as always. With that, we're all caught up. We've only been live for 24 minutes, and you guys have already been so kind to me. Thank you guys so very much. And DB, I appreciate you for that, Leon the Kitten on TikTok. Good to see you today, my friend. Keegan, I really appreciate you so much for your patience. Go ahead and take it away, man, and tell us how the hell you still support this terrible president.
Well, I feel like I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's a key thing to say that I don't agree with everything that he's doing. Like, you know, I mean, there are like some things I feel like there's like obviously wrong. Sorry, I'm just so nervous. It's my first time being like alive.
Dude, you're good, Keegan. I used to join Parker's stream when he had like maybe 1,000 viewers, and I'd be so nervous. And I mean, now you're in front of like 15, so I get it. Let's hear it. All's good, Keegan. Feel free to take a breath. But why are you MAGA?
Well, I feel like he's got some balls on him.
Some balls.
Yes, he's got
so
balls on him.
When you say he has some balls, do you just mean he's overconfident?
I feel like he's ego. I feel like another bad thing about him. He's like egotistical.
Yeah, but like these aren't good reasons to support him. So blind confidence, which I think is what you're getting at when you say he has some balls, is definitely not a trait that we would want to see in a leader. Okay, like listen, I do agree. I do agree to an extent that we do need our president to be confident and stand by their convictions. That one's clear. No one disagrees. But it is the overconfidence that can fuck us over, okay?
Yes.
When he's so overconfident that he's starting needless wars of choice across the globe and unrelenting, going after them, leading to global markets being screwed, fucking over the economy for Americans, saying that he doesn't even care about the financial situation of Americans, not listening to his advisors, not listening to the law, not listening to his voters, not listening to Americans, we end up suffering because of it. So those quote-unquote balls are actually hurting us quite a bit.
All right. Yeah, no, that's a good viewpoint.
Anything else?
Well, you got me there.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Oh yeah, you too, Keegan. You too. You know what? Keegan seems like a nicer guy. I bet Keegan could change his mind. I have hope in Keegan. I have hope in Keegan. He could change his mind. I see Keegan being on the left in the future. Michael Bennett, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Michael, are you driving?
I am driving.
Can't have you on the live while you're driving. That's TikTok TOS. Do you want to pull over, or should I just have you up later?
You're just on my speaker. I can talk.
Unfortunately, I bet you can in accordance with your local law. It's TikTok terms of service that prevents you. So do you want to pull over, or do you want to come up later?
I'll pull over.
Okay, sounds good, man. I'm going to go to put you on mute. Unmute yourself when you've pulled over. That's fine. In the meantime, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Another really big thing that helps us out here is when you repost a live on TikTok. That really helps the live shit out to even more people, puts it on the FYPs of those who need it the most, such as other Trump supporters who need their mind changed. So I'd really appreciate if you could do that for me. While this guy's pulling over real quick, Bird, B-E-R-D, thank you for the $20 on chat. Super. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm graduating high school and chose political science as my major in college, in part because of your streams. You're the reason why I love politics so much as I do. From Phoenix. Well, congratulations on graduating, Phoenix, and I hope you have fun with your major in college. Best of luck to you in the rest of your life. Huge shout out. I'm so awesome to hear that. Huge shout out to Phoenix down below in that comment section. While we're waiting on this guy to pull over, we're just going to go ahead and pull up somebody else in the meantime. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Who is next? Let's see here. We got Noah loading up in the box. I bet Noah will give us a debate. And Jose, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, man. Thank you so much, bro. Jose with the 20 says, for Dean, good morning. Happy Friday. And I hope that anti-Mexican guy from Parker's Live signs up with you so you could cook him over. Yeah, I think that Parker cooked him enough. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Jose. Let's get to it, Jose W's. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Noah, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. No, I'm German and I'm 16. I'm sorry.
You are literally breaking all three of our rules. I think that's probably the first time ever that we've had somebody break all three of our rules. They're not MAGA, they're not American, and they're not an adult. Let's go to try to get somebody else up here in the meantime, folks. Give us a moment. We got Duffy loading up. By the way, Michael, when you've pulling over and you're ready to go, hit on your profile picture in the bottom right-hand corner. A menu will pop up. It'll show you the icon of a microphone, and just hit that mic to unmute yourself. I'll also periodically send you an invite to turn your mic on just in case you've already pulled over and you don't know how to unmute. Welcome in, Jose. Sorry, not Jose. Welcome in, Jace. Do you support Trump?
Fuck yeah. What's up, Dean?
Jace, how old are you?
18.
All right, I'm pulled over.
Jace, you gotta hop back inside of that queue. Michael, why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life?
I wouldn't say he's the worst president of my life. I'm 35 years old.
I know, none of all 35 years of your life, I don't think that we've seen worse. He's a mess, bro. Okay, attacking a law and order, going after the Constitution, threatening to execute his political opponents, destroying our economy, destabilizing our relationships with our allies, and fucking up geopolitical foreign affairs. I legitimately, I just think that this president is toast. I don't think that you'd be able to name one way that your life has gotten better in the last year and a half. And I don't understand why so many millions of Americans still choose to stand by this freak.
Well, to be honest, I mean, life ain't been that great since 2020, 2021, if you want me to be honest.
I understand.
It's had its ups and downs. It's had its ups and downs and stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't call myself MAGA, but I'm a Republican from Tennessee. But I feel like he was the better option in the last election. But I mean, I agree. I don't agree with everything, but I agree with most things. I have Republican values. And to be honest, you know, if Obama was up to, you know, in the election or whatever, I thought Obama was a good president, even though he's a Democrat. But to me, he was the most Republican valued Democrat, if that makes sense. The Democrat Party has changed.
How about this? What values does Trump hold that you support?
Well, with the Iran situation, I mean, you know, I feel like no other president has, like the last guy said, had the balls, I guess, or whatever, to actually go at them. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they've been like, you know, doing this shit for 40 something years now. And, you know, it's just like a back and forth game. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
listen,
no, it's, go ahead.
Listen, I had somebody bring this up on my live yesterday. The IRGC has been going at this for 40 years. No other president before Trump has had the balls to do anything. Obama was able to commit Iran to stop constructing nuclear weapons through a peace agreement. Okay? It was called the JCPOA. It was fantastic. Okay? It prevented Iran from building nuclear weapons. It was great. It was exactly what we needed. Okay? It achieved exactly what Trump is trying to achieve today without the whole destroying global markets, without the whole causing skyrocketing inflation, without increasing the price of gas the most it has since the Vietnam War, and without the killing of innocents. Okay? And guess what happened to that agreement? Trump tore it up. May of 2018, he tore it up. He pulled us out of it. And objectively, that agreement was good. There are no serious political commentators, political analysts, or politicians that would ever suggest that the JCPOA sucked. And the only reason why Trump tore it up is because it had Obama's name on it. So if you do not like a lack of action against Iran, preventing them from building nuclear weapons from previous presidents, you have nobody other than Trump to thank for greenlighting them into building nukes today.
Well, I do agree that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's what I agree on. They can't. I mean, you know, they've been chanting death to America for years.
Then you can't trust. Then you can't trust Trump's mental faculties and involvement/intellect on foreign affairs. Because if Iran can't have nuclear weapons, then why the hell did Trump tear up the agreement that prevented them from having nuclear weapons?
I guess he didn't like the policy, or he didn't like that Obama did it.
Right. He didn't like that Obama did it. So how can we seriously sit here and say that, well, on one hand, like this is what MAGA says, Iran is the largest state sponsor of terror. They are the worst country that's ever existed. If they're even thinking about building nuclear weapons, the world is in an imminent threat of World War III. They're going to nuke America. They're going to nuke the Middle East. They're going to destroy everything. But on the other hand, the president that gave them the green light to build nukes is who should be in the Oval Office today. That doesn't make much sense. I don't think that those two things are compatible.
No. I don't think so neither.
And I just think, what does this tell us? That Trump is incompatible with the presidency. Because that's Trump. That's what he did.
I don't think he's incompatible to be president. I just think that he's not making the right choice, not all the right choices right now. He's not your typical politician. And that's why people hate him so much.
Because he's much worse than the typical politician. Well, I mean, listen, I understand that you're saying not everything he's doing is great. This is just another one of the things that he's doing that's bad. Okay, but when I asked you for the things that he's doing that's good, this is the thing that you started with. So now that we've been able to agree that the first argument you try to give me for a thing Donald Trump is doing that's good about the war in Iran is actually a bad thing, okay, well, what's the next good thing? What is the next value that he holds that you like? What's the next reason why you think he's a good president?
Well, I initially voted for him. I'm 35. This was the first election that I voted because I didn't believe in, like I wasn't into politics really. I didn't believe in politics, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. But I have watched like other presidents and, Obama and, Trump during his first presidency and then the Biden presidency. And, I didn't like the way Biden was doing. I didn't like anything that he was doing right. He wasn't doing anything right in my eyes.
Okay,
but,
so what's one policy Biden passed that you think was bad?
the I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Because what I'm led to believe here is that you more so think that Biden was a bad president because admittedly under his administration, inflation was soaring and the gas prices were sky high. But those things weren't caused by Biden. They were caused by things such as the OPEC 2020 deal, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, okay, the pandemic, most notably. And when we actually look at the Biden-Harris administration and we evaluate their policy, it was great.
I don't know. I don't think it was that great.
But is there a reason why you feel like that? Because gas prices were high, inflation was soaring, or is it because you've actually done an analysis of his policy?
I think that he just didn't handle things well.
What's one thing you don't think he handled well? I think that he handled things incredibly well.
The back end of the pandemic.
So like high gas prices in 2022, for instance?
Yeah, and then everything else, prices.
He handled gas prices so well. Nobody could have done it better than him. Nobody could have done gas prices better than Biden. First and foremost, okay, he approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land for American producers. So then we ramped up the American production of oil. We became the world's leading producer of oil for 2 years straight. Second of all, he strategically released our oil reserves at the peak of oil prices in mid-2022, and which, according to the Treasury, was able to effectively reduce the price of gas by around 40 cents a gallon. Point number 3, okay, he ensured that refineries were reopening so then we could turn that crude oil into real gas that we could put in our cars, and which has now led to a very sharp and drastic decline in the price of gas, which is now getting fucked up by Trump. But listen, even if Biden didn't quote-unquote handle these issues well, at least he didn't create the issues in the first place. Trump is doing that today. He created the issue of the soaring gas prices. He's created the issue of the highest level of inflation for groceries in 4 years and a month. He's created the issue of this terrible jobs report. In 2024 under Biden, we added 2.2 million jobs to the economy. 2025 under Trump, we only added 170,000. He is creating the issue of terrible foreign affairs with our allies, completely destroying NATO, threatening to pull out, threatening to invade Greenland. I just don't see how anybody in their right mind could sit here and argue that this is a good presidency. Even using the same principles that you applied to Biden, it seems like you would just believe that both Biden and Trump are bad presidents.
I mean, when I first started driving, speaking of gas prices, when I first started driving, Obama was president, and, the gas prices were outrageous then. They were higher than they are right now when I first started driving. And gas prices really ain't, I know it's an issue for a lot of people. It's not really too much of an issue for me, but I get it. You know what I'm saying? I understand that it's...
So then what is he doing that's good? And by the way, no, they weren't. The only time in American history that we've had higher gas prices than we have today was June of 2022. Okay? So you're wrong about the price of gas under Obama. But tell me, what's one thing Trump is doing to make America better today?
It was $4.50 to $5 in 2011 and 10, 11, 12. It was like $4.50.
Okay, I'll look that up. I'll fact check you. But let's stop talking about Obama. Let's start talking about now. What is one thing that Donald Trump has done in the last year and a half to make America greater? Because you're still struggling to answer that question.
Well, the first part of the campaign or the whatever started off, I didn't think too bad. Gas was cheaper.
So what did Trump do to make gas cheaper?
What did he do to make gas cheaper? I guess he started, on what he ran on his campaign, the drill, baby drill, started opening
drilling. We actually saw slightly lower projected growth in the amount of oil that we're drilling in America at the start of Trump's second term compared at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. This data is publicly available on EIA.gov. Okay, so that's not true. Plus, he didn't do anything to drill, baby drill. It's not like he started rapidly approving more drilling permits like Biden. You wouldn't be able to point me towards one single quantifiable source that Trump has done anything to reduce the price of gas. But of course, that's not going to be a good point to make because look at where the fuck we're at right now, dude. You can't just say if we ignore the last 2 months. No, We can't just ignore the last 2 months. You can't throw a chess piece off the chessboard, and you still have not given me an answer to my question. I asked you, what is one thing that Donald Trump has done to make this country better to date? And you did not give me an answer to that question. Also, your claims about 2011 were false. If you go on Google, you type in EIA, U.S. all grades, all formulations, retail price, gasoline price. The highest price of gas that I could find was in March of 2012 at $3.90 a gallon. Today, the average price of gas is closer to $4.60 a gallon. So,
Gotcha.
so what's one thing to date that Trump has done to make America better?
To make it better right now.
Yeah.
In this moment, I have nothing.
So if we can't identify anything that he's done to make this country better to date, yet we could identify so many things that he's done to make this country worse to date. I mean, we've been talking about them for, 15 minutes or so. Why can't we just say that we need to throw him out? Why can't we just say that at the bare minimum, we need to revoke our support from him? Because unless you have some argument that things are going to turn around, okay, and keep in mind that argument has to be provably true, demonstrably true, well, then you're essentially saying, although he's only hurt us and he hasn't helped us, I have blind faith that this trend will turn around. Okay, but guess what? We should not base our political beliefs off of blind faith.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. The recession back in 2008 or 9 or whatever, do you believe that we need to go into another recession for things to reset?
No, that's, once again, a blind faith argument. Those are just words. Those are just words framed together in a sentence that is not demonstrably true. No, we don't need a quote-unquote great reset in a recession. Like, this is just, like, ultimate, like, copium. Like, I don't think that, like, oh my God, think about it. Imagine if Harris was president right now, and we were barreling towards a recession, and there was not one way a singular Democrat could articulate how Harris has made the country better. Okay, there's no fucking way that, like, you and other Trump supporters wouldn't be calling Kamala Harris supporters who are saying, no, we actually need a recession. It's a good thing. Trust me, bro. Saying in the slightest. Like, I mean, God, if Harris was president and I made that claim, I'd be getting rightfully bullied all over Twitter by everyone on the right. I'd be nothing better than a DNC shill. No, recessions are bad. We don't need recessions. It's just because it seems like that's the direction that we're heading in doesn't mean that you should contort yourself into a pretzel to continue to justify the Trump administration arguing that recessions are good, but is rather the point where you should just back off a little bit and say, hey, maybe I was conned. Okay. Silence. All right. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to put those rules in the middle of the phone screen. Take a good look at them, please, and thank you. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA in order to join, folks. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Yeah, we are running through them today, guys. We are running through them today. That's nice. Hey, Blue Girl, it's so good to see you today. Thank you so much for the wolf. You are phenomenal as always. You're always hanging out with us in here. Just know that I, really appreciate you, Blue Girl. You are awesome. We got the next guest Firecracker loading up in the box. Hello, do you support Trump? Looks like Firecracker is here, is leaving. Firecracker going once. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, do you support Trump?
I do. Sorry.
Are you driving?
I'm not. No.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to thank a couple people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. Thank you so very much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Ace, thank you so much for that love. Wow, you guys have been so kind to me today. Thank you so much for that support, Ace. Ace with the $50 says, primaries are important. Roughly 90% of districts in the U.S. never flip parties. If they're Democrat, they vote Democrat. Your candidates are actually decided in the primaries. These days, that only like 20% of the population participates in. Yeah, I know. It is so important to participate in the primaries. So please participate in your local primary. primaries, everybody. It matters so very much. On Venmo, thank you, Nicole, for the $25, who says, I can't believe that MAGA is telling us to look at the light at the end of the tunnel, even though it's been turned off to save electricity. Well, I mean, that last guest got himself to a point where he was arguing that maybe we need a recession. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Nicole W's. Kirsten, thank you for the $5. Fussy, thank you so much for the $11, and I appreciate you so much for that support, Fussy. Yeah, we shit on him. On God, Fussy. Over on PayPal. Wow! Oh my God! Miss Vanessa, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Wow, oh my God, I don't deserve that. Vanessa, that is way too much money. That's insane. I don't deserve a penny of it. You were so fucking kind. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kindness and your generosity. That is way too much money. I'm just astounded. I will never understand why some individuals choose to be so very kind to me. Thank you so much for the love and support, Vanessa. That is so much fucking money. Wow. Vanessa with $100. Let's get 1,000 Vanessa W's literally right now. Says, Dean, Alberta has taken away our rights for trans kids and is trying to gerrymander. Trump has a huge influence here. It's getting worse and I'm scared. I'm desperate for debate advice. I want to do what you want to do. Listen, Vanessa, the first piece of advice that I'd give you is the only way to get good at debate is to practice. In the same way you can't read a book teaching you how to fight, then come out of the other end like Muhammad Ali. And the reason is because you need the experience in the ring. The same thing could be said about debating. Of course, you need that base level of knowledge about these different things. But the second level, arguably the most important one, is just the experience of having that conversation. So if I was you and I wanted to get good at debating, I would be scrolling through TikTok lives looking for random small-ass debate lives with like 20 viewers and popping up in the box to have a conversation. That's what I would be doing. Thank you so much for the $100. It's you need the knowledge, then you practice, and by practicing, you get more knowledge. Thank you so very much for the $100, Vanessa. You were genuinely so fucking kind. Ashlyn, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. They are asking me here not to read their message out loud, so you got it. I'll keep it to myself. But that is ASHLYN. Show some love to them down below. And same thing to you, Joe. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. 200 Joe W's. Thank you, Joe. It's good to see you today. Joe says, as somebody who works with kids that have special needs, I can confidently say that my kiddos are 100 times smarter than OM. At least my kiddos know right from wrong. Yeah, OM is a disgusting POS. Don't worry about him. And then Tobias, thank you for the $10 as well over on PayPal. I'm happy that live streams get to keep you entertained. With all that being said, we're ready to go. Take it away. Why are you MAGA?
I think that Trump's policies are not particularly his policies, but what he wants for the country is better than Kamala's.
Kamala. Oh, jeez. Yeah, what does he want for the country?
In my personal opinion, like, to keep the country more safe,
Then why did he let violent criminal domestic terrorists out of jail for fun? For funsies. If he wanted to keep the country safe, I don't think that he let violent criminal domestic terrorists out of jail for funsies and called them patriots. I'm talking about the J6 Spartans.
Yeah, and I understand that I am definitely ignorant to some things like that I don't know much about, but I'm very, very heavy on the deportation and all of that, keeping our border secure just because of the job security and like due process and all of that. You should not be coming into our country without like the proper documentation and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The first point that I'll make here is I think that Donald Trump is not able to keep America safe because he lacks the values that would influence somebody to care about our safety in the first place, because he doesn't care about our safety himself. Okay? If he did care about the safety of others, he wouldn't have raped E. Jean Carroll. Okay? You don't rape people who you care about the safety of. If he did care about the safety of others, he wouldn't have barged into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants to sexually exploit them. That's not something you do to people in whom you care about the safety of. If he cared about the safety of all victims of sexual violence, well, then he wouldn't be fighting back against the release of the Epstein files, illegally redacting the names of his co-conspirators to keep them out of jail and telling MTG that the reason why he doesn't want the files to be released is because they'd make his friends look bad. Okay? That's not somebody who wants to keep the country safe.
Okay, I understand that point. And honestly, I'm completely open to hearing why Donald Trump wouldn't be a good president.
I love that.
But thank you. Oh, I try to be open-minded with it. But I also think that even though like all of that stuff happened and he is not a good president for that, I still think with like all the abortion stuff going on, I do believe that in some circumstances abortion should be legalized, but I don't think it should. That's why I'm leaning more towards Donald Trump than I know I mispronounced her name, Kamala.
You could just call her
I think.
Harris. It's easier to pronounce.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then Harris, because she wants to completely open the acceptance, if you would, of abortion instead of Trump, which, again, I don't agree fully with him, but I do think that some of what he wants to do is more suited for the country than Harris, even though, obviously, your statement that he has done some terrible stuff, and Harris would more potentially be a better candidate, but the big thing is the abortion. I just don't fully believe in complete abortion rights, if you would.
Yeah, I like debating abortion. This will be fun. So when do you think abortion should be legal?
In minors or in rape victims or victims of incest, stuff like that. But
I for the mother, sure. So it's elective abortions that you take an issue with.
Yeah.
So why do you think elective abortions should be banned?
Honestly, if you willingly go create a fetus or an embryo with somebody and you just want to abort it, for instance, because you can't, I don't know, like financially support the child, or you are a single parent, I don't feel that's responsible because they did the actions, they should deal with the consequences. But
sure. Any other reasons why you think it's wrong?
They are living beings, and I understand your debate about that is they are just fetuses, just cells, but they aren't. I do think they are living beings.
Okay. So your first point was to say that, well, if somebody is willing to engage in sex, then they should also be willing to face the consequences of engaging like sex, like getting pregnant. I think that's logic that we adopt nowhere else in society. If somebody's willing to pick up a cigarette, which is significantly worse than having sex, may I add, and then they get lung cancer from smoking, we don't turn around and tell them, no, you can't go get chemotherapy. You need to suffer the consequences of your own actions. No, we allow them to go to the doctor, and we allow them to seek treatment to terminate the life of the lung cancer. Same thing could be said about alcoholics. Also much worse than having sex. If somebody's willing to pick up the bottle, under your view, they should be willing to deal with liver cancer and fucking die, right? No. If they face any consequences like liver failure, so on and so forth, even though that was a reasonable foreseen outcome of the action that they engaged in, we don't tell them they are obligated to deal with it. We let them go get treatment for it. So we can't just say that because they were willing to engage in sex and pregnancy was a potential risk and outcome of it, that therefore they have an obligation to deal with the pregnancy as well. Okay, absolutely not. The second point I will make here is that, well, you said the reason why it's wrong is because a fetus is a living being. Yeah, it is. I don't deny that. I just don't think that it's a morally valuable living being. There are many living beings that we don't care about, like bacteria, like the microbes that grow on your teeth plaque, the shit that sits in your stomach, bugs outside, even for a lot of people eating meat, pigs and cows. We're fine with killing them. But as soon as it comes to a fetus, which is not like you or I. They don't have a mind. They don't have consciousness. They don't have subjective experiences. They are a clump of cells. All of a sudden, it's murder to kill it? There's no way.
Yeah, I get that point. And again, I am definitely ignorant to some things, and I would love to know the more I can learn about it. And you do have a very, very good, fair point about that. But I just feel that, honestly, I don't know fully. It's just like the fact that it doesn't seem to be right in everybody. I see in everybody's comments about make abortions mandatory, make vasectomies mandatory. I do think that everybody should have choice over their own body, but I understand like the concept of like you did it. You can go get help for it. And I do believe that. I truly do. And I feel your arguments are valid and they do stand a valid point.
Even about the responsibility argument. Like you're essentially saying, well, it's irresponsible to get an abortion, therefore you shouldn't. Is it irresponsible to cheat on your partner?
It is, yeah.
Very
Same
much
as
so.
it's irresponsible to drink or smoke or
So
do any of
do you
that.
think that cheating on your partner, drinking and smoking should be illegal? Like typically no. Typically we say that although those things are wrong, they shouldn't be illegal, right? So why don't you just hold a similar approach on abortion? Although I think it's wrong, it shouldn't be illegal because ultimately we should leave that individual up. We should leave that choice up to the individual. Okay, and like I think it really matters here, much more than in circumstances of cheating or drinking or smoking, because those things are actually wrong. You shouldn't do those at all. When we're talking about abortions, I mean, women and girls are getting abortions not because they're irresponsible like POSs, but because they don't want their life to change significantly until the day they die and experience physical and mental trauma and torture for 9 months plus childbirth plus parental obligations for the rest of their life after that, all because of a unicellular organism that is now attached to their uterine lining that they could very easily kill with an early term abortion, right? Like, come on. I say at this point that, come on, that zygote, that clump of cells doesn't really matter. If you think it does matter significantly less than the pregnant woman, let's just leave that ball in her court, even if you don't think that she should shoot from the 3-point line.
Okay. And one reason why I mainly wanted to debate with you was to ask you why you think Harris would be a better president over Trump. Not for what they've both done in their past, because I've heard terrible stuff about both presidents, and I understand both things that they've done, but for the things that they want to do for the country. Like, I've heard that Harris wants to open the borders and allow people to come in and do like their American citizenship while in the country and completely allow abortions, which you have honestly changed my mind a little bit about abortions. You do have a lot of valid points, but why would Harris be a better president?
Sure. So first and foremost, your first constraint on the question that you asked me was just to ignore the person who Trump is. No, we shouldn't. Sexual assault is beneath the Oval Office. Rape is beneath the Oval Office. Being in the Epstein files over 1 million times is beneath the Oval Office. Felons are beneath the Oval Office. They are. It's not acceptable to say, well, even though Trump is all these things and more, we're just going to ignore it for some arbitrary reason that nobody can identify because he's not helping us, he's hurting us a lot. Right? No, like we have to take those things into account. Okay? But if we weren't, and we were just to evaluate their policy, it becomes very simple. She fought for the working class. She wanted to give tax cuts to 120 million American workers in the working class. She fought to reduce the debt and deficit. She fought for better conditions for new mothers and families, since you care about them, like nearly quadrupling the child tax credit in many scenarios. What is Trump fighting for? Big Beautiful Bill reduces the purchasing power of half of the country, taking healthcare away from 10 million of us, food stamps away from 3 million of us. He refused to abide by a court order that legally forced him to pay out food stamp benefits for 12 million starving American children, just left them to starve, started a war he promised never to. Okay, now inflation for groceries is at a 4-year high. Worst jobs report since '03, ignoring recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since the tail end of the Great Recession. We're dying out here, both literally like the girls in Iran and metaphorically like the average American.
Yeah. I will admit, I grew up Republican, and so did my fiance, and I've always been under the impression that Republicans do it best, that Democrats want to hate the country. And honestly, I feel you have a valid point that it shouldn't be Donald Trump in office. And I'm going to have a talk with my fiance too, because we are both very pro-Trump people. And debating with you, I feel Trump would not be a good president because you have brought up so many valid points that I don't know. Again, I am not completely educated. I am definitely ignorant to some things.
Listen, I love that. I love that. I love that a lot. Like, I grew up very similar to how it seems like you're describing you did, okay? Everyone around me was a conservative. Everyone around me was a Trump supporter. Everyone was a Republican. Like, the thought of being on the left was so silly that I just cringed at, like, the mental image of a Democrat, right? That's just the environment I grew up in. So, yeah, when you grow up in that environment, when you live in that environment, and when you don't hear anything outside of that echo chamber, you will come staunchly reaffirmed in the beliefs in which you've learned. But I appreciate you for hearing something outside of that echo chamber, and I wish that was something that more people could do.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, Dean. I truly do, and I'm gonna try to preach it because I do think that Harris probably would have been a better president, and we're suffering just as much as the average person is.
You're why I do these live streams. I appreciate you so much for joining.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for having me. You have a good rest of your night, Dean.
You have a great rest of your night as well. We love that. We love that. We love that so much. Genuinely. Why I do what I do. Not a better description of why I do what I do. It's great. I love it. I love it so much. See, honestly, I was a little bit tired at the beginning of the live stream. I was like, oh, jeez, how am I going to get through these 4 hours? Now, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fucking go. Give me more. Give me more. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, third time calling. Don't flinch because of my accent, because you cut me off. This is the third time I want to make a point to you, and I'm begging you to allow me to make.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Please. Listen.
Are you a Trump supporter, Ross?
If I say no, are you going to cut me off?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me put it another way. I don't think Harris would have done a better job if that gives me an in to make my point.
Okay. 15 seconds to make your point, Ross.
Okay. As a really, really intelligent young man, arguing against MAGAs and Trump supporters is like shooting fish in a barrel. When are people going to go after the real issues? No president in history has ever had the leeway to make the actual difference. I'm talking Washington, Bush Jr., Sr., Reagan, Carter, no one, no prime minister either. So for someone as intelligent as you, and I know you're making money from this, so I don't want to undermine what you're doing.
Okay, thank you so much for your insight, Ross. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We got Liberty York loading up, and damn, dude, that guy is probably pissed off right now. He's probably so fucking pissed. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? My bad, bro. My bad, dude.
I do not support Trump at all.
Based alert, but today we're only looking for Trump supporters. Loki, I should probably put the rules back up in the middle of that phone screen. Take a look at them. Got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. By the way, if you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Great way to support me. Best way to support me. Quite frankly. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. How old are you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
28, bro. 28, bro.
What year were you born in, bro?
97, dude.
97, dude? What month, bro?
September, bro.
Okay, bro. Calm down. Jeez
What's
Louise.
up, Dean? How you doing, man? How you doing today?
Doing all right. Let me thank a couple people, then the mic of the floor will be yours, quite frankly.
Nice.
Hey! Thank you so much, Y, for the $10, who says, see, this is why I want to be a better debater. People like that last caller who saw the light can be brought around. We just need more people to listen and to explain it to them. A lot are misguided. No, true. Why? You know, honestly, a part of being a good debater is not just being able to prove people wrong, but explain to them what the truth is. Okay? It's an explanatory power that matters the most. Ian, thank you for the €10, who says, Dean, please encourage your young fan base to register and get out there and vote DIM to end U.S. fascism. Well, I definitely agree, guys. Go out there, get registered, vote in the midterms. Very important. Lord T, thank you for the $10, who says that caller's fiance is about to come into Dean's stream and crash out and say that she broke up with him because of his political beliefs. Dude, haven't we had somebody do that before? We have. Who remembers that fool? He was like young. He was like younger. He was like 18. And he told us that his girlfriend broke up with him because of his political beliefs. And the only reason why she learned about his political beliefs is because she got caught wind of him debating me on the stream. That's funny as hell. A couple people to thank real quick on Venmo. Thank you, Luke, for the $10, who says, day one of basic principles that destroy MAGA arguments. Hitchens Rager, what can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. I like that. Thank you so much, Luke, for the $10. Beverly, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, my friend. Beverly with the 20 says, for the people who think abortion is okay only in certain circumstances, how do they expect victims to prove that they were raped? Because a lot of them won't even accept that Trump did it. No, true, Beverly. Like, for instance, Rain.org tells us that most victims of rape don't report it to the cops. Therefore, most victims of rape would be ineligible for an essential abortion under pro-life legislation that allows for that exception, given that they have to prove it with a police report. Really good point. Joseph, thank you for the $10, who says that I was so uplifting and a perfect example of why what you do is best. So rejuvenating to get a W like that. I know, right, Joseph? And then we have one more person on Venmo for now. Miss Veronica. Oh my God, dude. Veronica, you're the absolute GOAT. Thank you for the $200 donation. Bro, that is out of this world. That is so insane. I want to see 5 more billion Veronica W's in that chat. That is a Veronica. That is legitimately so fucking kind of you. Thank you, Veronica. I don't deserve that. Wow. Veronica with a 200 says, you have a rare ability to stay calm, articulate, and be human in conversation where most people become reactive. Even people who disagree with you still end up thinking, thank you for making a difference and helping people have better, more thoughtful conversations online. Listen, Veronica, that's not a rare ability that I have. That was something that I had to develop by talking to these people all day long. Y'all should go try to find the VODs of me running these debates like 2 years ago. They were terrible. I would just crash out the moment a guest would say a word. But listen, I appreciate you, Veronica. Please show some love to the GOAT Veronica in that chat while we hop into that next debate. Genuinely, thank you so much. With that being said, we are all caught up. We'll go ahead and pass the mic to the guests. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Pin message over on the other place. Take it away, Fifth. How the fuck do we still support this delusional idiot? So, an invite to turn that mic back on. Where are you at? Quite frankly. Hello? Fifth Gen? Hey, listen. Click on that profile picture. Your profile picture. In the bottom right-hand corner of the TikTok UI, a menu will pop up. It'll show you an icon of what looks to be a microphone. If you click on that icon of what looks to be a microphone, then we'll be able to hear you loud and clear. I'll give you a moment to do that. I don't think he'll be able to figure it out. That's really unfortunate. I guess we'll go ahead and get another guest up.
Bro. I'm here.
Ooh, he found it. Ooh, Ashley, thank you for the galaxy.
That timing, bro. That good timing.
Yeah, you're
How you
on
doing
the
today, Dean?
Listen, I'm having a great day, man. Woke up, had some oatmeal, had a good buy and back workout. Feeling great, dude.
That's good, dude. That's good.
How do you think? Do you think Trump's had a good day? I don't know. He seems to be losing his mind.
I don't know, dude.
Did you hear about how he
I don't talk
posted
to him on a daily
55
basis.
times on Truth Social in less than 3 hours, including ludicrous accusations against Obama, wiretapping the Trump Tower, working with the CIA to overthrow our government, calling him a literal demon that needs to be arrested and charged with treason? I
didn't like, personally, bro, I didn't like Obama. I think I'm the wrong guy, to ask about Obama. I personally don't agree with Democrat political views, personally, right? I just fall more towards the Republican side.
He is a literal demon that wiretapped Trump Tower?
Hey, anybody can say what they want, bro. I mean, there's no king's protests. People think Donald Trump's trying to be a king.
Including me. I'm one of the people that think that.
Do you support him for Venezuela?
Do I support him for what he did in Venezuela? Well, I don't think he's made the material conditions for Venezuelans much better. No.
Do you support it, though, for what he tried to do?
No, because what did we get out of it? More American colonialism.
Right? But no kings, you know what I'm saying? Like,
do you think you're okay? I get the argument. Sorry, I wasn't picking up on what you're putting down. The argument is no kings. He took the king out of Venezuela. No king should support it. Well, that's the thing. Did he get rid of his regime? Do they have a duly elected Democratic leader? No, he just installed the vice president king to be the new dictator, who's now under his control. So it's funny because by extension, he is the king of Venezuela now. But can I tell you why I think? Can I tell you? Listen, can I tell you why I think Trump wants to be a dictator?
Okay, yeah, sure, I'm ready.
Oh, I love this conversation because it's so easy. First, we'll start off with the fact that he thinks he's above the Constitution. December of 2022, he threatened to abolish all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. 100 days into his second term, he tells ABC he doesn't know if he has to abide by the Constitution. A year and a half into his second term, he's either infringed on or threatened to infringe on 8 of our amendments and 2 of our articles. The First Amendment, he said it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. Got his FCC chairman, Brendan Carter, threatened to revoke the media licenses from organizations that don't report favorably of Trump. First Amendment's dead. Second Amendment threatened that by arguing that now cops could just shoot and kill people for being in possession of a firearm. Same thing with his attempted gun ownership ban for trans Americans. Second Amendment could be dead if those things go through. Fourth Amendment and 14th Amendment are definitely fucking dead. Violated the Fourth Amendment, i.e. due process, by deporting 300 Venezuelan immigrants without due process. Then when a judge ruled that was illegal and they had to come home, he said, no, I don't care. 14th Amendment, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law, trying to take birthright citizenship away from citizens to then be deported unconstitutionally. That's crazy. Same thing with the first and the second article. He hates the supremacy clause of the second article because he thinks he could rewrite the Constitution. And he also hates that the Constitution gives the ability to the states to manage elections, and that's why he's up here saying that maybe we should federalize the midterms. I have like another billion points in the chamber here. I just don't want to give you too much information at once, so we'll stop there.
Do you pay taxes, Dean?
Wow. Yeah, that's great. No, totally. I do pay taxes. What a pivot.
So are you happy that like your tax dollars are going towards people who just run over here and can just join our country, just walk on in, say, hey, you know what? I'm going to have Dean pay for me to survive. Are you like happy about that?
Wow, that's crazy. Are you going to respond to anything I said?
Well, I am, because you brought up immigration. You brought that up, so I'm responding to that.
What did I say specifically?
You were talking about how he's ignoring due process and how he's taking people's... Okay, that's fine. I get what you're saying, but why can't you answer what I'm asking you?
Is what you're asking me relevant to what I said? Like I was talking
think that
about
would be relevant because they shouldn't be here. Illegal immigrants shouldn't be here in the first place. I mean, personally, I don't care if they have due process or not. They shouldn't be here in the first place. Personally, that's how I feel, right?
You know what? I'm just gonna let him.
I'm not a politician.
I'm just gonna let him pivot. It's fine because I'll kill him here too. But what I will say for the future is you're a traitor because you think that our Constitution is optional. You sick fuck, and you're a member of the GOP who's arguing that you're the real patriots, you're the real American first, America lovers. But now you're arguing that the Constitution is optional, and you actually don't care about constitutional violations when they're against black and brown people. You're a fucking traitor.
Does ICE have to follow due process?
Yes, ICE does have to follow due process.
Even when it's what did Trump make it? What was it called? When he enforced, what was it? You know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, no, about illegal immigrants because it's like a mass invasion. What is that called? What did he?
Who fucking knows? But yes, sorry.
No, you do know. He implemented something, right?
Are you talking about expedited removal?
No. He implemented
the Alien Enemies Act.
No, it's been a law for a long time.
That's the Alien Enemies Act.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. So SCOTUS ruled on that in April of last year. Yeah, even under the Alien Enemies Act, people have to be granted due process. See, and that one's self-intuitive because if you knew anything about the structure of American governance, all withholdings from the government have to act in accordance with the Constitution. The Alien Enemies Act is a piece of federal legislation. Federal legislation cannot operate under the bounds of the Constitution.
Well, the Alien Enemies Act actually says that they have expedited removal, which allows the deportation of certain individuals without a court hearing.
Yeah. So this was ruled on in 2021 by SCOTUS. Expedited removal is still within granting due process to undocumented immigrants.
Where does it say that, though?
In the 2021 SCOTUS ruling. So even under expedited removal, undocumented immigrants still have protections under the 4th and 14th Amendment because they have to per the Constitution. Yet what the argument was from SCOTUS, and remember they kind of the final say-so on these things, is that expedited removal doesn't violate due process as it still gives them limited due process.
So what law was that it says that? What law? Do you know?
So the 4th and 14th Amendments.
Yeah, no, but this is under the Alien Enemies Act, correct?
Which is a federal piece of legislation. All federal withholdings, including legislation, have to act in accordance with the Constitution.
Yeah, this has been in our country since 1800s.
Yeah, after the Constitution was signed into
So we can
effect.
have expedited removal, which
as long as
you don't
it
need
is,
a court hearing.
As long as it's constitutional, which SCOTUS has ruled it is.
So that sounds like a gray area, right? Like kind of like a because obviously
it's
there's supposed to be.
gray
Hold on, dude. Because there's supposed to be due process, correct? Like under our Constitution, you're supposed to have due process.
Yeah.
But under
Due
the
process
Alien
doesn't
Enemies Act,
always mean a court hearing, though.
no, well, okay, that's fine. But under the Alien Enemies Act, it sounds like that's kind of stepped over, right? Like that would be because you could have an expedited removal. You don't have to have a court hearing. You don't have to have these specific things that
because according to
would have.
SCOTUS, due process can be executed under expedited removal without a court hearing.
Okay, but like what law says that is going against the Constitution, considering the Alien Enemies Act?
So my argument that he was going against the Constitution concerning immigration didn't really have much to do with the Alien Enemies Act. I mean, it could, right? Like, for instance, like I told you, in mid-April of last year, SCOTUS did give their opinion that he had violated the Alien Enemies Act with a handful of deportations of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas. So he actually had to postpone the deportation of a group of them, allowed them to stay here for a couple more days for, like, proper due process. But when I say that Donald Trump is violating the Constitution in reference to immigration, we're going to be pointing at his executive order number 14160 that infringed on the 14th Amendment by attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants here, or when he had deported 300 Venezuelan immigrants with no due process at all, right? They didn't have a day in court. And the reason why we know that was unconstitutional is because that was a ruling of a federal judge.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't agree with that, with him doing that, right? But however, do you believe that illegal citizens should have the rights to our Constitution, the support of our Constitution?
I think that they should have rights issued under the Constitution that are natural. So I think that natural rights should absolutely apply.
Where do you draw that line, right? Where would you draw that line at?
So a natural right is just a right in which is inalienable to all humans, right? So we essentially say if you're a human, then you have this right because it is natural to being a human, to being a human person, right? Like I'll give you a couple examples of natural rights. Due process, for instance, would be a natural right because if you don't have due process, then you could abridge upon one's life, liberty, or property with no good reason under a circumstance in which they're innocent. And clearly, it's going to be a human rights violation to infringe upon somebody's life to kill them, even though they're innocent, right? So essentially, when I say that I think that undocumented immigrants should have their natural rights protected by the Constitution, I'm saying that they should have their human rights protected by the Constitution, which for the most part it does. This was actually conjured up by the framers of the Constitution. So when you read the Bill of Rights, for the most part, the Bill of Rights protects the natural rights of humans and any human within the jurisdiction of the Constitution. So this is like, for instance, why it says in the 4th and 14th Amendment that all people have due process, not all citizens have due process, because that's a right in which is inalienable to being a human person compared to just being a citizen. And if we were to only give that right to citizens, well, then our Constitution would allow for human rights violations of non-citizens within our jurisdiction.
Well, just because it says all people, you do realize that it's the United States Constitution. It's not the Constitution of the world. So even if they're talking about all people, you can draw up that they're talking about everybody that exists in the world. But I mean, that's kind of like, I would feel opinionated.
So, I mean, this point is self-refuting because it's all people within our jurisdiction. So essentially, if there were ever a circumstance where the government would be acting against a person, i.e. trying to throw them in jail for a crime, that person would necessarily have to be within our jurisdiction in order to do that. So if they are within our jurisdiction, meaning our government could go after them, then our government has to respect their natural right to due process. So it's the Constitution does grant those natural rights to every person, including people that aren't in America, but that would only be practically relevant in circumstances where they are within our jurisdiction.
Yeah, but not under the act, right? Like they don't need due process under the act. According to the act, though, you can have an expedited removal, which they.
So
have
you're
private
arguing
court
that
hearings,
expedited
correct?
removal
Hold on,
deports
they do
people
have
without
private-
due process, right? Is that your argument?
No. That's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they don't get the same things that the United States citizens would technically get in that position, considering the act is active.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So that's not true. Undocumented immigrants, even under the Alien Enemies Act, get the same 4th and 14th Amendment protections as citizens, because that's what the Constitution says. Remember, the buck doesn't stop at any piece of legislation. The buck stops. Just let me finish. The buck doesn't stop at any piece of legislation. The buck stops at the Constitution in of itself. So if you're giving me like an argument here that the Alien Enemies Act deports people with no due process, then all we're saying here is that the Alien Enemies Act is unconstitutional and it is unenforceable because it's illegal. Okay? And that's going to be the natural and necessary conclusion of your position if you believe that expedited removal is a violation of 4th and 14th Amendment rights. But courts have ruled that it is not. Most notably, the Supreme Court ruled this in 2021.
Yeah, I don't think illegal immigrants should be in America at all. I don't think any of our tax dollars, like I asked you before, right, which you haven't answered yet, are you proud of your tax dollars going towards illegal immigrants to support them? Like, are you proud of that? Is that something that you want to do?
Yeah, so your question hinges on a false premise. Can I tell you what that false premise is?
It's not a false premise. It's just it's a yes or no, right? Would you want that? How about that? How about
this is like saying,
would you want that?
This is like saying, Dean, does your mom know you're gay? All right, I can't like answer that question with a yes or no, because if I were to answer yes to that question, well, that would imply that I am gay and my mom does know. And if I were to answer no to that question, that would imply that I am gay, but my mom doesn't know. Okay, right? So the false premise that question, Dean, does your mom know that you're gay, would hinge on is the pre-assumption that I'm gay, right?
I'm not asking if your mom knows that you're gay, Dean. I'm asking if yes or no, would you want your tax dollars going to support illegal immigrants in this country? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, I'm fine with my tax dollars supporting people. That's fine. I'd much prefer my tax dollars be spent on protecting human rights and keeping people alive compared to missiles that are signed by a senator just being used to kill children in Palestine. But the false premise that your first question hinged on was the assumption that our tax dollars are going to undocumented immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants gets housed. They get housing.
Okay. So what federal program gives undocumented immigrants housing?
I don't remember the exact program, right? I don't do this for a job. Okay. But I do know,
what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act
There were hotels in New York that were housing illegal immigrants for free.
Yeah. Was that funded by the state government or the federal government?
I don't think it really matters. Taxes are taxes. I mean, state taxes, federal taxes. It's still our country, right?
Yeah. I'll run you through this.
If I pay California taxes, because I live in California, if I pay California taxes, my money stays in Clearly, but I still wouldn't want them to use that money in California for that.
Sure, I'll run you through this. This is fine. So first and foremost, clearly you're very propagandized. Hopefully I'll be able to help you out here. I want to make you a smarter, more sane, rational being. That's why I do these live streams. So the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is a federal piece of legislation from the 1990s that strictly limits and prohibits the federal government from spending a single dollar on social safety nets for undocumented immigrants. The only way you could ever qualify for a federal benefit under the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is if you are a legal resident or a citizen. Now, that was slightly updated by the EMTALA Act, which just essentially allows anybody in the country to seek treatment in emergency rooms if they're going to die, even if they don't have insurance. This would include undocumented immigrants. Now, on the state level, there are 10 of our 50 states that offer limited social safety nets to undocumented immigrants under extreme conditions. Like if they don't have the social safety net, have some money to spend on food, they're literally going to starve to death. And the third point that I'll make here is about all of the hotels that were then reformed into housing in places like New York City. Those were not for undocumented immigrants. Those were for asylum seekers who are legal immigrants here, fleeing persecution, either socially, politically, or economically. Now, the thing is that housing is very, very important. And there is an issue with it. It's just not with the asylum seekers, it's with our government. Because for the first 1 to 2 years of a asylum seeker's residency in America, while their court process is still ongoing, they can't get a work permit. They cannot work a job. So therefore, they can't get money to spend on housing, to spend on food, to spend on keeping themselves alive. So if we are allowing asylum seekers fleeing from persecution to come into this country, and then we're not allowing them to work, what are we going to do? Let them die? No, okay. Yeah, we're going to spend some money on housing. We're going to spend some money on food. And I understand if you don't like that, it's quite inefficient. So I think that the solution here is not to end asylum seeking processes, but is to rather expedite them and give them a work permit the moment they enter into the country. Now, if you'd like to respond to all of that, that's fine. I have one last big point to make. This is the real silver bullet, and it will kind of be the end of the conversation. But I'll let you respond to everything I just said first.
Okay, so education, public K through 12, regardless of the status of your citizenship, they are allowed to go to school, which U.S. citizens pay for. They have access to emergency health care.
I didn't name the K through 12. Yeah, you're right about that. That was from the Plurvito SCOTUS ruling in
I let you finish,
1986.
Dean. Could I roll through this, please?
Yeah, sure.
I let you finish, brother. I've been pretty respectful. You know what I mean? I let you finish. Emergency health care. They can receive emergency medical benefits that federal and state pay for. About $27 billion a year goes into that. And they get welfare for their dependents. So if you're an illegal citizen and you have a child in the United States, you have access to welfare benefits such as WIC, school lunches, on behalf of them having the child. So they are directly benefiting by being an illegal citizen that us Americans have to pay for. And I don't agree with that at all. I think they should all be gone. Personally, I'm a union iron worker, okay? And I work with a lot of illegal citizens, okay? And I don't approve of it at all. They are stealing people's social security numbers and going to work, paying, they pay their bills, they pay this and that, but their ultimate goal is to make money off of the United States of America. And at the end of it all, they're going back to their home country and retiring. They're taking their money that they
usually
make
when
in
they
America.
go back to their home country, it's when they're deported. But sure, man.
I see it personally, though.
Sure, man. I'll address these points. So you're right about the public K through 12 thing. States, more specifically, local property taxes do fund public K through 12, and anybody's allowed to go through public K through 12, even undocumented children. And that's actually a reason why we shouldn't deport them, because if we're already investing like $7,000 per year into every undocumented student across.
Get them out. Our children.
So I understand that you want to act. I understand that you want to act like an uncivilized thug by continuing to interrupt me while I'm giving you the facts,
not a thug.
because that's what happens to bigots when they get exposed to the truth. You're literally everything that you project onto minorities. It is literally generational irony.
Doesn't matter if
but
they're a
I would like
minority
if
or
I could
not,
finish
Dean.
responding
That's
to the
not
point
the
that I
point.
made here. Because the point that I was in the middle of
matter if they're a
making
minority.
that you're not
Stop putting
listening
words in my
to,
mouth.
so the point that I'm in the middle of making that you're not listening to is that your first point about how local governments fund education, even for undocumented children, like $7,000 a year. This is one of the biggest reasons not to deport them from the country, because we know that the money that we spend on students in public K through 12 education generates our government a ROI, a return on investment. Like if we were to spend $100,000 on the K through 12 education of one student, well, guess what? That education is going to make them a higher skilled laborer, which is then going to get them a better job that pays more. So then they will pay more in taxes and pay back that original investment over their working career. So in other words, when we're deporting undocumented minors who just got all this money spent on them by their local government that they would turn around and give back to the government by working and paying taxes,
How are they going to get a job without a social security?
With ITINs, we'll get there in a moment. They then lose out, okay, on the ROI from that investment in their education, which then just bleeds and drains our government's pockets more. That was the first point. That's a good one. The second point here is that you said undocumented immigrants, yes, take out $27 billion worth of benefits per year, right?
No, I'm saying that $27 billion goes into that.
Perfect.
Over a 7-year period, yeah.
7 years? So what is that per year? 27 divided by 7 is 3.8. So $4 billion a year.
Do you have
$4
billion, Dean? Do you have $4 billion?
Well, I know who does. Undocumented immigrants. How much in taxes do undocumented immigrants pay on an annualized basis?
That doesn't matter. They're stealing Social Security.
No, I want you to
numbers
answer my
even be
question.
able to work,
I want you.
and they're taking
No.
the work.
They could work on
They're
ITINs through
taking
work
the work.
permits. You're lying. Answer the question. How
Okay,
much do they
here-
pay per year in taxes?
I work. Hold on, Dean. Okay,
He's
I'll
not gonna
answer
answer
your
it.
question, but let me. No. I'm going to answer your question, but let me follow it up. Okay, they pay approximately $59.4 billion in federal taxes. It includes roughly $19.5 billion in federal income tax and $32.3 billion in payroll taxes. So also on my point of that, they have to steal somebody's Social Security card to work. I work literally with undocumented immigrants.
Tina, thank you so much for a unicorn fantasy. I appreciate it.
Illegal immigrants that have stolen people's Social Security numbers. My Social Security number has been stolen before and worked under by an illegal citizen. So this is reality, Dean. Reality is these people come over, they steal, and they might pay into it, but they're not staying here. They're not doing it for the United States of America. They're doing it for their families that are back where
This is gonna be
they
funny.
came from.
Everybody, watch
It's true,
this.
Dean. How many illegal citizens have you worked with?
I would prefer not to answer that question. I like to
Okay.
protect the people in my life.
Okay, I'm not asking for names. I'm asking for a number.
A handful.
I'm not getting personal.
A handful. Check this out. First
So then
things
you know,
first.
right?
First things first. I'm going to go from that top back. You said, well, in order to work, they have to steal SSNs. That's not true. I mean, I don't
Majority.
expect you to know this because you're not too
Majority,
educated.
Dean. I'm not saying every
Yeah,
single
can you
one
give
of
me a
them
source
do.
on that? No.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
then
see
shut
it.
up.
I literally see it.
Wait, I'm sorry. You've seen over 50% of the 11 million undocumented immigrants in the country steal an SSN?
Every single iron worker that I've worked with that's an illegal citizen has stolen a Social Security number to be able to work.
You want to know why I know you're a liar?
How am I a liar, Dean?
It's because they have a legal work program. They could get what is called an ITIN, an individual taxpayer identification number, to pay taxes on. Not to mention that if they were stealing SSNs to pay taxes on, then they would be found guilty of stealing SSN to pay taxes on. Yet,
Well,
according to
that's weird, 'cause
PNAS,
I know
they are
people
2.5
who
times
are unable
less
to claim-
likely to commit violent crimes on American soil and 4 times less likely to commit all other crimes like identity fraud on American soil than the average U.S. citizen. So actually, the average American is more likely to steal somebody's identity than the average undocumented immigrant. Now, the third point I'll make here is, remember when I asked you that question, how much in taxes do undocumented immigrants pay annually? You know, ignorant guess, the answer is $100 billion on the federal, state, and local level every single year. And the IRS has calculated that through the amount of undocumented immigrants that are paying taxes on ITIN. So if you're telling me that over 50% of undocumented workers actually steal an SSN and then pay taxes and the IRS thinks they're a citizen, then actually every single year undocumented immigrants pay over $230 billion in taxes. So you're telling me that our government spends $4 billion on undocumented immigrants annually for an annual return of $30 billion? Oh my God, undocumented immigrants are the largest return on an investment that our government has. Earlier when you were telling me that they're just stealing the tax dollars of Americans and using it to fund their lives. No, we're stealing their tax dollars because they pay over $230 billion in taxes annually, yet they can't access Medicaid, yet they can't access Medicare, yet they can't access food stamps, yet they can't access Section 8, yet they can't access any of these systems of benefit available on the federal level. Okay, and on top of the direct contributions that they pay in taxes that you think is north of $200 billion, according to the American Immigration Institute, they actually pay in $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the GDP annually because 8.4 million of them work, much more likely to work than the average American citizen, and 11 million of them consume. So
Hey,
you're
Dean,
telling
they're
me
allowed
here.
to use Medicaid.
No, they're not.
Emergency health care, they may receive
EMTALA is not
emergency medical
Medicaid.
services often offset by programs like emergency Medicaid,
It-
which cost federal.
EMTALA
They
is
can
not
use
Medicaid. Do you know what Medicaid is?
Okay.
Describe to me what
are you
Medicaid
telling
is.
Me, are you telling me it doesn't matter if I can describe it or not? Right
Oh,
here in
okay. So
front
you don't
of
even know what
Dean.
fucking Medicaid is, and you're saying that they're allowed to use it. Let me educate this on
No,
you too.
I'm
Let me
explaining to you
educate
that
you
it doesn't
on this
matter
point
if we
too.
know what it is. It says right here that they are allowed to use emergency medical services,
Oh, there
often
you
offset
go.
by programs like emergency
There
Medicaid.
you go. Perfect. So there's a difference between
Used by
Intala
emergency
authorizing
Medicaid.
anybody that doesn't have health insurance to go to an
They're allowed to use
emergency room and then being able to access Medicaid. So I know that you don't know this
Emergency.
because you're ignorant, but Medicaid is a program of social benefit for healthcare for individuals that are low income in America. So essentially, when you're below a particular income threshold, then you could access Medicaid.
Dean,
and
I'm
it's just
aware
a
of what
free
Medicaid is.
system of public benefit healthcare. Okay?
Dean-
And when undocumented immigrants go to the emergency room, they don't tell the emergency room, oh, just, put the bill on Medicaid, that's my health insurance. No, they don't have health insurance. They don't have Medicaid. But through EMTALA, then the federal government ends up picking up the bill, which is based. I'll actually tell you this too. Every single year, there are $16 billion spent on uninsured people in American emergency rooms. If we assume that undocumented immigrants are even 50% of that, which would be a crazy assumption to make, definitely lower, well, then that would amount to what, $7 billion annually on emergency services? So earlier when we were talking about how under your view they pay over $200 billion in taxes annually, and you said that we spend $4 billion on them, well, now we're going to add the $7 billion to that, so now we're up to $11 billion. We are spending $11 billion to receive over $200 billion. Is that a good investment? Tell me, yes or no?
No, because it takes jobs away from American people. In my opinion, no.
Oh no,
But
it's
also,
not a good
you're
investment.
You're
That's
dodging what I even said in the
crazy,
beginning,
bruh.
and then you're muting me, and we're
That's
in a debate.
crazy.
And you talk over me. I think you could be talked over as well. But you said that they are not allowed to use Medicaid when right here it specifically says that they are allowed to use emergency Medicaid.
Yeah.
So you were wrong on that, Dean.
So
Are
no,
you
I'm
gonna-
not wrong on
Are you
that.
going to admit that you were wrong?
No, I'm not going to admit that I'm wrong about something that I'm not wrong about.
Oh, so you're just right because you believe you're right. You want all these people
No,
to
I could
believe you're
actually
right.
describe
but
why
right
I'm
here,
right.
there's a fact right in
From
front
what?
of your face. And instead
ChatGPT?
of you, no, it's not ChatGPT. You can just
Okay.
Google this stuff.
I'm
It's right
trying
in
to
front of
tell
your
you what it
face.
is. So what you're doing is you're pointing out a semantic dispute.
Why don't you?
So
why
the
don't
source,
you look it up and you read it out loud?
I've
Why don't
already
you
looked.
read it.
I've already looked it up.
So what does it say,
I'm
Dean?
very well educated on this subject. I'm trying to tell you right
It
now, but
doesn't
you
sound
won't
like
let
you're
me.
educated because you just said that
So
they
this
can't
is
use Medicaid.
so
when
this
they
is
can.
what is called a semantic dispute. Okay, so I think using Medicaid means to be insured by Medicaid. Means that whenever you get a
It doesn't
bump on
matter
your
what
knee,
you think, Dean.
well,
It
that's
doesn't
what the
matter if
program
you think
is.
that's what it means.
Oh, somebody's
no,
crashing.
It
Do you
literally
need a
says
binky?
right here.
Do you need a little
emergency-
binky? I'm trying to
Dean,
describe to you how you're wrong
Dean,
and you're crashing
you're
and
being
co-laughing because you
arrogant.
lost.
You're being arrogant.
No, I'm just
I
being
didn't lose.
honest and I'm being
Look at you, you're
factual and I'm trying to
projecting.
describe
You're
to you how that is the
projecting.
case.
You
Says the
lost.
guy that won't
You
let me tell you how
lost.
you're wrong. Yeah, let me
Dude, you
guess.
just got sat
You're
down
gonna
by a
crash.
28-year-old on TikTok.
I
who
know
doesn't
you're
do
gonna
this for a
crash and then
job.
you're
You
gonna
just
start
got sat
interrupting
down.
me while I'm trying to describe to you how you're wrong and tell me that I lost in the meantime. It happens often. Too often. Honestly, it's
I'm not
annoying.
wrong. You're telling
how
me
about
that
this?
Google's wrong.
I'm gonna let
Google's
you
wrong.
finish speaking and then I'll tell you how you're wrong.
Okay. I'm not wrong. Google's wrong. That's
Oh.
what you're trying to say, by the way, because all I'm doing is reading. I'm doing what you do a lot, reading, correct? You are trying to twist the subject and say, well, I think Medicaid is this. Okay, well, guess what? It doesn't matter what you think, Dean, because they are allowed to use emergency Medicaid. You said they're not allowed to use Medicaid. You're wrong, whether you like it or not. And you
What
can
is
try to
emergency
pivot.
Medicaid?
Question. Or let me finish.
No,
You try
what
to
is
pivot,
emergency Medicaid?
You try to attack characteristics because you know that when you're down bad, instead of just admitting, you know what, I
down
made a
bad.
mistake, instead of just saying, hey, you know what, I made a mistake,
Yeah.
you're gonna call me arrogant, ignorant. You're gonna try to pivot to, oh, you're mad. Do you need a binky? Grow up, Dean. You're an adult.
What's
Time to grow
emergency
up.
Medicaid?
You're wrong, brother.
What's emergency Medicaid?
Right here, it says that they can receive emergency medical services, often offset by programs like emergency Medicaid. In my opinion, I don't know what emergency Medicaid is, but they're allowed to use it. It doesn't matter what I
you
know.
just
It's
said-
that they can use it.
So what you just said was the truth. Whatever you just read was right. So they don't have Medicaid. Okay, they're not insured.
Nobody said that they have Medicaid. You said they can't use Medicaid. Those
So
are what.
to-
That's
so
what
to
you
use-
said.
So to use Medicaid means to have Medicaid.
You said they can't
I'm
use Medicaid.
trying to describe to you how you're because yeah, they can't have Medicaid.
Can they use Medicaid?
No,
Can they
because
use
they can't. Because they can't have Medicaid.
Okay.
I'm trying to describe to you how you're wrong, but you won't let me. You're like, no, I'm not gonna let Dean speak.
No,
I'm
I
gonna
am letting
interrupt
you.
him.
You're pivoting and you're twisting the words.
Oh,
and
you're gonna let
trying
me
to make
speak?
it-
Good boy. Thank you so much. Okay, now that you decided to let me speak, here's why you're wrong. So Medicaid is a social program that offers health insurance to low-income Americans to ensure that whenever they need something medically related, they could go and get it. Sometimes that is accompanied by some type of premium or some deductible. Now, here's the thing, or some copay. Sorry. Now here's the thing. When you're saying, can you stop interrupting me, please?
You've been interrupting me as well, though, man. We got to come to a mutual agreement.
I'm begging. Sure, mutual agreement. I'm begging you here. Just let me prove you wrong.
There you go. Go ahead.
Good boy. So when you say that undocumented immigrants can use Medicaid, the reason why that's wrong, is because they can't have Medicaid. What you're talking about is the EMTALA Act that was passed by the Obama administration that allows any uninsured person in America, including undocumented immigrants, to go to any hospital's emergency room and get treatment even if they don't have health insurance, like Medicaid. And then that bill is sent to the federal government. And sometimes in the funding bills, they'll say, well, we're going to cover this with like the extra expenditure left over from Medicaid, the extra expenditure left over from Medicare, the extra expenditure left over from Social Security, because typically those are the programs that have a little bit balance left at the end of the year. Okay, that's not the same as having Medicaid, because to have Medicaid or to use Medicaid means that is your health insurance, and you could go to a doctor's office, give them the health insurance, and receive services from that doctor's office with a little bit of a copay. And they can't do that.
Okay, so are you saying that undocumented immigrants cannot get Medicaid?
Yes.
Do me a favor. Why don't you Google, can undocumented immigrants get Medicaid in California? And why don't you just read it to everybody what it says?
So it'll tell you no now because they abolished their Medi-Cal program. But it was the in California part that you added at the end of that question that makes the difference. Because when we're talking about Medicaid as the federal program, I know that you're laughing. You just don't know what these things are. Because I'm trying to educate you here.
You just said that they can't get Medicaid, and now I'm giving you an example.
It's not
Hold on,
called
Dean.
Medicaid.
Hold on, let me finish.
Medi-Cal,
finish,
it's a state program. Medicaid is a federal program. Now sometimes states will have their own quote unquote Medicaid program, and for undocumented immigrants in California prior to last year, because they got rid of it, it was called Medi-Cal. And that was a state-funded program for undocumented immigrants to receive health insurance, which is different from federal Medicaid. Once again, the reason why undocumented immigrants cannot qualify for federal Medicaid is because of the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act from 1997, which prohibits and prevents undocumented immigrants from receiving public services from the federal government.
Got it. So my question is, can undocumented immigrants
stumbling now.
Get Medicaid? Can they get that?
They can't get it from the federal government now.
As of when?
As of 1997.
No, as of January 1st, 2026. According to California, we were giving that shit out. You know what I mean? We were, you know what?
So California is not the federal government. California is a state government.
Why does it matter if it's federal, state? It's the fact that they give the benefits to illegal immigrants.
Because you asked me about a federal system of benefit. You said, can they receive federal Medicaid?
California has Medi-Cal, though. You agreed to that, right?
You
said certain states.
They did, yeah.
You said certain states have their own Medicaid.
It matters because of the question that you asked me.
What's the difference between Medicaid and Medi-Cal? What's the difference?
Medicaid is a federal program that is available to any low-income American in any whatever 50 states. Medi-Cal, on the other hand, is a state program only available to undocumented immigrants that are below a particular income eligibility threshold.
Do you live
in
in
one
California?
of our 50 states. No.
Do you live in California? Okay.
No, do you understand the difference?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Okay, good boy.
One's federal, one state. I get that.
Good.
It's obviously called Medi-Cal, right?
Right.
No, I get it. But it serves the same purpose. It's taxpayer dollars that are funding medical attention,
and how much
medical
does
help.
Medi-Cal cost per year?
I could look it up. You want me to look it up?
Yeah.
Roughly, it costs $1,600 per person.
Wow, that's really low. So what's the total cost?
I should pay $0 for illegal immigrants. It doesn't matter if it's $1.
The total cost does matter, because if the total cost is lower than the revenue that they input in taxation, then our government's actually making money, not losing money. This is basic math, dude. Basic math.
Brother, not all undocumented immigrants work, though. Not all of them are working.
Well,
not all of them should receive any type of benefit for being in this country.
The thing is, would you be okay? Listen, I have a question. Would you be okay with giving undocumented immigrants $10 if they gave you back $100?
No.
Why?
I'm good. I'm good.
Why?
Because I don't agree with having undocumented immigrants in this country.
Okay,
Now,
so
if we're talking about a random person, if we're talking about somebody who's random, yeah, why wouldn't I do that? Because it doesn't affect me at all.
Oh my god, dude just said, no, I don't care if we just have a free money glitch where we could give them $10 and they'll give us back $100. Fuck it, no free money glitches for this guy down here. Okay, that's fine.
Dean,
this guy
this
guy prefers his prejudice to a free money glitch. Okay. So now that we've concluded that you prefer prejudice to free money glitch, let me ask you this question. Because, once again, all this roots back down to your support of what? Mass deportation. And it seems like you want to do mass deportation no matter what the outcomes are. No matter if undocumented immigrants are beneficial to the economy, no matter if they're beneficial to crime stats, no matter if they're beneficial to the moral or social fabric of this nation. So the first question is, why? Is it because they broke the law?
No, it's because they're benefiting on our country and they're taking housing, they're taking jobs, they're taking a lot away from the U.S. citizens that deserve it.
Now this is paradoxical because you just told me if undocumented immigrants didn't take away and actually gave back more than they took, then you'd still think that they should be deported. So the reason why you support mass deportation has nothing to do with quote unquote taking away.
The same way that you believe in due process, Dean, you should believe in how we acquire citizenship.
I'm sorry, you're pivoting. You're dodging. You're just dodging. You're dodging. Let me clarify. I'll say it again. Okay.
You're not letting
I
me
asked
even
you
talk.
if you would still support because you're not
letting
listening.
me
I do want
respond.
you to answer my specific question. Yes, I do. I just asked you if you would want to deport undocumented immigrants if they didn't
haven't
take away.
answered my
Like,
question
i.e., you give them $10, they give you $100, and you said yes, we need to deport them. Okay. So when I'm asking you why you support mass deportation, and you say, well, it's because they take away. That's not an honest answer to the question because you told us less than 2 minutes ago that if they didn't take away and they actively gave back 10x what they took, then you would still support them being deported.
I don't support illegal citizens living in the country. I mean, it's that bottom line.
Right. I'm asking you why. Is it because they broke the law? You could say it's because they committed a crime to come in. You could say that. You can.
Are you speaking for me?
No, I'm just saying that you can say this because you want to continue to say something that we've already demonstrated to be false, right? Like the whole taking away thing.
I disagree with the fact that illegal citizens can come in here. They can use emergency benefits that the U.S. taxpayers pay for. They can use certain medical services that the U.S. taxpayer pays for.
He's going in the circle now. He's going in the circle now. He's going in the circle. This is okay, guys. We've broken his brain, guys. We broke his fucking brain. Now he's stuck on the loop of nonsense. So this guy just said the reason why he wants them removed is because they take tax dollars. Okay, well, for the last 15 minutes, we've been talking about how they give back more than they take. Like for every dollar that is spent on an undocumented immigrant, they give back like 25. That's the data that we went through earlier. Then your second point was the housing. This was one of the first things that we addressed. Public housing for immigrants that popped up in places like New York City were not for undocumented immigrants. Those were for asylum seekers who were here legally because they were faking persecution in their home country. And the reason why the governments had to give them that housing is because if they didn't have that housing, they die because our government doesn't allow them to work. The solution there is not to remove them because they're legal immigrants, but rather the solution is to expedite the asylum process and give them a work permit from the moment they come in. So stop doing the repeat loop of saying the same false things that have already demonstrated to not be the case about 5 billion times. And you said there before I muted you the third time or whatever, oh, I thought that we went over how we're not going to interrupt each other. Buddy, I'm dialed in. I'm listening to the points that you're making. These are points that you've already made and points that I've already disputed. What you're doing is called a paradoxical argument, where you suggest the reason why you think something is true is for reasons X, Y, and Z, and then I dispute the reasons X, Y, and Z. I prove that they're false, but then you once again say that the thing is true because of reasons X, Y, and Z. You can't just repeat yourself for 30 minutes because you cannot justify your points and you cannot refute my counter argumentation. That's not going to get us anywhere.
You know, for believing in no kings and shit, you sure like to control what people have to say and how they can say it.
King Dean.
I thought we were no kings around here, Dean. No kings, you know what I'm saying?
Nope, King Dean. Now are you going to respond?
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, you have my permission.
Thank you, dude. Thank you. I think what's going on here is you want me to answer it the way you want me to answer it, and we're kind of having trouble there because I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not you. My brain doesn't.
Soon.
Hey, Dean.
Hey.
Hey, am I allowed to talk?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you think you could be quiet?
Yeah.
All right. You want me to answer it the way you want me to answer it, and that's just kind of what it boils down to, brother. I mean, I'm not going to answer it the way you want me to answer it. I'm allowed to have my brain the way that I think. I'm allowed to answer it in my opinion. And I see it for myself. I see undocumented immigrants that are working in our country. I see them steal Social Security numbers. They get housing. They pay for housing. Yeah, they might pay for their own housing, but that's taken away from a U.S. citizen that could be in that house. The same way that inflation works, if we inflate our people, it's going to be harder to house our citizens. If we have a bunch of undocumented immigrants that are taking up housing, Dean, it's going to be harder for a normal U.S. citizen to get into a home. It's already taken. It's already being used. Yeah, they might pay into taxes, Dean, but they're taking away those jobs from U.S. citizens, and they're taking away housing from U.S. citizens.
Mm-hmm. Wow, this is the first time I've ever heard this point. Hey, do you agree that supply and demand determines the price of goods?
100%.
So
100%.
In your evaluation, claiming that undocumented immigrants increase the pricing of houses, did you account for the supply side or just the demand side?
It's both. It goes both ways, right? You got to supply it, and it has to be demanded, correct?
So can you
if we're
account
unable
for...
to supply, if we can't build, how many illegal citizens or illegal immigrants going through the border every day with Joe Biden?
Oh, now you're talking about Biden. I thought that you were about to say
I'm just asking a
how
question.
many undocumented
I'm just
immigrants.
asking a question.
I thought you were about to say how many undocumented immigrants build houses, and that's the point that I was just about to bring up.
Well, they
so
do.
Listen,
They do.
I
It's cheap
agree.
labor.
I agree that if you just evaluate the input of undocumented immigrants on the housing market from the demand side of the economy, then they are bound to have an upward pressure on the pricing of houses, undeniably. But see, the thing is, as soon as we also consider their inputs from the supply side of the housing economy, that argument fizzles away. Why? Because point number one, they are disproportionately more likely than citizens to actively participate and contribute into the supply side of the housing market. Because 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, according to the Center for American Progress. Second point, they are disproportionately less likely than citizens to actively participate in the demand side of the housing market. Why do I say that? Because 99% of banks will not give loans to undocumented immigrants because they don't have a social security number. And like 95% of people who rent properties will not rent to an undocumented immigrant because they don't have a social security number. This is why undocumented immigrants are significantly more likely to live like 10 heads under one roof. It's because they could only get one roof. It's really hard to get roofs. So when they're actively participating in the supply side of the housing market more than citizens, and actively participating in the demand side of the housing market less than citizens, they amount to a downward pressure on the pricing of houses. They don't inflate the pricing of houses. They do the opposite.
Okay, so supply and demand, right, Dean?
Supply and demand.
Okay, so under the Biden administration, there was roughly 6,800 to 7,500 encounters a day. So under supply and demand, we'd have to build that many houses per day just to house those people.
Already wrong. You're off to a bad start. Encounters are not crossings. Already wrong.
Okay, so...
You're fucking fired. You're fired. You've already messed it all up.
Okay, encounters, Dean. Encounters.
I know, not encounters. Encounters are good things. That's when they encounter an undocumented immigrant and say, "Hey, skedaddle."
Just saying, Dean. You and I both know it. The numbers are there.
The numbers
Supply and
aren't
demand.
there. You tried to give me the numbers and you failed in your first breath.
Okay, what are the numbers then? That's why I asked you. You do this for a job. This is your career, right?
Yeah.
How many undocumented immigrants came through the border each day under Biden's administration?
Pew Research says around 4 million over the total 4 years, for a total of now 11 million undocumented immigrants in the country.
Okay, so 11 million. So we have to make 11 million houses just to have those people have a home.
Oh,
That doesn't even
you're already
count.
wrong again. Because
said 11
you're
million,
already wrong again. That's assuming that every undocumented immigrant would need to live in a new house. The first thing that you're not accounting for would be is that many of these undocumented immigrants are families. Families typically live under the same roof. The second thing that you're not accounting for is that many undocumented immigrant families happen to live with other undocumented families because it's hard to get more than one roof. In fact, it's hard to get just one roof. The third thing that you're not accounting for here is that houses that are already built. The fifth thing that you're not accounting for here is houses that are already built that are actively failing to find tenants to rent them. The sixth thing that you're accounting for here is houses that are already built that are actively trying to find somebody to own them. So for these 6 reasons, it seems to be the case that your improper evaluation of their expected impact on the housing market is bullshit.
It's renting. It's not owning. They can't buy a home, Dean.
They
But also,
they can in like sub 1% of scenarios. That's why I added it on, because it's not technically impossible.
yeah. So let's just be realistic here. Let's say 10% of those people need housing. 10%. That's still 111,000 houses that are being taken up, Dean.
Yeah. And when we consider that every 1 out of 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant building millions of houses across this country, bada boom, bada bang. Love it.
Get them out of here. Get them out of here.
Even if it makes houses more expensive.
It would not make it more expensive.
So
You agree,
if,
supply
how about
and
this?
demand.
Hypothetically,
You agree on supply and demand.
yeah,
Take
yeah, and
11
they
million
input
people
more on
out.
the supply side than they do on the demand
They have
side.
to fill those. They have to fill those 11.
And they also
million
have to
people's
build
spots.
those houses, right?
'Kay,
Without
Dean,
them, we would
Dean.
be building less houses because we would see a labor shortage in the immediate supply chain impact of construction. But let me ask you this question. If undocumented immigrants brought the pricing of houses down, would you still support mass deportation?
I don't believe illegal citizens.
That's not the question
should
that I
be
asked
here
you.
at all.
Okay, so
I disagree
how about this?
with anything that has to do with a benefit
Hypothetically,
from an
hypothetically,
illegal immigrant.
if they did not hurt the economy at all, would you still agree with mass deportation?
Yes, I don't believe that illegal immigrants should be in the country at all.
So under the circumstance that they don't hurt the economy at all and they actively help it in all senses, why would you argue that they should be removed?
Because they should fight for their citizenship just like the other people in this country have to become a citizen, and they should go through that process.
So
and they
then
should
why
do
don't
it
we
the
just
right
give
way.
them that fight? Why don't we just give them that fight? We
I
say,
agree.
hey,
I think we
you
should
could
have
stay
an
here. Well,
easier
just
outlet.
one second. No, how about this? How about we give them that fight? How about we say, hey, you guys could stay here if you start this process of mass amnesty to become a citizen or resident, starting that fight. Would you be okay with that?
I agree that it should be easier for people to become citizens in America.
Can you just
I've heard of horror stories.
Can you just answer my question?
Dean, I am answering. I'm just not doing it the way you want me to.
I just want to know if you'd be okay with keeping them here if they want to start that fight for residency or citizenship.
Yes, I would love to have citizens, just people that are migrating from their country to America, so long as they believe in our Constitution, like believe in the way that we live life, right? Like
Believe in the
if they come from a third,
Constitution?
hold on, can I please finish, or do you want to just keep cutting me off, Dean?
No, you're all good, bro.
Okay, if they come from like a third world country, you know what I'm saying? Because they have a different life over there. It's like culture shock. It's hard to migrate.
Yeah. No, I get you. Can I ask you a question just to better understand your view?
Oh, okay, Dean.
So, like, if there's one of these, like, people, right? Barely, right? I mean, that's what you think.
You're phrasing
right?
it in a
no.
nasty way.
Listen. I might be in agreeing with you here, right? One of these people coming from one of these third world countries, and they've, like, for instance, had a court, like, find them guilty of sexual abuse. Like, they're held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Like, you know, like, they don't really, like, we could find, like, tweets where they're, like, saying that we should, like, get rid of the Constitution and whatnot. Should they be able to legally immigrate into a country, or should we just deny them at the border because they don't share our values?
You are pivoting.
No, I'm asking you a clarifying question
hard,
about your view.
bro.
So if, like, there's one of these immigrants, one of these people, and they don't share values, a court's determined
Dean,
that
you're
they've raped a
reaching
woman.
right now, bro. Let's stay on
I'm not
topic.
reaching. I'm asking, dude, this is literally, you just got done saying, okay, that we should allow immigration from non-third world countries for immigrants who share our values. Okay, so if
I
there's an
didn't
immigrant
say-
from
I
one of
didn't
these
say that.
third world countries that doesn't share
Never said
values because a court's determined that they raped somebody, okay, should they be allowed to legally immigrate into America?
If they were convicted of a crime and they were found guilty in the court of law, no, they shouldn't be allowed over
Okay,
here.
so if they were found guilty in a court, right?
In the court of law, if they were found guilty, yes, they should not be over here.
Okay, sounds perfect. So then why do you think somebody found guilty of that crime in a court of law
There's the pivot. Love it.
should be president.
Because he wasn't found guilty in the court of law, he was found civilly liable.
Okay, so define the word guilt.
Well, he wasn't. It was a civil case. It wasn't.
I know. Can you answer the question? Can you define the word guilty?
Guilty would be you did it.
Oh yeah, and civil liability means what? You did it.
Do you want me to read the definition of civilly liable?
It means to be held and found responsible for, which is a synonym for you did it.
Okay. Do you want me to read what civilly liable means?
Sure. So the definition of liability will just mean
it means
to be
you
found
are
responsible for in a civil court.
It means you're legally responsible for causing harm, loss, or breach of duty.
There you go. Responsible for.
So
being responsible for something is a synonym for doing something.
Okay, that's fine. They could be synonyms, but they're different things. They could be synonyms all they want. They're different things. One is in a court of law, right?
If they're synonyms, then they're not different.
What?
Because a synonym are two words that mean the same thing.
They are alike. That's what a synonym is.
Cinnamon?
Synonym.
There you go.
No, I can talk.
Okay, so a court found Trump liable or guilty for raping a woman. There's no way he should be anywhere near the Oval, considering the fact that if he was an immigrant, you think he shouldn't even be allowed to enter into the country. Prove me wrong.
He wasn't found guilty in the court of law. He was found civilly liable. That's the difference.
Which still means that
one
he
was in
did
civil.
rape a
One
woman.
was in civil court. One was in civil court, and
so because it still means that he raped a woman, regardless of the semantics, you still shouldn't be allowed to be president.
We weren't there. We just know what we see, right? We know what we hear. We know what we see. Nobody was there.
Yeah. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Were you there for Jesus's resurrection?
No, I was not there for Jesus'
okay. So you
resurrection.
can't believe that Jesus resurrected.
I can believe what I want to believe, just like you can believe what you want to believe.
Okay, but it seems like your beliefs are contradictory, per se.
Do you believe
because
in
you just
Jesus
got done
Christ as
telling
your
us.
Lord and
One
Savior,
moment. I believe in you allowing me to finish my sentence. It seems that your beliefs are contradictory, per se, because you just got done saying how you won't believe that Trump raped Eugene Carroll because you weren't there, right? So therefore, this suggests that you operate off of this principle that you only believe things that you were there for. And clearly, Jesus' resurrection would fall outside of this principle. No. Okay, so you do believe in things that you weren't there for. So then why don't you believe the court that found Trump guilty of raping Eugene Carroll?
Because he's a famous man. He's a multimillionaire. There's a lot of false allegations that happen.
Okay, really?
Yeah,
Well-known
there's literally
and really
songs
rich.
made
So is
after
Diddy
him. Obviously,
innocent?
That's pretty famous.
So is Diddy innocent?
I don't know. I can't.
but he's famous
I'm not
and
even
rich.
educated. I'm not even educated.
But he's famous
on
and
the Diddy
rich.
case.
But he's famous and rich. Was Epstein innocent?
I'm not fully educated on the Epstein.
You
thing,
can't say
so
Epstein was guilty?
I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you that I'm not educated on it.
Listen, I understand that you're telling us that you're not educated on the
I'm not a
case.
lawyer.
Oh, I understand that you're not a lawyer. But can you say Epstein was guilty?
Okay, Epstein was guilty, Dean. Are you happy?
Was Epstein rich?
Yes.
Is Epstein
was
like
rich.
really infamous? A lot of people know him.
I mean, I've never heard of him until he got in trouble personally.
Right, and then after he got in trouble, there's a bunch of
are we
interviews
on
with
this
victims.
conversation
But even
where we're
before he
talking
got
about
in trouble, I mean, he was
illegal
friends with Prince Andrew and shit, and Michael Jackson. So clearly he was famous. Okay, got it. So therefore, you can't just say that Trump is innocent and the court was wrong because he was famous and rich. So why do you doubt the court that found him guilty of raping a woman?
I don't doubt it or believe it. I just don't. It's it's whatever to me. I don't know. I
You
can't
don't know?
speak on that because I don't know.
Okay, well, I'll help you know. Would
He
you like
wasn't
me to share
found
the...
guilty in the court of law. If he was found guilty in the court of law, it would be a total different circumstance. You know what I mean? It would be an actual punishment. He would be in prison, right?
So that's
obviously
being
he would be in
found
trouble.
guilty in a criminal court. So being found guilty in a civil court
committing a crime, which
means you
rape
just have
is
to pay a bunch of money.
grape is a crime, right?
It's also a civil offense. All crimes are also civil offenses. You could sue somebody for committing a crime.
Dean. And that's fine, Dean. But
So would
all
you
I'm
like to know
saying
the evidence that he raped her? So you could be caught up to date on the case. How about
we
this?
were talking about illegal immigrants.
I know,
and
but
now
I'm
we're
just
talking
so
about
this
what
is
you wanna
a
talk
point to
about.
demonstrate your hypocrisy.
You're trying to
because
discredit
if
me
Trump was
because
an
I
immigrant,
smoked
listen,
you. I
yes,
smoked
yes,
you in the
yes.
immigration.
You
And now you're
totally
pivoting
smoked
to
me.
this.
Yeah,
I
totally.
did.
Yeah,
I
know.
did.
Just because you say something doesn't make it true. You got ate up there. You're gonna get eaten up here
Same for
too.
you, Dean.
And the
Same
reason
for
which I
you.
say that, I know, because I actually don't say things with an assumption that they're true by default because I say them. I prove them with evidence.
Illegal
like here I am,
immigrants can't use
actively
Medicaid.
asking you to if I could give you the evidence, and you won't even hear it out. But to clarify, no, this isn't even a pivot, because the point that I'm conceptually demonstrating here to you, my friend, is that if Trump was an immigrant, you wouldn't even let him in the country. The last thing that you said about the immigration topic was that we need to ensure people that we're allowing to immigrate into America share our values, Mr. Cinnamon, okay? Right? And Donald Trump doesn't share our values. If he was an immigrant, you wouldn't let him in. But because he's a U.S. citizen, you made him president. A court found him guilty for raping a woman. He publicly boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. He took pride in it. He found it funny.
Play the video. Play the video. Let's talk about it. Play the video.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good, buddy.
Play the video, bud.
I also got a couple people to thank on Venmo, PayPal, and Super Chat. I see y'all. I'm going to be doing that here in a moment. You guys have been very, very kind to me. If you do want to support me, if you do want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over in the elsewhere. And Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Let's go to take a listen.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I heard backstage. I heard dressing. I heard dresses. Where do you say dressing room? Where do you say I go in a dressing room?
Yeah. You said that he went into dressing rooms by referring to
You said he went
rooms.
into dressing rooms, brother.
I did.
You said that.
I did say that he said that. Yeah.
Where did he say that?
Sure. Yeah, he said that he went into dressing rooms by referring
Backstage.
I'm trying
Backstage
to...
is not a dressing room, brother.
Okay, so the dressing rooms are backstage.
Who said that? How'd you come to that conclusion?
Trump said that.
Where did he say that?
Sure.
Where did he say that?
When he referred to dressing rooms by describing them, you could refer to things by describing them. That's actually where definitions of words come from.
Sounds like you're coming to your own little.
No, that's just how language works. I'll listen.
Really?
I'll describe to you. Yeah, he referred to dressing rooms, the semantic content of what a dressing room is, by describing
saying that
a dressing
people were
room.
getting dressed backstage. He was referring to a dressing room.
I'll tell you how. So he referred to dressing rooms by point number one, saying that he'd enter into a space where men aren't allowed. Okay, no men are anywhere. He had to break a rule to get in. We know that because at the end of the clip he said he got away with it. Point number two, in order to get in, he had to abuse the fact that he was the owner of the pageant, and he had to abuse the fact of doing this fictitious inspection.
You have a whole script because you said the same thing to another TikToker who
these facts don't change. See, that's the thing.
Your script
for the same reason,
still wrong.
Right? Okay. Well, I'll give you your opportunity to prove it wrong as soon as I'm done. Now, can you back off and let me finish?
Yeah, sure. Go. You love finishing, Dean. You love finishing.
Good boy. And I bet your girlfriend would too, but she wouldn't know because you've never made her. But
dude, I pipe her out,
too. Anyways, to finish what I was saying. So yeah, when I say that Donald Trump said he walked into dressing rooms, I mean it, because you could refer to the semantic content of a thing such as dressing rooms by describing the dressing room. He described a dressing room by point number one saying that he went into a space where men weren't allowed. No men are anywhere, and he wasn't allowed in. He was breaking a rule by entering, and we know that because at the end of the clip, he said that he'd get away with it. Point number two, because inside of this space, there were a bunch of women that were naked and changing. He didn't see any stagehands, just a bunch of women that were naked and changing. Okay, they usually get changed in dressing rooms. Point number three, the fact that he said in order, when he said no clothes. Point number three, in order to get into this space, he had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant under the guise of doing a fictitious inspection. So all of these things describe dressing rooms, not a general backstage area. And the reason why I say that is because if it was a general backstage area, well, then he wouldn't have to abuse his position of power as the owner under the lie of doing an inspection to get in. If it was a general backstage area, well, then he wouldn't have just expected to see a bunch of women that were naked and changing. You'd see the stagehands, you'd see the assistants, and point number three, you'd also expect to see some men. But he said not only are men not allowed in there, because at the end of the clip, he broke a rule to get in, he got away with it, but there were no men anywhere. And point number four, and this is the largest point here, is every single woman and girl who remembers this happening to them all said that it happened to them in the dressing rooms. Even
they all
women,
said that? How many women said that?
Every single woman and girl who remembered this happening to them said this, including the women that were actively defending him.
How many?
10
How
to
many
13.
women said that it happened? No. How many women said that it happened, Dean?
Women and girls total like 10 to 13, somewhere around there.
And how many said it didn't happen, Dean?
Nobody said that it didn't happen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nobody said it didn't happen.
Yeah. There was a couple that said it didn't happen to them. Nobody that said it didn't happen at all. A couple of them that said they don't remember it happening to them. Nobody that said it didn't happen at all.
You love reading between
but nobody
the lines,
said that
and
it
yet
did
you can't read
happen
between those
inside of a general backstage area.
Backstage. That's a dressing room?
No one
Have you ever
said
been
that.
backstage before, Dean?
I've never been backstage before, no.
Of anywhere? Because I know you're not like that beautiful, right? They probably wouldn't let you into like something like a beauty pageant.
Would you like to turn your camera
just
on?
Backstage anywhere.
Would you like to turn your camera on?
You want me to turn my camera on, Dean?
Sure. If you're going to talk about the way that I look, I want to talk about the way that you look. It's only fair, right? Turn it off! Turn it off! Bro, no, I changed my mind. Bro. Turn that shit off. Turn that shit off, dog. Turn that shit off, bro. No. You don't get on. Listen, I'll turn it off. Listen, I'll turn it off for you, bro. All right, just continue with the argument.
Not your type, Dean?
Just don't worry about it, bro. Just no.
Call me ugly?
Yeah, just continue with the argument, bro. I turned that shit off for you.
Dean, am I not your type? Am I just not the man for you?
Yuck. Just continue the argument, please. Oh my god.
You got me, Dean. You got me, dude.
Sub 3 trying to say I'm not good looking.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Go ahead, continue the argument.
Yeah, you're like 5'4", Dean.
Okay.
You know that, right?
Feel free to lie about my height to make yourself feel better.
How tall are you, Dean?
I'm
How tall are
5'9".
Oh, 5'9". I'm so sorry, dude. Short kings exist, brother. You're a short king, brother.
What are you, 6'1", 6'2"?
Yes, Dean.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how does it feel being able to touch the top of a door frame but not being able to pass a 4th grade math test?
Oh, I didn't.
That's wicked. That's fucking wicked. Oh, that's wicked.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's crazy, dude. It's so insane.
You know what? I'm actually going to go thank a couple people. Hey, thank you so fucking much for the $300 super chat. Kathy, thank you so much for the love, Kathy. That is legitimately insane. Thank you so fucking much. That is so much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. Thank you so much, Kathy. You are so fucking kind. I want to see 3,000 Kathy W's for the $300 donation. Thank you so much for the love. And that is Kathy with a C. Kathy with the $300 says, what do you think of Polis commuting Miss Peter sentence? We were talking about this on Parker's live stream. Bro, fuck Polis. He is a center right-leaning idiot. He is the Fetterman of Colorado, and I hate him. Thank you so much for the $300, Kathy. You are legitimately insane. That is so fucking kind of you. Mike, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Let's also get 300 W's for Mike, who says, why is it always the immigrants and not the American companies and the American citizens that own these companies that are hiring them not in trouble? Well, it's because they're white, right? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much, Mike. Thank you so much, King, for the $20, who says that motherfucker is getting 0 dates. Bro, he's chopped as hell. I wasn't going to say anything because it's like low-key bullying, but he's chopped as fuck, dude. Thank you for the $20. Camp with the 10 says, warning, caller's face may cause self-inflicted blindness. Camp, you sent that before. You're a fucking prophet. Mary, thank you for the $10, who says he may have owned the pageants, but he didn't own the women, and infuriates me that these men assume ownership of women's bodies. I know, because they're insane, right? That's just the MAGA worldview. They're all lunatics. Thank you guys so much for the love. Same thing to you, Logan. Thank you for the $20, who says, let him cook, let him cook, let him cook. It amazes me how many MAGAs will scramble to come up with an argument to defend a rapist. It's unreal. Because they all suck, bro. They're all stinky as shit, man. Thank you so much for that love and support. You are awesome. Thank you so much for the love and support, you guys. You know what, in fact, real quick, Fifth, do you think that I could get a quick W from you for, like, specifically Kathy for the $300 donation? Can you say W, Kathy?
W, Kathy, bro. W's.
Good boy. Laken, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. That is Layken. Laken with the 20 says, I know doing this is hard for you, but thank you so much. We love you, and I learned something every day from you. Thank you, Laken. You are awesome. Let's get 200 Laken W's. Sammy, thank you for the 20. Who says, this is the most annoyingly circular argument in a while. It's not because they broke the law, it's because he's racist. Probably. Thank you for the $20, Sammy. Let's get 200 Sammy W's down below. Jay, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, yo, Dean, me and my wife, we finally get to listen to you live for once. These people defending rape culture, and it's horrifying. We love you, dog. Love you too, Jay. And yeah, it is fucking horrifying. I agree. Brianna, thank you for the $10. Who says, love listening to you. Thank you, Brianna. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Daniela, thank you for the $20. She says, hey, I watch your lives daily from New Orleans. I love that, Danielle. Let's get to it at Danielle W's down below in that comment section. I fucking love that. And then one more person to thank on Venmo for now. This comes from Miss Donna on Venmo with a $25 donation. Thank you, Donna. That is so fucking kind of you. Donna with the 25 says, hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. You fight for this country. One small edit. Trump didn't look at the picture of Marla Maples and think it was E. Jean Carroll. It was the other way around. Ooh, thank you so much for that correction, Donna. That is a small correction, but it is a necessary one. Over on PayPal, thank you, Emily, Emmili, for the $30 donation, who says, genuinely only a face that a mother could love. No wonder he supports Trump. I appreciate you for the $30, Emily. SJ, thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to you. And Vanessa, thank you for the $11. Welcome back into the live, and I hope you had fun at that festival. Thank you, Vanessa. Crystal, thank you for the $15, who says, doctor here, less than 1% of state-funded emergency funds is used by undocumented immigrants. Nothing Trump changed, and the big beautiful bill changed this. Well, thank you for the information, Crystal, and shout out to you. Love the fact that you're a doctor. That is awesome. And Vanessa, thank you for another $30 donation, who says, thank you for the advice earlier. Would be wondering if you're willing to consider doing a Q&A for people that want to learn how to debate. You know what? I do need to do a Q&A soon. I promise it's coming. Thank you so very much for the $27 donation, Vanessa. Thank you so much, everybody, for all of the love and support. If you want to support me, once again, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere, and right there, Dean Withers without Dean Withers. Thank you guys so much. Show some massive love to all the donors down below. Now, Fifth, would you mind responding to the different data points that I gave you to describe to you how we know that this was a dressing room based upon A, the things that Trump said in the clip, and based upon B, the fact that every woman who remembers this happening to them said that it happened in a dressing room, even those defending him? Not a single person ever said that this just happened in a general backstage area.
Yo, guys, if y'all want to learn how to debate like Dean, all you guys got to do, you just got to pivot. You got to mute the person who's talking against you. You know what I mean? You got to let them not talk, especially if it's making sense. Starts making sense, cut that off. You got to personally insult them as well. You don't forget to do that. You got to personally insult them, and you'll end up winning. Okay, get back to it, Dean. He never said dressing room, brother. Just because you want him to say dressing room doesn't mean he said dressing room. I don't know what else to tell you there, bud.
Okay, that's like the only counter argument. Sounds good. So I have a question.
Sure, Dean. Give me a hypothetical. You love them. Give it.
Sure I do. If I tell you that I'm sitting on a sturdy 2x2 foot wooden plank affixed to the ground with 4 3-foot wooden legs with sturdy back support up to my shoulders, am I telling you that I'm sitting in a chair?
Could be a bench, brother. Could be a bench.
Benches are typically long, like 2x6 planks. I said a 2x2 plank. So it couldn't be a bench.
Could be anything. As a matter of fact, it could be whatever your mind desires, Dean. As a matter of fact.
So can you start being genuine?
Why do you do this? Why do you switch to hypotheticals to try to twist people into believing what you're saying when it's this simple?
Because they demonstrate
say dressing room.
And
did he say dressing room?
He never explicitly said dressing room in the same way I never explicitly said chair, right?
So do you want to move on now?
No,
or do you want to
because
continue?
Because the chair example proves my point.
The chair doesn't prove your point. You're using a completely different argument to defend your position.
So, no, it is a conceptually related hypothetical to prove a point or to defend my position. And I'll show you the conceptual relevance as soon as you can answer the question.
What does a chair have to do with what somebody says or doesn't say?
Yes, because it demonstrates the point that we could refer to the semantic content of a thing by describing the thing compared to just explicitly calling the thing what it is. This is actually
What's
just
a woman, Dean?
This is how language works in general. I'll have a conversation with you about what a woman is as soon as we're done having this conversation about Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms. So this is actually the way that definitions of words work. So we can't use a word in the definition of a word. So like, for instance, if we were to define the word woman, like from your perspective, you think a woman is an adult human female. It's your definition of the word woman. So if somebody were to say adult human female, okay, you know that they're talking about a woman from your perspective, even though they never used the word woman. So even though Donald Trump never explicitly said dressing rooms, okay, he was referring to dressing rooms by defining dressing rooms. And this is the point that I'm trying to get across the line with my chair hypothetical.
Backstage?
And
he
we
was
could
just referring to being the backstage?
Right, and that what if is something that we can rule out. I've already done that process 4 times now, but you just weren't listening. So I just want you to first concede to the fact that we can refer to things without explicitly calling the thing what it is, but rather by giving a description of what the thing is. And I feel
I
like my
agree-
chair
I
hypothetical
agree
here is
that
a really
you-
good
you can
example.
believe-
So I'm just going to ask you it again. So if I tell you that I'm sitting on a 2x2 foot plank sturdily affixed to the ground, okay, with 4 legs and sturdy back support to my shoulders, am I telling you that I'm sitting in a chair?
Could be.
What else could it be?
It could be a bench.
But benches are not 2x2. They're typically 2x6 or longer.
Who made that a rule, brother?
Society is just the way that we use the phrase bench. Benches refer to things that are typically maybe
Dean,
a
it's
foot
a
or
chair.
two off the ground.
Can we move on now? Can we move
Okay.
on? It's a chair, brother. Can
It's a
we
chair.
move on? Can we
So-
move on?
Okay. So
This is
where in
pitiful at this
so where in
point,
that
you know what I
description
mean?
did I ever use the word chair?
You didn't, Dean. You didn't use the description chair, Dean.
Wait, but I told you I sat in a chair without using the word chair. So why can't Donald Trump
Yeah.
tell us he went into dressing rooms without using the phrase dressing rooms?
If that's what you want to believe, you can believe what you want to believe. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, can you answer the question?
Yeah, I just did. You can believe what you want to believe.
Oh, no, I don't want to. You can
it.
believe what you want to believe. No, I legitimately want you to answer this question from your perspective. Because this whole time you've been railing hard, saying that I can't say he said he walked into dressing rooms because he never explicitly said dressing rooms. But
I
now
didn't
you're
say
saying
you
that
can't say
you.
that.
But now you're saying that I
I'm saying you can
that I
believe
said
what
I was
you
sitting in a
wanna
chair,
believe.
even though I never explicitly used the word chair.
I'm explaining to you, Dean, that you can believe what you want to believe.
Okay, so this is concession that I'm right. This is a concession that I'm right because you can no longer defend the premise. Thank you for conceding that Donald Trump can say he
I'm
was
right.
walking into dressing rooms without explicitly saying dressing rooms. Thank you for the concession. Genuinely.
Yeah, if you want to believe what you want to believe, like I said.
Can you argue against it? Yes or no? Can you argue against it?
Yeah, did he say dressing room?
Well, he referred to dressing rooms the same way I referred to chairs. I thought that we just went through this.
Did he say dressing room? Just
No,
like
in the
said,
same
it
way
could
I
be a
never
bench.
quote unquote explicitly said chair.
And just like
but you said I was
it could be
telling
a
you I said
bench.
not a chair.
It could be a bench.
But it could have been a bench because benches are like
Okay.
2 feet off the ground and they exist as 2x6 long wooden planks with backing. A chair specifically would refer to something maybe a little bit higher off the ground, although it could be lower, that is more like boxy, more like 2x2 wooden plank with wooden back support. So once again, now that you've accepted that we could refer to things without saying the explicit word of what they are, by the way, that's exactly how definitions work. This is just a rule of language. Let's go through how Donald Trump referred to dressing rooms. He referred to dressing rooms by saying in order to get into the space, he had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant under the guise of doing a false inspection. If it was a general backstage area, he wouldn't have to do this. The second thing that he said to refer to them as dressing rooms was by saying that men weren't allowed, saying that no men are anywhere, saying that he broke a rule by entering in, saying that he got away with it. Okay, we would expect maybe some men to be back there if it was a backstage area, and we wouldn't expect there to be a rule that men aren't allowed in a general backstage area. The fourth thing he said in reference to these dressing rooms was saying that, well, when he walked into the space, there was just a bunch of naked women changing. Okay, that's unexpected from a backstage area. Okay, also the fact that there were only naked women changing, not like stagehands around, that's almost impossible in a backstage area, so this is definitely a dressing room. And then, of course, the final nail in the coffin here that verifies and proves everything I just said, that this was indeed something that took place in dressing rooms, was the fact that every single woman and every single girl who remembers this happening to them said that it happened in the dressing rooms, including the women who defended Trump, saying that he did nothing wrong. Okay? So your argument's cooked. Let's go ahead and drop it with repeating, where did he say dressing rooms? Because you could refer to things without using the phrase, and go ahead and concede or give a counter argument against a single pillar of my position.
He never said dressing rooms.
Now respond to my counter argument.
Dean, I already have. I just did. But I'm like less
Wait.
talkative.
I have a question. How is saying that he never said dressing rooms, like address the 4 things that he did say, which makes it obvious they were dressing rooms, or that second-hand verification, because every woman that remembers this happening to them said that it happened inside of the dressing rooms.
Dean, do you get dressed in your bedroom, in your living room, like in other rooms? Like, is that possible? Or do you only get dressed in one room?
It's possible. Now, how does this respond to the 4 different points that I made to demonstrate how he was explicitly referring to the dressing rooms?
Something on backstage does not mean that it's a dressing room.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, now respond to the other 3 points. Now respond to the other 3 points. Now respond to the other 3 points.
What other 3 points, Dean?
Oh, I've already said them 4 times and you can't remember them? You're fucking lost, buddy.
You just talk so much.
Okay, because somebody needs 5 words in crayon on paper. So the first reason is, well, if it was just a general backstage area, then why were there no men anywhere?
I can't answer that. I wasn't there.
Oh, I know. You can't answer that because it debunks your theory.
It's a beauty
If it's just
pageant,
a general
so-
backstage area where men work, as stagehands, as production crew because it was televised, as assistants, so on and so forth. Next question.
pageant.
If it was just a general backstage area, then why did Donald Trump have to abuse his position of power as the owner under the guise of doing a fake inspection to get in?
Because he's the owner. He can do whatever he wants. You know what I mean?
No, he
Like,
said the only
owns
reason why
building.
he was allowed to go in is because he's the owner.
Exactly.
Right? And he had to
owns
do
the
a fake
building.
inspection.
Just like, do you own your house, Dean?
Yeah,
Or do you
but now
rent?
why? But now why would
Do
he
you
have to
rent or do
abuse
you
the fact
own?
that he was
Dean,
the
do
owner?
you
One
rent
moment.
or do you
I
own?
rent. Now why does he have
Okay,
to
so
abuse the
can your
fact that he's
landlord
the
just
owner
come into
and do
your
a fake
house?
inspection to get in? Like, answer me
Can your
this: can we
landlord come
admit?
into your
Can we
house
admit that
with
if
a
it was a
fake
general? Can
inspection?
we admit that if it was a general backstage area? By the way, no, he couldn't. Can we admit that if it was a general backstage area, he wouldn't have to lie about doing an inspection to get in, right?
First off, your landlord would be able to come into your home if they had to do something like fix your dishwasher or fix something. And you
So
weren't
there's
home,
very
they would
specific
come in and
renter
fix
laws.
it.
They can't just barge in whenever they want.
No,
now,
there
can
is,
you
but
answer my
that's part of
question?
it. That's
Can
part
you
of it,
answer my
so-
question? Can you answer my question?
What would you like me to say, Dean? What would
Okay,
make you just be
dude,
like,
he's
okay.
playing perfectly dumb because he knows that he's cooked. You know what? We're just gonna go ahead and hop
You're gonna run away?
the silver bullet here. What do you make of this? This is Miss Tasha Dixon, who is Miss USA from Arizona in 2001.
Came
Nice.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the...
What do you make of that?
Dean, I saw you like a year ago. I was walking down the street and you punched me in the face, dude.
Okay,
Do you remember
so,
that?
So you just don't believe it because it's just words.
I'm just saying that anybody can say anything. Like I
Right,
don't
but
think
but
that
like
we should just
hypothetically,
believe everything.
But
right?
like hypothetically, like a couple years prior, I said I did punch somebody in the face walking down Main Street, and then you said it was you. Like, doesn't it increase the probability that it happened?
No, I'm just saying if you were to punch me in the face or not determines on who was there and who knew. Correct?
Who was there and who knew, or determine if
Exactly,
I did that
like
would be the
witnesses,
evidence.
like witnesses.
Okay,
correct?
okay, yeah, sure. So if there's like another like 10 witnesses.
No, what I'm saying is, if a bunch of people say that you punched me in the face, Dean, but you didn't, does that mean it's true?
Well, if a bunch of people said that I did it and I said that I did it, it would make it true.
That's not what I asked. I asked if a bunch of people said that you did it and you didn't do it, would that be true?
Oh, well, I mean, it would be in some scenarios. It wouldn't be in others. But like definitely, if a bunch of people said that I did it and I also said that I did it, then it would make it true.
Dean, oh my God, just answer the question. If you
I did.
didn't
In some
punch
scenarios
me
it would,
the
in some
face,
scenarios it
and a
other.
bunch of people say that you punched me in the face,
Oh,
did
wait.
you punch me in the
So
face?
we're operating off of the pre-assumption that it didn't happen? Then it wouldn't make it true.
I'm operating on an assumption of
That it didn't
people
happen.
can say what they want to say doesn't always make it true. Just because a lot of people say a certain thing doesn't mean that it is absolutely true.
Okay, but if I admit to it, then it does.
If you were to say you punched me in the face, yeah.
Right,
I
like
would
Trump
say
said
you
that he'd
punched me in
walk
the
in and
face.
look at them all while they're naked. Yeah.
Backstage. When did he say he
backstage.
looked at
Of course. But because
when did
like
he
you
say
forgot.
he looked at them naked.
Oh, when
When
he said
did
that they have no
say
clothes on. When he said that they have no clothes on. You
Replay
idiot.
that clip.
You
Replay
fucking
that clip
you fucking
for
donut. This dude is a
Yeah,
droid, man.
replay the clip.
This dude's a
Replay
straight
the
up.
clip
I
for
got you.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
You're a fucking droid. You're getting danced on. You fucking pig. You're getting absolutely danced on.
Man, you okay, Dean?
Oh
You're
yeah,
really
I have a
mad.
smile on my face.
You sound really mad. Do you have?
No, dude, I'm happy as shit. I'm feeling it, dude.
Do you have a girlfriend, Dean?
Yeah, I do. Don't worry. It's nice. You'll get there one day, right? But now, can you respond to the fact that you said he never said that they had no clothes on, and you just said that they have no clothes on?
No, you said naked.
Yeah, which is what you are when you have no clothes on. You fucking droid. Oh my god, dude. This guy's an idiot, bro. Fucking idiot, Maxine. Oh my goodness.
Are you in love with me, Dean? You sound like you're in love. Like it's tearing you apart.
What is this? Wait, now that I'm shitting on him this hard, now he's pivoting to "Are you in love with me, Dean?" Bro, take this
You
to me
pivoted in the
seriously,
beginning.
man.
We were talking about a little.
Wait, now he's admitting to pivoting? He's admitting to pivoting now? Enough! Enough!
Dean, you
Respond
were
to the point.
pivoting.
I have a question. When you have
You
no
were
clothes on, are you
pivoting.
naked?
since the beginning. So
Oh,
who's
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
coward
yeah, yeah,
here?
yeah, yeah. Says the guy that just asked
And
me if
then
I'm in
keep
love
talking
with
over
him
me.
after I proved to him that
Keep
when you're
talking
naked, you have no
over me,
clothes on.
But I'm right. You were
What
the
are you right
first
about?
person-
Specifically, what are you right about? Were you
We were
right
talking
when?
about
Well, I have a question. I have
illegal
a question.
immigration.
I have a question. Were you right when you said that he never said that they had no clothes on? Were you
We
right
were
about
talking
that?
about illegal.
No. Answer my
immigration,
question.
and
Were you
pivoted.
right? No. I don't know why you're dodging. Were you right when you said that he never said
dodging
that
the
they
whole
have no
time,
clothes on? Were you right about that?
Dean, you pivoted.
Oh
when
my
we were
God, he
talking
can't
about
do it. He can't do it. He can't do it. Bro, your brain's broken. Stand 10 toes down on it. You asked me less than 45 seconds ago to show you where in the clip he said that they were naked. I played the clip where he says they have no clothes on. And then you're like, well, he didn't say they were naked. And then I said, you're a fucking idiot. When you have no clothes on, you are naked. And now you can't handle it. So you're like accusing me of pivoting. You're asking me if I'm in love with you. Listen, do you agree or do you disagree that when you have no clothes on, you are naked?
I think you're in love with me personally.
He can't do it. Do you agree or do you disagree that when you have no clothes on, you are naked?
Do you agree that you pivoted?
He can't do it. Do you agree or do you disagree that when you have no clothes on, you are naked?
Dean, what do you
You're
want me to say?
stumbling. I want you to say what you
buddy?
think. Do you agree
am.
or
I'm
do
saying
you
what I think, but
disagree?
it's not good enough. I'm telling you that you pivoted
if when you
from
have no clothes on, you're
immigration
naked. He can't
to
do it.
sex
He can't do it. You said that he never said they were naked. I proved you wrong. Do you agree or do you disagree that
Do you
when you
agree
have
that
no
immigrants
clothes on,
can
you're
use
naked?
Medicaid?
He can't do it. Now he's going back to immigrants and Medicaid. He legitimately can't do it. I broke his fucking brain. Can we get some fucking clown emojis in the chat for this cornball? This is what happens when the MAGA man faces utter destruction. Okay, his brain's broken. He's not going to be here for debate. The last thing I'm going to say is you're an ugly fucking chud. Hopefully one day you get out of your mom's basement. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We fucked that guy up. Total annihilation. I wish that I had the Mortal Kombat KO sound because it is unreal. We just did the whole fucking like pulling the spine out of the back thing. Like, have you ever seen that Mortal Kombat KO animation? I forget which character that is. That's metaphorically what we did to that dude's fucking brain. Wow. I wonder what it's like being such a low life fucking chud. Basement dweller for sure. Gaz, thank you so much for the 10 euros over on Super Chat. Who says dressing room? Oh, sure. Specifically, what did I get cooked on?
You got cooked on everything because you were crashing out, bro.
Yeah, can you name one specific thing?
Why you smiling, bro? I'm not into guys, so why you smiling at me like that?
Okay. Oh, wow. So
Why
you
you
no
smiling
longer.
at me like that, bro?
So
I'm
you
not
want to
into
talk about this
guys.
one? You don't want to talk about the whole you got cooked thing?
You did get cooked. Look at you. You're
Yeah.
pivoting,
Sure, name
bro.
one specific
Look,
point.
You're pivoting, bro.
Oh, okay.
Look,
What did I
don't-
pivot
Bro,
from?
don't smile. Your smile is cheesy as fuck.
I don't smile. MAGA slogan for sure. I know. Don't smile. Never smile. Now, can you please answer my question? What is one specific point that I got cooked on?
You got cooked on everything, bro.
Okay,
That's
then
why you
name
kicked
one
him.
thing.
That's why you kicked him and called him a clown.
Sounds good. So name one thing.
I got cooked on everything, bro.
Okay,
Look
if I
at
got
that
cooked on
cheap-ass smile
everything,
again.
then it should be really easy to name one thing.
You got cooked on the dressing room shit.
How?
'Cause You just did, bro. Look at you. God
Just
dang,
did?
bro.
Wait,
Are
I'm
you-
so sorry. I'm
Are you
just saying
into guys?
just
Like,
did.
does my-
Wait. Let
does my
me
voice-
let me tell you something, Justin. Saying you just did
my-
get cooked
no, does
is not
my
a
voice
cogent
change-
defense of the proposition that I did get cooked. Because just as you can easily say I just quote unquote did get cooked, I can easily say I just quote unquote didn't get cooked. And then all of a sudden we're at a stalemate where we don't know if I did or did not get cooked, because just saying I did or did not get cooked does not give us any information to demonstrate or prove it. So when I'm asking you, how did I
Why
get
you
cooked on that
crashing out?
topic?
Why you
What I'm
crashing out?
specifically
Why you
asking you
crashing? Why
for
you crashing?
is the argument that I made, the defeater that
Dude,
he
why you
gave,
crashing
and my
out? Why you
inability to
crashing out?
respond to that defeater.
Why are you crashing out?
So just because you say I'm
bro.
crashing out certainly doesn't make it true. I think that you consider me describing why you're wrong to be a crash out because it makes you angry, not me.
No, I'm not angry, bro.
Okay, so then go ahead and respond to the point that I made.
What's the point you made? Look,
Oh,
cheesy
he
ass
can't
smile
even
again.
he can't even track the point that I made. Dude, we are at the bottom of the barrel with these guys. They can't even track 2 sentences. Holy moly. Listen, I'm going to go thank a couple people. They legitimately can't even track 2 sentences. Emily Ann, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. I appreciate you.
Thanking the people that aren't even existent.
Oh, yeah, I'm thanking the fake people for their donors, Justin.
Yeah, you are.
Dakota, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 250 Dakota W's. Thank you so much for that love and support, Dakota. Dakota with a $25 says, you are awesome. Thank you for leading the younger generation and doing what you do. Love hearing you debate and frying these MAGA lames. Thank you so much for that support, Dakota. Please show some love to Dakota down below.
Yeah.
Wait. The first breath you said everybody I'm thinking is fake. Now you're saying that they're not fake because they're real?
I never said they were real. What are you talking about? Oh, you're going to that anxiety pen again, huh?
Yep. Heather, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Heather, thank you so very much for that love and support. Show some love to Heather down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much, Heather. Heather with a $50 says, keep speaking up. Educate these MAGA about Darvo, deny attack, reserve victim, and offender. Well-researched tactics sexual abusers use to deflect accountability. Heather, they are all... Okay, they're all responsible for engaging in Darvo.
Nope.
They're nuts.
Nope.
Thank you for the $50, Heather. Seriously, that is a very kind donation, and I'm so very grateful for you. Let's get 500 Heather W's. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Well, evidence?
I've seen evidence. I've seen videos of you trying to drive in your Maserati with your freaking money out of the duffel bag all on the passenger seat.
Yeah, taking the PJ to Louis Vuitton in LA. Yeah, your ego's a problem.
What? My ego's not a problem, bro. What are you talking about?
Your ego's the problem.
There you go, acting like a goddamn child. Like, seriously, bro.
You know what, Justin?
You need to look in the mirror and like.
What is a child? What is
you?
I don't want to ask him that question. I'm a child.
Yeah, you act like a child too.
So do you think that 21-year-olds should be able to drink alcohol?
Even older millennial, before you even had people on here, older millennial called you out and said you look like a fucking child.
No, well, I honestly, my first response to that was...
you in your place.
My first response to you bring up the older millennial was to say, no, I made him piss his pants. But then I remembered that, no, I didn't. The cops did, like a year and a half ago.
He put you in your place and you got all mad. That's why you kicked him.
No, I didn't put him in his place. He didn't put me in his place.
Just like right now, before you got me on here, you kicked the guy before me off. Because he was putting you in your place, bro.
Yeah. Prove it.
That's the problem with you Democrats.
What specific point did I make that he was able to disprove?
No. You Democrats are all the same.
So you're just saying it.
Are all the same.
Justin, you're just saying things, buddy. You're just saying things. How about this?
No, I'm not.
What is one macroeconomic variable that Trump has made better off in the last year and a half?
Getting rid of the illegals, bro.
That's not a macroeconomic... Justin, do you know what a macroeconomic variable is?
No, and I really don't give a fuck. There you go. Typing on...
I'm going to give you the text... I'm going to give you the textbook definition. Well, actually, the textbook definition isn't that good.
I'm not interested, bro. I'm not interested.
Macroeconomic variables are economy-wide indicators used by economists to gauge the health and trajectory of the market. So, examples of a macroeconomic variable would be GDP,
I don't give a shit.
inflation.
I don't give a see. You Democrats
so
don't
what is
listen.
like one of like these macroeconomic variables like GDP?
I don't give a shit.
You don't care about the price of your groceries, Justin?
They've not gone up, bro.
Well, actually, they went up the most they have in a month in 4 years last month under Trump, according to CPI data.
Nope.
Okay, so your claim is that CPI is wrong?
The president doesn't control gas or groceries, you moron.
So the thing is
are you
that
that
war...
dense?
So the war made the price of gas go up,
bro,
and
Dean,
he started
how dense
the war.
Are you, bro? Because it's not true.
Okay, then
the
what
president doesn't control the gas prices. The governor does.
The governor of what?
The governor of the state that you're in is who controls gas.
Okay. So when a president releases all of the strategic oil reserves, saturating the market with more supply, that doesn't reduce the price of gas?
The president doesn't have anything to do with the price of gas.
So does the president have the ability to release oil reserves?
If he wants to, but he doesn't control the gas prices.
Well, that would actually influence the price of gas to go down because it would increase the supply of oil. It would because it would increase the supply of oil, and price is determined by supply and demand.
No, it's not.
That's not true, Justin? You don't think it's true that supply and demand controls the price of gas?
The president doesn't control gas prices, bro.
Well, I just gave you an example of how a president could control gas prices.
That felt good, dude. I had to do that.
These people are idiots.
No, you people are idiots.
How many continents are there?
7.
Name
them all. I ain't gonna fucking name them for you.
Do it.
Fuck you.
Do it.
No, you do it. You do it.
I'll name the first 3. You name the last 4?
No, you name them all. You want me to name them all? You name them all. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Okay. North America. What comes next?
No, you name them all. I wanna,
South America. What comes next?
I'm not naming them, bro. I'm not falling for your stupid ass
Europe.
games.
What comes next?
I'm not falling for your stupid ass games.
Africa. What comes next?
I'm not falling for your stupid ass games, bro.
Could you name the last 3?
Nope, because I'm not falling for your dumb ass
Okay,
shit.
so if I name all 7, then can I ask you a question to answer?
Depends on if I want to answer it.
Asia, Antarctica, and Australia. Okay? Those are the last 3. So I'll ask you a question now.
You want a cookie?
What's 5 times 5?
25, idiot.
Wow. And how many branches of the government are there?
I really don't give a fuck.
So you don't know?
I really don't give a fuck.
How many senators are there?
I don't give a fuck.
So you don't know. How many people are there in the House of Representatives?
I don't give a fuck.
So you don't know. I know that when you say I don't give a fuck, it means you don't know, because I primed you with an easy question, what's 5 times 5, and you answered it immediately because you did know. So what that tells me is that if you do know the answer to one of my questions, then you will answer it immediately. Like, you went from saying 5 times 5 is 25 to saying that you don't. Like, why didn't you? Why didn't you give a fuck about answering what 5 times 5 is? No, you answered it. You just said 20. But you don't give a fuck about these other questions. Joey, thank you so much for the galaxy.
If you had to, would you enlist right now?
No, I'd go to a doctor and get a false diagnosis of bone spurs to dodge the draft.
Cause you're a fucking pussy.
That's what Trump did 5 times in Vietnam War.
No,
Did you just
didn't.
call the president a pussy?
I called you a
pussy. Justin! Oh my God! You're fake MAGA! You're actually fake. No, you're fake MAGA. You're fake MAGA, Justin. You just. Where's my fucking hat? Where's my fucking hat? You traitor. You communist. You crazy liberal Democrat loving criminal. How could you? How could you? No! I'm serious, Justin. No. You just used such vulgar language to refer to the president. I can't believe you, Justin. God compel you. God compel you. Ricket the demons out of Justin's body, God. Heal him of his sins, God. Heal him of his sins, God. The devil's in him, God. The devil's in him because he's calling our prophet. He's calling our prophet a P-U-S-S-Y.
Cause that's what you are, bro.
I'm gonna tell Cash to get you. You can't say that. It's illegal to criticize Trump now.
Dude, have them knock on my door. I don't give a fuck. They ain't gonna show up, bro. You know how many times you guys been fucking saying that shit to us Republicans? Let them fucking show up. I got something for their ass.
What would you have for
I'm
them?
fucking scared of them showing up, bro. I ain't scared of nobody.
What do you have for them?
Don't worry about what I got for them.
Are you threatening federal agents? Daniel Larson got like 20 years in jail for that, by the way.
Sure. And
like, that's like super duper illegal, by the way. Like super duper
I never made a fucking threat, bro.
Yeah, listen, anyways, Justin, listen, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm happy that we could change your mind, you know.
Why don't you go shut the fuck up, because you didn't change my life, pussy.
But, buddy, we did. You called the president a PUSSY.
No, you didn't.
We changed your mind.
No, I called you a pussy.
No, you called people who dodged the draft a PUSSY. I'm ex-MAGA. W's for Justin in the chat. We changed his mind. Just kidding, by the way. The guy's fucking crazy. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of that key if you happen to be MAGA. Loki, I'm done with the nuts. Momo's back. Hey, Momo. We are only 3 hours into the stream. I can't, dude. I need some fucking therapy, man. I need some fucking therapy, dude. Come here, kitty. I need some Momo pets. That's what I need. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? All right, Maisie's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got Wyatt loading up in the box. Guys, if you want to support me, if you want to help pay for my therapy bills, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok.
Oh, shit.
Pin message over on the else one right there. Dean Withers without the Dean Withers. Wyatt, do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
07.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the last guest?
The what?
What were your thoughts on the last guest? Was he sane or was he insane? I just want to get a general gauge of...
Dude, I wasn't even on there. I just got on.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, man. I'm going to go and thank a couple people. I'm going to have you hang out with us here for a moment. And then we'll hop into the conversation. Hey, this is over on PayPal. Thank you so very much for the $20, Manavan. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you, Manavan. Let's get 200 Manavan W's down below in that comment section who says to support you. Thank you so much, Manavan. I know that you're in here literally every day, and just know that I literally appreciate you so fucking much. Thank you so much, Manavan. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Jose, for the $20 who says for Dean. Father Dean, please exercise the anti-Trump demon possessing my soul. I compel you. Thank you for the $20, Jose. Let's get to 200 Jose W's down below. Same thing to you, S. Thank you so much for the $40 donation. Oh my God. Let's go, S. Thank you so very much. S with a 40 says a key component of being MAGA is BBS, broken brain syndrome. I think that they follow Trump's direction, right? Thank you for the $40, S. Fasi, thank you for the $72 donation. Oh my God, Fasi. Following that up by saying, hey Dean, this was an accident. No worries, Fussy. I don't have a way of refunding that on Venmo. It doesn't give me like a refund button. Just go ahead and send a request for it, and I'll get to that after the stream. I got you, man. Bo, thank you for the $5 who says the last guest got hit with a fatality. So real. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 who says here's some fake money from a fake person to tell the guest to go F himself. W. Michelle, thank you so much for that love and support. Jose with another $30 who says hello, Dean. I am not real because you're all fake DNC bots. Pulling money directly from the pocket of George Soros and Taylor Swift. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $10 who says Justin pisses me off. Yeah, Justin pisses everyone off. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 who says flawless victory. A fatality. Oh, talking about that last guest who we left asking if I loved him. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy debate. Thank you so much for the $20, Joseph. Let's get 200 Joseph W's. As well as Charlie, thank you for the $10. Read your message there. That's fair. SARS, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You says I was raised super conservative and I haven't learned most of it. Your debates helped me so much. I'm happy that we could help you, SARS. That is awesome. And Sammy, thank you so much for the $25 who says, I often wonder if guys like this will ever look back and be embarrassed to support sexual exploitation, or will they just live on and be the worst of the worst? I bet a lot of them will just continue to be the worst of the worst, but a lot of them will also age and get embarrassed. And I hope that they live with that shame for the rest of their lives. Kyle, thank you so much for the $5. And Rebel, thank you so much for the $1. And Peter, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you, my friend. Peter. Show some love to Peter in that chat. Peter with a 35 says, next time there's a discussion for trans women to use a women's restroom, they should just change it to quote unquote trans women allowed to use private spaces where no men are allowed and toilets are present. Dude. Peter, you're actually the GOAT, man. You're always coming up with some smart shit. Thank you for the $35. Dude, show some love to Peter down below. Hannah, thank you so much for the $14 as well. I appreciate you, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that being said, we're actually all caught up over there. Starlight, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat. If there's anybody that I missed, I do apologize. T, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, here's a $20 donation for Top Shelf MAGA Mock by Dean, LOL. Thank you, T. I appreciate you, man. If anybody else watching does want to support me, get a message across, support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere, and right there, Dean Withers without the Dean Withers. Momo is just being so cute today. Wyatt, thank you for your patience. Go ahead and take it away. Why do you support this lunatic who's destroying the country?
I just want to say, Trump is not a racist.
Okay, so then why did he refuse to rent to black people in violation of the Civil Rights Act in 1977?
That was his daddy.
No, it was him and his daddy. Both him as well as his father were personally named in the lawsuit. In fact, Trump personally went on to countersue the Justice Department for quote-unquote defaming him by personally naming him as being culpability for racism, and it didn't work and it got thrown out.
They just don't like Trump.
Why? This was in the 70s when he was a Democrat.
Either.
Why would they not like him in the 70s? right? Because your argument is they don't like him because he's a Republican. They don't like him because he's president. This was in the 70s when he was a dim.
Dude, it's just all dumb. And you call him a rapist and shit. He's
Yeah,
not no rapist.
We'll move on to the rape after the
Jean
race.
Carroll just doesn't like him, and she just called rape on him for no reason and everything else.
Oh, so you think that they had a consensual sexual relationship and then she just called rape after the fact?
Probably.
Donald
I'm a
Trump testified to never meeting her. Donald Trump testified to never meeting her. So Donald Trump lied?
Probably. I mean.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
So Donald Trump lied, which what gives us even more reason to believe her.
I like how the gas prices went up so all the losers can get jobs.
You understand that you have to have a job to pay for gas, regardless if it's $2 or $4 a gallon. And this is, by the way, seriously, this is seriously where MAGA is at now. They want higher gas prices to own the libs. You guys are fucking pathetic. You like, let me tell you this, Wyatt. You are not just pathetic. You are beyond pathetic. You want our economy to suffer just to own the libs. You legitimately hold on to such a perversion of what politics is supposed to be. You understand the reason why our democracy exists, why we have the ability to vote, why we live under a constitutional republic where we have representatives represent us, the people, isn't to like own the libs. Okay, it's to make the country better. So if you are okay with the Trump administration completely destroying the economy and tanking gas prices just to own the libs, then you shouldn't have the right to vote, dum-dum.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, somebody's getting mad. How about you calm the fuck down? Go suck on a binky bottle, you fucking little bitch. Holy shit, you're insufferable. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, are you gonna go fucking punch a hole in your wall? Jesus Christ.
Suck Michael Obama's dick, bro.
What a child. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box. Listen, you guys are seeing a side of me come out today that you probably usually don't get to see. Because, admittedly, I'm fed up. I'm fucking fed up. If you've been watching, we are 2 hours and 48 minutes into the stream. And every single person that we have talked to so far today has been nuts. So my patience is wearing a little bit thin. So I'm just kind of telling it how it is to these droids. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. Only opposite of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Annabelle loaded up in the box. I wonder where Momo's going. All right. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Somebody in the chat says, love this spice tonight. Well, I mean, it's honestly just giving them what they get. Giving them what they give. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm finally starting to like legitimately match these idiots' energy. I don't know if it's the most productive though. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you. I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean.
Hey, I love you too. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Starting with us.
I feel like she was about to get into it, but we're just looking for Trump supporters. So unfortunately, we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Nikki loaded up in the box right now. Usually I hate the screaming fetuses and the trolls, but this is honestly a needed break. Stay out of that queue unless you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, but like, it's an invited break. Just to like breathe for a second, you know what I mean? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
All right, man. I'm going to try to keep my cool with you, okay? I'm going to bring it down a notch. Okay? Can we operate on the same level of being regular people? Perfect.
Yeah.
Sir,
no, I've seen you get a little wild today, but we're gonna keep it calm on this one, yeah?
Yeah. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, I just think bone spurs are a legitimate excuse not to go to war. It's how I got out of Korea.
Yeah, I think that maybe they could be, but I also believe that Donald Trump didn't actually have bone spurs. But even if he did, and he had a legitimate excuse to dodge the draft, I don't think that'd make him a good president.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I meant making up bone spurs is a legitimate excuse not to go to war.
Personally,
that's exactly what I did.
Personally, me too. Okay, listen. The reason why I run that argument is because is because like MAGA people definitely don't agree. They think otherwise. My Are you a troll?
Dean, come on, man.
Yeah, he's
I love you,
trolling.
buddy.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's actually my opinion, folks. I actually don't see anything morally wrong with dodging the draft. I don't see anything morally wrong with it, personally. My great uncle died because he was drafted in Nom. I think that the draft is so fucking immoral. I think that the draft is heinous. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. It is so terrible. It is so terrible. Welcome into eSport Trump.
Rest in peace, Juniper. Blessings. This is MAGA's fault. I am not MAGA.
I appreciate you for coming up. You take care, okay? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Yeah, you know, like, people could, like, yap and say whatever they want. Oh, you're a traitor to the country. Oh, you're not a patriot. Oh, you wouldn't fight. Dude. Man, the draft is brutalistic, dude. The draft is so brutalistic. It's terrible. Let's go to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box, folks. We're still looking for that first guest.
Dean, have you watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure yet?
It's the JoJo Bizarre's Adventure fetus. Buddy, listen, you need to scroll. Don't be worrying about politics, my friend. Don't be worrying about politics. You know, I went to grab some lunch the other day from like a walk-in lunch place, and there was like this group of like maybe eighth graders, like 12, 13 max, like sitting at a table. All turn their head, Dean! And, you know, like, I thought it was cool, right? You know, like, I'm not sitting over there with a frown on my face. You know, like, that's awesome. You guys are some good kids for sure. But it's like, I don't really, like, want middle schoolers to, like, watch me. In the sense that I don't think you guys have, like, a burden or an obligation to be engaging in politics. You know what I mean? Like, go have fun, man. Go, I don't know. Go play. Go hop on a bike. You know what I mean? Like, be kids. It's just not your burden to worry about the world. And unfortunately, that changes by the day. Well, because, you know, what about like the little kids who are now being impacted by abortion restrictions after being raped? I mean, it sucks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Could I please just have everybody start spamming that they're a middle schooler in the chat, please? I'll tell you why in a moment. I'd appreciate it if you guys could do that. I'll tell you why in a moment. Trust me, it's for a reason. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Gwen loaded into the box. Just give it like 30 seconds. Kaz, thank you so much for the gym again. Or I guess I could just say it now. I appreciate you guys. After I said that thing about middle schoolers, a bunch of like legitimate middle schoolers in the chat started saying that they were middle schoolers. Okay, I'm not trying to like advertise the accounts of kids to an audience of 12.6 million. Like, I don't know what that, that could lead to very bad things. So the reason why I'm having a handful of you guys, especially on TikTok, not as much over in the other place, say that you're a middle schooler in the chat is just so we saturate the comment section. So nobody knows who's being honest or not. So the pedos don't get any ideas. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I sure can. How old are you?
Hello? 20.
Cool. I think that we're good. Now, some people are still going to spam that in the chat, and now the pedos will never know. Perfect. Base. That's exactly what I wanted. What year were you born in?
05.
Okay. All right. And why do you support Trump?
I just think he's the greatest president that's ever lived.
You're trolling. You're trolling. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We got Logert connecting to the stream.
I love you. Ding, I love you. 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 I love you.
Thanks, Logert. Do we have any Trump supporters left? We might just be out. God diddly darn. Natalie, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat.
Can my mom debate you?
If you make another account, you're way too young for me to even have your account on the live, Jace. I'm scared about the DMs that your account would receive. I don't want to like negatively influence your mental health. If you make another account, though, yeah, I'm with that. Natalie with the $10 on Super Chat says, but Dean, we have to protect those kids' futures. No, listen, I agree. And when I say that like middle schoolers and whatnot shouldn't be worrying about politics, this doesn't mean that they shouldn't be worrying about like good moral beliefs. that are in all reality political. Like, honestly, my plan when I have children, and of course, this is just me, until they're like, maybe like 14 or 15, I'm not going to have conversations with them about politics in the senses of like naming specific politicians and putting my support behind a specific politician, going over like specific policies that are being implemented and talking about that, or even really talking about like the parties, but like more so talking about the political issues. Like I want my children to think that egalitarianism is important. I want my children to think that gender equality is important, racial equality is important. I want my children to be actively anti-racist. I want my children to stick up for women's rights, access to abortion. I want my children to be knowledgeable about the like social and institutional discriminations and the discrepancies that exist, and like a bunch of like other factors, right? That are of course very political, but I want them to acknowledge them as like non-political concepts before they start practicing those concepts in the electorate by voting when they're an adult. You know what I mean? And that's just me personally. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Right? Because honestly, like, I even see this, like, from, like, I don't know, 7, 8-year-old kids today. Like, when they say they hate Trump, like, they're just repeating what their parents told them. And chances are, right, when you see a child saying they hate Trump, like, it's not because they, like, know what Trump is doing and can acknowledge that it's bad, but more so because they heard their parents say that they hate Trump, right? Like, teach the children the moral virtues, and which would inevitably lead to them not liking Trump, for sure. But I don't know. I'm done. Whatever. Let's move on. I think another big reason why I say that is because I was raised in the opposite way, where I was like very highly politicized into the right. And like ultimately that pushed me away from the right, And I don't want to like push my kids away from the left. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome into You Support Trump.
Dean, I fucking love you, bro. You're the GOAT.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you, man. I don't think we have any Trump supporters left in the queue, low key. Listen, guys, I'm trying my best here. I swear to God, I am trying my best to find a singular Trump supporter to bring up here for a conversation. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. We have another hour left on the live. We cannot be running out of Trump supporters this quick. Hi, welcome in, Amy. Do you support Trump? Going once, going twice. Sold to the next guest. Guys, please only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Please, 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 please. We're just explicitly looking for Trump supporters to debate. Follow the rules. Where are they at? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2005.
Okay. We're going to go to ban you because you did break our rules. Folks, that's what we're going to start to do. In fact, I have a team of moderators that as of right now is going to start looking at all the accounts inside of the queue, and they're going to be banning people who are inside of that queue that are very clearly not following our rules. Now, there's quite a few people like that, so I'm going to give you guys 10 or 15 seconds to quickly leave before I authorize them to start banning you. But, like, ultimately, if you're in that queue and you don't want to be banned, just make sure to leave that queue if you're not following the rules.
Come unstuck.
Reagan, do you support Trump?
Running down to the rip tide, taken away.
I don't think that he knows he's singing on live. We're just going to disconnect him. Like, personally, if that was me, I kind of feel embarrassed. I don't know if you would or not, so I'm just not going to point it out in the off chance that he would feel embarrassed. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in.
Oh my goodness, it's like a rarity, bro.
Hey, do you support Trump?
Know. I mean, kinda. Like, it's a waiver thing, I'm not going to lie. They're submitted.
Okay, it doesn't really sound like you, MAGA. We're going to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Annie tuning in. Guys, keep in mind we are banning people who do not support Trump who find themselves into that queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you, Annie?
I am 20.
Okay, what year are you born in, Annie?
That's kind of invasive, don't you think? But I am born in 2004.
Okay, Annie, you are terrible at math.
Wait, no.
Have a good one. Annie, we are going to go and ban your account, though. So you are permanently banned from watching the live stream for now and forever. Let's go and move on to the next guest, Chaser FN. Hey, Wyatt, thank you so much for the $7 on Venmo, says to show that not all people named Wyatt are shitheads, because most of us seem to be. I appreciate it for the $7, man. And then Kelly, I appreciate you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Welcome. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How do you?
18.
What year were you born in?
No, 19. Oh, 06.
What month?
December.
Yeah, so you're 19.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Why did you like stumble your age?
Had a glitch.
That's fine. I do that sometimes too. We just have to do a little bit further verification for your age. Do you work a job?
Applied, but not yet.
Okay. Are you in school?
Yeah, graduated.
Okay. You're in school. You're graduated. I mean, like, are you in university?
Gustavus. Go in there.
Okay. Okay. You know, I don't know. I believe you. I'm going to thank a couple people, and then I'll pass you that mic. Miss Kelly, thank you so very much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, for your therapy after all these MAGA people. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kelly. Let's get 250 Kelly W's down below in that comment section. Yeah, I'm going to fucking need some therapy after this. Thank you so much. Amy, thank you for the $10, who says, given the size of your platform, there has to be a former Miss USA versus Teen USA who watches you. Would you ever have them up to clearly explain how things work backstage? Oh, absolutely I would. 110% I would. Skylar, thank you for the $5. And quite frankly, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you. As well as Alania, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Alania, who says, thank you for saying all this stuff I legally couldn't. Well, thank you so much for that love. I really appreciate you. Beth, thank you for the $10, who says, for your therapy and dealing with people suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Thank you, Beth. Let's get 100 Beth W's. And 200 Michelle W's for the $20. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Michelle. Michelle with the 20 says, what's up with these guests today? It's not even a Monday. Honestly, I appreciate your occasional fed up lives. It's cathartic for us and probably you. I know! We got some nuts today, and it's not even Monday. Paula, thank you for the $15, who says, how do you not lose your mind with all of this? I'm getting a headache and I've only been watching for like 5 minutes. Trust me, it took a while. It took a while to get there. Thank you so much, Paula, for the $15. Amanda, thank you so much for the $20, who says, for your mentals. Yikes, what a day. Thank you so much for that love and support, Amanda. You are awesome. Thank you. And Gabe, this is the last person to thank on Venmo for now. Gabe, you are an absolute fucking, you're the GOAT. Thank you for the $50 donation, Gabe. Thank you so very much. Please, I want to see 500 Gabe W's down below. Very kind of you, man. Thank you so much for that love and support, brother. Gabe with the 50 says, I'm a daily listener. I'm a special educator. I debate my colleagues on their 2024 vote. They are good people that I would consider ex-MAGA and MAGA adjacents. Thank you so much for all that you do and your well-informed arguments. Well, thank you so much for even trying to change the minds of those around you, Gabe. Thank you for tuning in. I hope that you're enjoying today's stream. And especially, thank you for the work that you do as a special educator. That is so fucking important. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Alrighty. Thank you guys so much for that love. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the $20, who did not attach a message to that dono. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Elizabeth. Teresa with the $10, who says, yes, the draft is immoral. Chipping into your therapy. Thank you so much for the $10, Teresa. Elaine, thank you so much for the 5. Adriana with the 10, who says, dude, I'm feeling the rage today. This has been cathartic as fuck. Yeah, dude, these motherfuckers are nuts. Sophie, thank you for the $8. I appreciate you so very much for that love and support. And Sophie, I'll take a look into that. I promise. I will. 110%. And then Jessica, thank you for the $20, who says, I will never understand why they fight so hard about the dressing room thing. Regardless of the room, why are they okay with him doing it? Regardless of where he invaded their privacy. 110%, Jessica. They want to get caught up on the semantics. And then over on Super Chat, thank you, Chloe, for the $5, who says, what were your thoughts on the Obsession movie? It was great. Definitely a recommended watch. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. And you have 2 seconds to answer this question. What month were you born in?
December.
Year?
06. Do I look young or what?
Oh, wait, you have your face on your profile?
Probably in videos.
Yeah, you're not 19. I was actually willing to believe him. I think that he looks a little bit too young. By the way, he totally could be, right? Like, some 19-year-olds definitely do look young. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm just saying that we're going to err on the side of precaution here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, lad, you little sausage. Listen, so anyone who votes for fucking Trump or Biden or anyone else is a fuck.
Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you're here to debate, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you're here to debate, please and thank you. Folks, in the meantime, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, showing out that live. This person's name is Ice Ice Baby. Oh, yeah, but they're going to be nice. Hey, kitty. Hey, Momo. Oh, look at the kitty. She has been in such dire need of chin scratches today. She has been such a good kitty all day long. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up at the box right now. Cute ass cat, bro. Cute ass cat. We got 3 people connecting. We got Ice Ice Baby, Brad to 2006, and Diana. Oh. Looks like Mumbo found her resting place. Brad, do you support Trump?
My fault. I didn't mean to join. I'm kind of driving right now.
Okay, moving on to the next guess. Oh, this guy's back for his bi-daily 10-minute conversation where he gets cooked then he leaves. Isn't that right, Snowflake?
You're funny, dude.
I know. You come here. You come in the live once every 2 days. You get cooked, and then you run away. By the way, you're on mute, bud. Oh, I have a question. Ooh, kitty. All right.
Go ahead.
What is one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, there's not one. There's several.
Name them.
For example, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Dude's a doofus. That's called a tax policy provision, not a macroeconomic variable. Macroeconomic variables would constitute economy-wide indicators that economists use in generating reports about the health of the economy. Examples of macroeconomic variables would be GDP, inflation, real median wage growth, so on and so forth.
Okay, so I mean, these things impact those things.
You're right.
So,
they could.
Okay, so I was giving examples. Like, I didn't know how far down you wanted me to go.
Listen. I agree that tax policy can impact macroeconomic variables, but due to the fact that I asked you to name macroeconomic variables and not tax policy, you did not answer my question. So please go ahead and try again. Name one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was at the end of the Biden administration.
I mean, we've seen a lot bigger increase in the GDP underneath Trump versus Biden.
Okay, sure. Would you give me a source that in 2025 GDP growth was better than in 2024?
Yeah, I mean, it's the quarterly reports. I mean, you look at the quarterly reports, the GDP's gone up under Trump.
Well, has it gone up faster than it was in 2024?
Has it gone up, yes or no?
Yeah.
Has it gone up, yes or no?
Yeah,
so if the
GDP
GDP goes up, is that a macro economic policy that has improved, yes or no, Dean?
No,
Stop playing these stupid games.
Not necessarily.
Oh man, you're so.
The reason why I say not necessarily.
You're so dishonest, bro.
No, I'm not dishonest at all.
I give you something that grows.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you that that's not necessarily.
And then you're crying about it. Oh well, how much has it grown? What rate has it grown?
I'll tell you why that's important.
Yes or no, Dean? Has it grown? Yes or no?
Yes, but that's not necessarily.
Okay, so then move on with something else, dude.
No, because that's not necessarily. That's not necessarily an improvement. The reason why I say that that's not necessarily an improvement, I asked you to name one that is improved.
If the GDP grows, is that an improvement?
No, not necessarily.
So if the GDP doesn't grow, that's not an improvment.
And not always. I could describe to you why.
Okay, so if illegal immigrants,
I'm trying to tell you. I'm just gonna mute you to tell you why. The reason why I say that is because it's the growth rate that really matters. The GDP will always go up. The reason why I say the GDP will always go up is because we are reproducing, we're having children, more people are entering into the workforce, and the country is getting bigger. Okay?
No, we're not.
Like the population is growing. It's not shrinking. So because the population is growing, we're always going to expect the GDP going up. What we're really going to be looking at here is more specifically the growth rate of the GDP. So like, for instance, if in 2024, the growth rate of the GDP was like 150%, for instance.
This is what you do. This is why I leave. You're dishonest.
Yet in 2025, the growth rate of the GDP was only 5%, for instance, even though it technically went up in 2025 because it went up significantly slower than it did in 2024. It's definitely not an improvement.
Dude, you're such a coward in the way you do things. You're so dishonest, and this is exactly why I leave. I try to sit here.
There's nothing dishonest about that.
Maybe he'll sit here and actually have a conversation with me today, but you don't. You sit here as soon as I start bringing up a point. you start talking and you start muting and you start, well, and you
I
go
need to
on
send
your
a
little
picture of that
stupid
to my
rants.
girlfriend.
You and your boyfriend?
Do you understand my point?
Would you ever date a trans person, Dean?
I would never date anybody who's not my girlfriend.
Would you ever date a
repeat my
trans
point?
person?
I would never date anybody that's
Would you
not
ever
my
date a
girlfriend.
trans person? Would you date your girlfriend if she was a trans? Would you
I'm
ever
so-
date somebody if your girlfriend was trans? Would you still date her?
Wow. So you're already off to a bad start, okay? Because my girlfriend is perfect the way she is. I can't even engage in a hypothetical about her if she were to be different. But we're not talking about trans people or my sexual preferences. And just, by the way, for the record...
Why are you so scared to...
I just simply don't engage in hypotheticals about my girlfriend or about being with somebody else or about something about my girlfriend changing.
You engage in hypotheticals.
And the reason why I say that is because I find it disrespectful to my girlfriend. Now, you are pivoting
I
away
really
from
don't
the
care, Dean.
conversation that
Get
we're having
over
about economics. I understand that's what people do
I'm
when
not.
they lose. But can you please repeat the explanation I gave you of why the GDP going up is not always a good thing?
Okay, Dean, you always bring up, anytime you talk about illegals, you bring up my GDP. But the moment I say, hey, Trump's growing the GDP, oh, it's not always about the GDP. You're such a contradictory, dude.
No, I'm saying
You're
that the
an
GDP
idiot.
going up is
and
not
yes,
necessarily
I want an answer to
an
that question.
improvement.
Since I've asked,
So
since
I'm
answered a million of-
gonna go ahead and repeat the argument I gave because
Give me
clearly you
one more
weren't
time.
listening. So all that I'm saying
Give me
here
one more-
is that the GDP growth isn't necessarily a good
You
thing.
admit you-
The reason why GDP growth isn't necessarily a good thing is because if GDP is growing at a significantly lower rate than it was before, then overall the economy is worse off. So like usually we'd use that word improvement to say that something is better off. But if GDP growth and the growth rate of it goes down dramatically, the economy is obviously worse off because there's significantly less people that are spending money, significantly less people that are making money. So that's why we wouldn't call it an improvement in all scenarios, right? GDP growth doesn't improve if GDP growth were to go from like 100% in 2024 to 3% in 2025.
Are you claiming that Biden had the GDP growth at 100% in 2024?
No, it's just it's a dramatic example to demonstrate my point. I think that GDP growth
Once
in
again, the
2024.
mute button. Once
that's
again,
actually-
the
that's
mute
actually-
button.
That was actually Parker. But could you please repeat the point that I've tried to give you here?
You guys are so lame. You can't even debate on good faith. The mute button,
You're just
the
being funny.
over talking, the constant questioning, but you won't answer anybody else's questions.
I'll
This
answer
is
your
exactly
questions,
why
as long
you
as they're
won't do an
relevant to the
in-person debate with anybody. You're
Okay.
too scared to do an in-person debate with anybody.
Okay. Could you please
Andrew
repeat the
Wilson
argument that I
offered
gave
you
you just to make sure that you
$10,000
understand
for a
it?
debate, and you back.
Hey, Parker,
Here goes
turn off your
Parker.
mic again. That's funny as hell. Could you please
Yeah,
repeat
I mean,
the
it's
argument
funny
that I gave
because
you?
he's scared too. He's scared too.
Okay. Can you please repeat the
I
argument
want
that
to
I gave
argue
you?
about illegal immigrants because you were saying a lot of
Oh,
misinformation
okay.
earlier.
Can you just repeat the argument that I gave you, please?
It's a stupid argument.
Okay. Can you repeat it?
No, Dean, I'm not going
You
to
can't repeat it? Why?
No, it's stupid.
Why is it stupid?
Because the moment I gave you something that improved, you started, oh, well, that's not good enough. I don't think
No,
that's
I
good
described to you
enough.
as
told
not an
me
improvement.
Okay, it was an improvement, Dean.
Okay, then
If it
could you repeat my
improved, it
argument that I gave
improved.
you to demonstrate that it's not an improvement?
That it wasn't growing fast enough for you, so you don't think it's good enough.
No, you can't repeat
I
my
don't care
argument.
what you think,
Okay,
Dean.
I'm going to ask for
That is,
30
that
seconds.
is literally essentially your
So
argument.
I'm going to ask for 30 seconds on the mic uninterrupted so I could like repeat it to you in a way that makes sense. You just have to be paying
I don't
attention.
want to talk about this, dude.
You don't want to talk about it? Then run. Then run.
You're literally losing. I gave
Says the
you a
guy that doesn't
policy.
want to talk about the argument? Hello? You can't
You
say that I'm
literally
losing
keep on
when you just
no matter-
explicitly
okay,
said that
even
you
if-
don't want to talk about it.
This is
This
what
is
you do,
embarrassing
bro.
for you.
You're-
What I do is I
you're-
debate,
You're
yes.
a scared little coward.
You can't
No,
say
don't
that.
debate.
You can't say that I'm the scared
you
one.
and you
When you're the one saying,
overtalk.
and I quote,
You do not debate.
You literally
You do
just
not
said
debate. That is something you do not do, Dean.
I just humbly asked for 30 seconds uninterrupted to re-explain this concept to you in a way that will make sense
That is
to you.
something you
And
don't
your
do is
response
debate,
was, I don't want to talk about it. You can't say I'm losing, and you can't say I'm scared if I'm the one that is very calmly, with patience,
And you can't
trying
say
to
you
demonstrate
debate
a concept
if
to
you don't actually
and
let the
literally
other person
asking
argue
you
a
for
point
30
and not
seconds
switch up the
uninterrupted
topics.
just to describe the concept. I will give you as much time as you want to respond to the concept that I'm asking you to give me 30 seconds to describe. I'll give you all the time you want, uninterrupted.
No, you won't. No, you
I
won't.
will. I virtual shake on it. I promise I will. As long as you could stay on topic and legitimately respond to the concept that I want to describe to you, I will let you have as much time as you want. Okay? My claim is that it's not necessarily an improvement for the GDP to grow. Okay? The first reason why I say that is because a GDP can grow in a stagnant economy because of inflation. The dollar has less value, therefore there are more dollars in circulation, therefore more dollars are being spent, and the GDP goes up, even though the economy is the same as or even worse off than it was last year. That is one example that proves GDP growth is not necessarily an improvement. Now, the second example that I'll give you is even if we account for inflation, real GDP growth, that's not necessarily an improvement either. Because if we go from a very high level of GDP growth to a very lower level of GDP growth, then that means the economy is worse off. Why does that mean that the economy was worse off? Well, last year, people were making more money and spending more money. This year, people are making less money and spending less money. Clearly, we would say the preferable state of affairs here, the most improved state of affairs, is the one where people are making more and spending more, compared to the one where people are making less and spending less. Therefore, we can't call it an improvement, or else we'd be saying that people making less and spending less is an improvement from people making more and spending more. That's the concept. Can you respond to it?
Yeah. Okay. So first off, tax cuts, like the tax cuts that I was talking about, are macro economics. To sit here and say that they're not, you're just being dishonest. When I gave one, then you said, no, I want something different. I don't want those because those don't fit my definition of macroeconomics, even though they are macroeconomics. And then I sit here and I say, oh, well, he's improved the GDP. Why did he improve the GDP? By a bunch of tax cuts, a bunch of deregulation, and a bunch of other things that he did do. And these things do have an impact on society as far as economy, as far as businesses, as far as building houses. If you cut regulations that you really don't need, you cut the red tape, people will invest more, people will do stuff more, people will build more, right? And you're sitting here and you're like, oh, well, that's not good enough because I don't think it's good enough. That's not an argument. To sit here and also and say that you debate, you're the most dishonest person ever, because the moment somebody starts actually talking, you have Parker in the freaking moderator box muting people, you mute people. That is one thing you do not do, Dean, is debate. You do not debate. You rant and you sit here and you call people names and you run off of rhetoric. Other than that, you do not debate, Dean.
You did not respond to the argument that I gave you. So what you engaged in is what is called
you didn't engage in the argument.
You're interrupting me. Did I interrupt you?
Are tax cuts a macroeconomics or no?
Tax cuts are not a macroeconomic indicator, no.
You want to put $100 on it?
Yes.
Okay, look it up. Are tax cuts macroeconomics? And put it on your screen.
Macroeconomics or macroeconomic indicator?
Oh, man, look, you just added another fucking word, dude. Get the fuck out of here. This is what I'm talking about. I'm leaving, dude. You are so dishonest, dude. I just fucking W'd your ass.
Would you like to go back to the beginning of the stream and bet $100 that I said macroeconomic indicator? Apparently not. Okay, whatever. What did I tell you guys when he first joined the live stream? I told you guys that I told you guys that he will come up here, okay, for like 5 minutes and then he will crash out. And then he'll leave.
You want to put $100 that you said that, oh, when I brought up tax cuts, you said those are not microeconomics. That is what you said, Dean.
So what I'd like to bet $100 over is that at the beginning of the stream when I asked you to name...
Replay when I brought up tax cuts and right after that. No, replay when I brought up tax cuts and replay after that what you said.
Okay.
Ever. Because the moment...
The GDP going out where he gets cooked, then he leaves. Isn't that right, Snowflake?
You're funny, dude.
I know. You come here. You come in the live once every 2 days. You get cooked, and then you run away. I called it, by the way.
No, dude, you're dishonest.
Well, I have a question. Oh, kitty. All right.
Go ahead.
What is one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, there's not one. There's several.
Name them.
For example, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Dude's a doofus. That's called a tax policy provision, not a macroeconomic variable. Macroeconomic variables would constitute.
You didn't say indicator.
indicators.
You didn't say indicator.
Variables is synonym for indicator.
Okay, you didn't say indicator. And first
They're
off,
synonyms.
a variable is a what is also a variable for?
What a vague question.
And it would be an indicator as well too.
Wait, wasn't
tax cuts and
wasn't-
deregulations are
So let me give you a lesson in economics.
Did you say that you said indicator or did you say you said variable?
They're synonyms. They mean the same thing.
Okay, that doesn't you didn't say that. You said I said index.
So the word indicator is a synonym for the
Okay,
word
you're
variable.
fucking dishonest. Dude.
Listen, listen. Let me give you
You're
a free lesson.
dishonest. Did you say
Listen,
that?
I'm
Yes
not,
or no?
I said that I said indicator, and I used the word
yes.
variable.
Did you say that or did you say variable?
So I said
don't
another
care if they
word that
line
refers
up.
to the
Did you
same
say
semantic
index or
content.
did you say variable?
I said another
Did you say
word.
index or did you say variable?
So I said another word that refers to the same semantic content because
Okay, so you
synonym,
didn't
because
say
they're
the
synonyms of
fucking
one
word,
another.
Dean, right?
So I
You
said
didn't
another
say
word
index, correct?
that refers to the same content.
You didn't say index, correct?
So it's not index.
Why is
it's
it so hard
indicator.
for you to fucking say yes or no, dude?
So I know I used another word that refers to the same semantic content because they're synonyms.
So you didn't use the word index, correct?
It's not. Why do you keep on saying index?
Because why is it so hard for you just to say no? I didn't use that. I used variable.
I used another word that's a synonym of it. That's fine. What's the problem?
I
with
don't
that?
care if you
There's no problem with that whatsoever.
You said, "Oh, I asked you for macroeconomic indexes," and I was like,
Indicator.
"No, you didn't."
And then your counter argument was that I didn't say indicator. I just said macroeconomics. Okay, so it looks like you were wrong. But
you
anyways,
were wrong as well, Dean.
Yeah, on that technicality, I won't beg that you send me the $100. That's fine. Now, let me give you a lesson on economics.
Why is it so fucking hard for you just to say, "Oh, I didn't say that. I said something else"?
Because I didn't say something else. A word only
You did say
means-
something else.
I'm trying to tell you that a word only means what it refers to. So if two words have the same definition within the relevant sense, then you're not saying something else. You're just
Dude,
using
you're
different
such
words.
a- you're
Can you
such a coward.
I'm going to mute
I'm
you
not
because you won't let
saying
me
that-
speak. So when you use a synonym, you're not,
not
saying
saying
something else. You're just using different words to refer to the same thing.
I'm not saying you're
Because
wrong for that.
words
Dean.
are-
You
are
claim
supposed to
that you
refer to
said something
things.
specific.
Right. I was referring to the same thing. But based on
Okay,
that
that's not
technicality,
what-
so I'm trying. Could I speak without you interrupting me? Because I want to give you a lesson in economics here, right?
Dude, no, you don't give me a lesson
okay.
in economics.
Okay, then can you leave if you're not going to let me speak? Like you have two
Actually,
options.
yeah, dude, 'cause
You're
you're
going to
already
leave. You're going to
being
run away.
dishonest.
I'm just going to mute you, and I'm going to give you the I'm going to
got
give
the
you the
duck.
economics lesson. So here's the economics. And he left again. What a little fucking scaredy cat. What a little scaredy cat. You know what? Get absolutely grilled. Get absolutely charred. Dude doesn't know what semantic content is. Get absolutely fucking charred. Like they're actively like running away from like real conversation. Like, oh my god.
How you doing?
Jude, do you support Trump?
So yes, and I want to ask you a quick question.
Jude, how old are you, my
I'm not
friend?
really here to debate. I'm 20.
You're
I'm
20?
born 05.
Sounds good.
05.
You're not here to debate?
Well, I want to ask you a question. Just a simple question. What's your definition of a good president? Like,
sure.
Yeah. What do you look for?
I got you, my friend. So I take a good president to be a president that fights for the betterment of the country and everybody within it, alongside for the betterment of the world. Right? That's what I take a president to be. Also, y'all stop bullying that guy in the chat for his speech impediment. I just saw a couple people do that. He had a disability. I don't think it's okay to attack people for their disabilities. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, he's not here. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. We got John Kelly loading up in the box. Hi, welcome in, John. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
That's a kid. Well, yeah. Well, we know that that Snowflake, that last guest, he's a Trump supporter that's watching, but he's just way too scared to debate. Like they're actively running. By the way, the lesson that I wanted to give to that last guest is that tax cuts are not macroeconomic variables or indicators. Okay, because they don't tell us anything about the way that the economy is functioning, if that makes any sense. Do they directly influence the way that the economy is functioning? Absolutely. You cut people's taxes, then they have more money to spend. Okay? So like expedited GDP growth, for instance, that would then turn into like expedited GDP growth, for instance, in some scenarios, right? But like the tax cuts in and themselves are not a macroeconomic variable or indicator because they're not a direct measure of the economy at large. That's all a macroeconomic variable or indicator is, a direct measure of the economy at large. And tax cuts are not a direct measure of the economy at large. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Name one macroeconomic variable that's gotten better in the last year and a half. I'm going to have the same dialogue with you since that last guy was so scared of it he ran away like a baby. See if you do the same
I'm
thing.
not here to talk about that. I'm not here to answer your question.
Oh, well, I am. I am here to talk about that, so name it.
Why?
Mr.
Because
Trump
that's what you
supporter?
know about. That's what you're informed in. That's what
I'm
you're good
informed
at.
on a lot of
You only want to
things.
bring up your
You seem new
strengths.
here.
You only want to talk about your strengths.
Are you saying that you don't want to talk about it because you can't name one because Donald Trump has destroyed the economy? That's what I'd put
I
my
live
money
better.
on.
I make more money. How much money do you make?
I
Listen,
make
how are you qualified
so
to tell all of
much
us how to
money.
live? You didn't make shit.
So much money, trillions of dollars.
You didn't make nothing of your life.
What?
You didn't make nothing of your life. You're
I'm
a little
t-
punk kid that's on
Wow.
TikTok taking
So can I-
advantage
can I-
of
can I-
gullible Democrats.
Can I tell you what I've made of my
You're
life?
taking advantage of gullible Democrats.
Wow, somebody seems really mad. So I'm 21
How
years
come
old.
there is no Republicans doing what you
Let me,
do?
because Republicans can't debate for jack shit. That's why, my
Yeah.
friend. That's why. Also, you said that I'd take advantage of
No,
gullible
because
Democrats?
Republicans aren't stupid to send somebody money.
Oh, really?
Republicans aren't stupid to send some idiot money.
Oh,
that-
you're mad
to be
about the
their voice.
donations.
But Democrats are. You're a Trump
mad
supporter.
about. Oh, you're mad about the donations.
I believe you're a Trump supporter.
Steven, thank you for the $10 on
you're a
Venmo. Who
Trump
says that you're
supporter,
cooking
but
today,
you know
Dean. Thank
you
you so
make
much,
more money on
Steven.
the Democrat side.
Oh my God, can you thank Steven for the $10 dono? Thank
you
him.
make more money on the Democrat side because they're idiots.
Okay, well, thanks, Steven, for
There's
being
no
an idiot. You just sent me $10.
Republicans that donate-
Oh, Ava! Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Jacob
You're a
Nolan.
cheerleader,
Thank
bro.
you so much for
You're
the
a
$20,
cheerleader for
Ava.
little money.
Can you thank
That's
Ava
little
for the
money.
$20?
Little money.
Little money?
Little money.
I would stop
That's
if I
tiny
were you.
money. Tiny money.
Oh, what's big money?
Listen, you're like a bum on the
Can,
side
can,
of the
can,
street
can you
begging
can
for
you tell me
dollars.
what big money is?
Millions. What do you mean?
Millions. That's big money.
Can you tell me what big money is? What is big money to you?
I don't know, $100.
$20, yay!
That's big money.
$30, yay! That's fucking. You're like a cheerleader.
Oh, you know what? No, I'm like a political debater who makes an income online. Allison, thank you so much for the $44 donation on Venmo. Please show some love to Allison down below in that comment section for the $44 donation. Let's get 400 Allison W's. Thank you so much for that love, Allison. Thank you so very much. Who says, I watch every day with my dogs Akira and Kobe Bean and my cat Ramsey Bolton. Ramsey says hi to Momo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $45, Allison. Please show some love to Allison down below in that comment section for the $44 donation. Alyssa, thank you for the $5. Kelly, thank you for the $25. Who says love watching you cook every day, contributing to the cause. Thank you for the $25, Kelly. And Julie, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, Dean, thank you for putting some forethought into your beliefs. Oh, thank you so much for that love, Julie. Oh my God, as well as Michael, thank you for the $25. Who says, I'm sending you $25 just because of Ice. Thank you for the $25. Amanda, thank you for the $20. Amanda with the $20 says Republicans give money for Trump Mobile and his other grifts. Thank you for the $20. Yes, thank you for giving me money just like a bum. Ashley, thank you so much for the $25. Dude, can you thank Ashley for sending in a $25 donation? She says here's $25 from a libertarian since he thinks it's only Democrats who say fuck Trump. Love you, Ashley. Thank you so much. And S, thank you for the $15 who says for the Momo College Education Fund. S, thank you for the $15. Over on Super Chat. Ian with a 10 for the €10 who says Trump phones, Trump watches, Trump gold cards, Trump Bibles, the MAGA Muppets buy anything. Also, you said that I'm a beggar. Please donate to me. My Venmo and my PayPal are in the link tree in my bio. I need your money now. Then a pin message over on Super Chat. I need your money now. It's right there, Dean Withers. Without Dean Withers, I need your money now.
These people are so dumb. They send half of their daily wage to you. What idiots.
Half? Buddy.
Yes.
No.
These people don't, listen.
No.
People don't make
All.
money. Yes, it is.
They go in debt to donate to me, bro. Their grandma's 401k toast. Inheritance gone 10 years ago. Okay?
How much
I got
money
them
do you
on
think an average person makes per day?
charge cards. Okay? 55% APY out the ass, and I'm making money on that too because I own the credit card company on top.
Yes, and you're taking their money. So sad.
Thank you so much,
And they
Tamaris, for
believe
the
in you.
$5 over on Venmo. Says,
And
I've
they
watched you
believe in
forever.
you,
I
what
love you. Thank
idiots
you so
they
much
are.
for the $5. Astria for the $20 for the grift. MAGA can never debate. Thank you so much for the $20, Astria. Let's get 200 Astria W's down below in that comment section for the $20. Kate, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate you, Kate. Thank you so much for the love. Kyle, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Kyle down below. Fassi, thank you so much for the $7. Oh, that's very kind of you, Fassi. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that love. Very, very kind. And Mariana, thank you for the $10. Oh my God, Nicole, thank you so much for the $86 and the 47 cents. I want to see 1,000 Nicole W's down below in that chat for the $86 dono. Who says my kiddo called me Momo for years because they accidentally added an O after mom on an art project. Every time Momo shows up, it makes me smile. Oh, thank you so much, Nicole.
Because they're taking all the Republicans' tax money. Those
thank
are
you so
all,
much for the
They're
love.
probably all welfare, government assistant people. They're taking all the Republicans' tax money. That's why they give it away so easy. If those people will work hard for their money, they wouldn't give it to you.
I'm so sorry. Do you think that the government's just sending people checks?
You know, when people was on welfare, EBT, they get government assistance. It's
Dude,
amazing.
like an EBT chart, dude. Like, do you think that's like EBT dollars? Like they're just sending me their EBT charge cards?
Listen, do you think that people
Dude,
don't
that's not how it works, though, bro. That's not how it works,
People scam
Snowflake.
the government and get a check every month.
That's not how it works,
That's what
Snowflake.
California's about.
Oh no,
What
that's
is
what
that
Trump's
like
about. He defrauded his own
Gavin
charity.
Newsom's
That's what Trump's about. He defrauded his own charity
what about
in New
Gavin
York,
Newsom's
so much so to the point
What
where
about
he can no
Gavin
longer
Newsom's
run a
train?
charity inside, of the state of New York. He was literally found guilty of fraud, and that's not even considering his 34 felony conviction for the falsification of business records in the first degree, a classy felony in New York. 34 other counts of fraud. Get pushed. Kira, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. That is KEIRRA. Thank you for the $30. Who says tell Ice that he's doing a really great job at promoting your Venmo and Cash App. Oh, thank you for the $30, Kira. Let's get 300 Kira W's. Kira with the 30 says,
Hey, D, what would you do if Trump
can you
wasn't
respond?
president? How would you
Can
make
you-
money?
can you
How
respond?
would you make money if Trump wasn't president?
Well, I don't know. I'd probably be doing either full stack web development, which I have 2 international awards in. Well, I'm telling you right now.
Nothing to do.
Oh, well, I'm telling you now. So I have 2 international awards in web development. I also ran a full-fledged creative agency. I worked with 10-figure e-commerce brands to build out their online revenue funnels. Or I'd just be doing these same debates, but not specifically about Trump like
So
I did
you
before
rather
Trump
be
was
on here
president.
arguing with people and causing division?
Yeah, I'd be.
That's
I'd
your
like
bread
to.
and butter.
I'd like to divide you and your liberal children because you suck.
See, if you cared
true.
about, if
So
you cared
true.
about the United States, you'd be trying to unite people instead of dividing.
Yeah,
but
buddy,
your
I want
job
to
is to
invi-
divide, and then the
No, it's the
gullible
opposite.
Democrats send you money because they.
Peter, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Thank you, Peter. Let's get 400 Peter W's in that chat. Thank you so much, man. Peter with a 40 says, this is coming right out of my latest home sale commission check that I just deposited this morning. Enjoy a couple cocktails on me and my hard-earned money. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $40, Peter. Also, another thing to you, you said that I'm trying to divide this country and I'm a Trump supporter, so Trump supporters try to divide America?
You're trying
Didn't
to do
think
it
that one
to-
through. You didn't think that one through, buddy. Cindy, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Who says, this stupid Democrat is happy to give you her money. I watch this stream daily and I learn something new every single day. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Cindy. I really appreciate you. As well as Sandra, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat from a gullible person. Thank you, Sandra. Let's get 500 Sandra W's. What is going on? Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Lord T. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat from a gullible person. Mariana with the $12 over on PayPal. I'm from Australia. I'm a full-time high school teacher and therefore cannot be a Democrat on welfare. Nope, you're a gullible person. Thank you for the $12. Lauren with the $10. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Lauren. Thank you, guys.
Government assistant
all right, what do you wanna say?
Democrats, Gummers.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, you talk so much because you don't want to hear the truth. You're a bully.
I'm just thanking my donors.
Thanking your donors
Yeah.
because you don't want to hear what anybody has to say. That's the
No,
truth.
I'll hear what you have to say. I just also want to thank the donors. Do you have anything to say? Anything of value?
So why are you bragging about the money you're getting?
I'm not bragging about it. I'm thanking them. It'd be really rude not to thank them. Don't
Listen,
you
you
say?
could thank them with the text. You could just say thank you to all the donors.
Well,
Why is
A,
that not gonna-
A, it's a bit more personal when it's coming out of my mouth, and B, you think I have the time to sit here and send a text to everybody who sends me a donation while I'm debating?
So if Trump wasn't in office, you would have nothing to do.
No, I've already proven that one wrong.
Listen, you love
Did you know that I was doing these debates since before Trump was in office?
Yeah, but you won't make the money you are now.
Well, I actually...
So the spineless Democrats,
actually-
they don't have their own voice.
Actually,
love when you talk
I'll
to
tell
them.
you this. I'll tell you this. I don't share too much about my income, but I will tell you that I did make more before Trump was president.
No way. There's no way. Listen.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that belief?
Do you have the evidence for that?
You're the one that said it was false. You
Listen,
have the
no,
burden
you're
of
the one
proof.
that claimed it. You're the one that claimed it, so show me the
burden,
evidence.
no, the burden of proof.
You made the claim.
The burden, no, the burden of proof lies on the
You made the
denier.
claim.
Yeah,
You made
yeah,
the claim, so
and the
show
burden
me.
of proof lies on the
You
person
made the
who's
claim,
rejecting the claim.
But you made the claim. You could be lying.
No,
Show,
people.
Listen, show
people,
your audience you're
people who,
truthful.
people
Show
who
us how
make,
much- listen, show your
people who make claims don't have the burden of evidence. This guy's an idiot. It's only ever the person who rejects the claim that has the burden of evidence. You don't know this, and you're a full-grown man. How embarrassing for you.
You keep muting me, see? Show your followers that you're honest. How much did you make before Trump was president? Let's see your tax papers. You want
Oh.
Trump to show you his, right?
Oh, it's funny. You think you have an obligation to information about my income? You're parasocial.
You're the one that's claiming it.
Yeah, sometimes we could claim things publicly about our private lives without an expectation to
Right.
produce evidence for it. And there's
But when
no
other
obligation
people
that I
claim
have to
things-
show you my income.
When other people claim things, you
Like
put them
Trump?
on mute or saying they're lying. About everything. Just our
Okay.
daily experiences.
Yeah, well, if you make a claim about your personal life unrelated to the topic of the live stream, I won't ask you for evidence for it.
Okay, so check this out. Earlier I was on with Parker, and I claimed that I live in a city where it's 85% Hispanic, and they have ruined the town that I lived in. And you guys were calling me a liar, this and that, everything you could say to me. You guys wouldn't take my
Hispanic people
personal
have ruined your
experience.
town?
Listen, yes they have, 100%. Yes they have.
How have
Yes, very
Hispanic
bad.
people ruined your town?
Do you know where the Inland Empire is at?
Can you tell me how Hispanic... Listen, I think that white people have ruined America.
No,
How do you
no,
feel
listen.
about that? White
My
people have
city
ruined
used to be-
America. Wait, would it be...
There was
would
no
it be,
crime in the
would, I have a
city.
question. You probably think that like you could be right. Yeah, would it
See,
be
you won't let me talk
racist?
now, see?
Would it be
There you
racist
go.
for me to say
Not-
that white
listen.
people have ruined America?
How am I racist when I'm Hispanic?
No, I'm asking you this question. Would it be... Wow, you're Hispanic?
Yes.
What's that
So
one
listen to this.
character from the Boondocks?
So listen to this.
Forget his
Listen
name.
to this.
You're Hispanic, dude?
No, I'm not.
Dot-
I'm not Hispanic.
Okay, so you just fucking lied.
So listen.
So you're
my
white.
my city 20 years ago, very low on crime. Every yard was clean. Just the people were they were great people. Now, all you hear, Mexican music everywhere you go. Taco trucks, hot dog stands. Everybody doing illegal things. You got to lock your doors. Everything smells like sewer. Every yard is trash. There's a million cars parked outside. Dogs running all around, just randomly. Just garbage everywhere. They ruined the city that I live in, and this is my personal experience. I've been here for 40 years in the same city, and I see the difference of what they did. The reason why they left Mexico is because they ruined it. So they came here where something is already built, and it's great here in America. So they come here to take advantage of what we have built.
Found it. What a
Yeah. God.
So why do they come here for if they have their own country? I mean, just think about it. Look what they did out of their own country. Why do people flee Mexico?
Yeah.
But they come here and they're ruining it too. But you guys said when I said that, I'm a liar.
You're telling me this pisses you off?
No, it don't. But when the music's on at 3 o'clock in the morning,
You're telling me that like Selena just makes you want to rip your eyes out?
no, 3
Listen,
o'clock in the morning.
I'm so
3 o'clock in
fucking
the
sorry.
morning,
Listen,
it
I'm actually gonna put you on mute and seriously respond to this racist bullshit. So first and foremost, you're telling me that they've ruined your city by bringing in great food, great music, and great culture. I'm so sorry that you're an unfucking cultured piece of bread. Okay, white pasty bread man down here. Like, what do you eat all day? Fucking sardines and McDonald's? Yeah. I'm sorry that carne asada pisses you off. Go get a fucking taste for life. Now, the second thing that I'll say here is everything else you said was just simply like racist, putrid nonsense. The first thing that you suggested is that immigrants, Hispanic immigrants in America, are at a significantly higher likelihood to engage in crimes because you think the area in which you live in has been more ravaged by crime. Okay, well, according to PNAS, both legal and undocumented immigrants are statistically speaking 2 to 5 times less likely to commit any and all crimes, including violent crimes, than the average American US-born citizen. So you are wrong. You're just pre-assuming that somebody has a bad character based upon the color of their skin. Now, the next thing that you said was about trash. Okay, well, I would love for you to show me the study that shows if somebody has higher melanin content in their skin, that they're more likely to put trash on the ground. I mean, fuck, you and other white prejudiced Americans put a piece of trash in the Oval Office, so I don't know if you have a right to speak.
Dean, have you ever been to Tijuana?
Have you ever been to Tijuana? No, I've never been to Tijuana.
Have you ever been to Tijuana, Dean?
I've never been to Tijuana.
Go there and see how they live, and see if it's the same as America.
Can I ask you a question?
Go there.
I'd like to ask you a question. I'd like to ask you a question. Was anybody from Tijuana in the Epstein files? See how they live.
Oh, see, you're changing the subject now.
No, I'm just answering the question. Can I get a yes or no? Was anybody from Tijuana in the Epstein files? Can you answer my question?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, where are they from?
But I'm not one to say because I didn't read the Epstein files.
You know, New York City, you know,
Listen,
Little James Island.
Don't change the subject because you know I'm right.
Don't change the subject because what do I know that you're right about?
Do people from Mexico live the same way as Americans?
I think that there could be differences in the qualities of life.
You can have a conversation, Dean.
So I'm trying to answer the question, you ignorant racist. I think that there could very clearly be differences in the qualities of lives of those that live in Mexico compared to those that live in America. And most notably, the differences that we would see would fall down to like failures in governmental systems and structures, not serving to the very best possible interests of their people. Okay. And now the thing is that I would argue that many of the people in Mexico are much better than the people in America. And once again, that's just proven off of crime stats. Immigrants, including immigrants from Mexico, are significantly less likely in America to commit violent crimes. 2.5 times less likely to. 4 times less likely to commit any and all other crimes. On top of that, we also have to take into consideration the studies done by the Cato Institute that describes all immigrants in this country not only make more on average, but then they take less in social safety nets on average. So their taxable contributions are on average higher, their GDP contributions on average are higher, and their crime rates on average are lower. Do you acknowledge those things as being true, or do you think that those things are false?
You're cutting out, buddy.
Oh, now I'm cutting out. I haven't cut out one time in this conversation until now, but now I'm cutting out?
All you do is mute.
I haven't muted you.
Hello,
hello. Now I'm cutting out. Look at how quick the racist folds. Like a lawn chair, folks. Like a lawn chair, everyone. All of a sudden, when I make a very compelling, irrefutable point, he's cutting out. Like a lawn chair, guys. Like a lawn chair. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Honestly, the people today have just been so terrible. I'm sick and tired of this shit, dude. Someone in the chat says play the song. No, man, I wanted to. That'll get me restricted on the other place that we stream, though, unfortunately. Dude, I fucking love Selena, man. I love Selena. I remember taking a Spanish class in high school. I was like 14. It was like freshman, sophomore year. Learning about how someone killed her. I remember being so sad. Hearing that story for the first time. That was terrible. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Who are some of my other favorite Mexican artists? I think Chicano Batman. They're like not too well known. I don't know. Maybe there's like a couple people in here that would know that are familiar with Chicano Batman. I think that's their name. They're great. They're awesome. Ricky Martin's also based as fuck, of course. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, Chicano Batman has some fucking bops, dude. Undeniable. Undeniable. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Okay, no one is loading in here, folks. We're still looking for that next guest. What has been y'all's takeaway from the guest today? Because my takeaway has been just that the right is gone. The right is fucking cooked. They're just like toast. Like their fucking brains are fried. They're literally fried. They're nuts. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Tom? Tom's not here. And you know what, guys? I actually think that does a lot to push more people to the left. Like, not only are these streams beneficial because we could describe to people, like, why these things are wrong, of course, which then in turn changes minds, but also because of that more, like, emotional aspect of just seeing who you are allies with if you're on the right. Like, these people are the craziest humans alive. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. Also, Ricky Martin was at Bad Bunny's halftime show. I think that means he's Puerto Rican. Yeah, I think I said he was Mexican earlier. No, I'd bet he's not Mexican. I bet he's Puerto Rican. Is that right?
We
right?
are Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, he is. Okay. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Trenton tuning into the stream.
Thompson. Yo.
Be a child. Be a very small child. Very small child. Let's go to get Jenna loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jenna? Nope, Jenna's not here. Still looking, folks. Still looking, and we're trying our best, I swear. Trying our best, dude. These fuckers are crazy, though. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm just going to go and thank a couple people then real quick. Hey, Serena. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you. Show some up to the Ghost Serena down below. Serena with the 25 says it's Freaky Friday with these guests today. Dude, for real, man. I'm tired, dude. Honestly, I'm really tired after talking to these fuckers. I'm tired as hell. Thank you for the $25. You are very, very kind. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Same thing to you, quite frankly, with the $10. Who says, to Dean the Trillionaire, quite frankly. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Yes, Dean the Trillionaire. Jackie, thank you for the $5. Jose, thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate you. Let's get 500 Jose W's down below with a 50 who says, tell this caller that this was Mexico. Mexicans illegally entered the U.S. to join the army during World War II to fight fascists. Mexicans fought for the U.S. in every war for the U.S. since the Civil War. Mexicans in the Inland Empire built all the houses. Fight on, Dean. Thank you so much for the love. You know, I just, dude, I will never understand any form of prejudice. But as it would relate to that last conversation, prejudice like against Hispanic individuals, man. It's like every enumeratable statistic demonstrates that like Hispanic individuals excel in this country. Hispanic immigrants excel in this country compared to like the average U.S. born citizen on American soil. You know what I mean? They're like it's solely prejudice. It's solely prejudice. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Anastasia with the $10 who says, giving you my weekly sweet treat money because I'm quote unquote just a stupid Democrat. Your existence is a treat. Thank you for the $10, Anastasia. Thank you for being a stupid Democrat. I'm going to use that to buy golden bars and chocolate chip ice cream later. Thank you. Jeanette with a $15 who says, straight out of my wedding savings because supporting the grift is more important than my marriage. Let's go. Based. Hell yeah. Now take out a line of credit for 3, please. Lewis, thank you for the $10. He says, thank you for educating me on how to effectively debate. It was terrible at high school. Also donated just because this guy's talking about it. Well, thank you, Lewis. Mara, that is M-A-R-A. Thank you so much for the $25. She says, from a Democrat with a master's degree and a six-figure salary. Nope, you're broke. You're broke. Sorry. Deal with it. You donated to me. Therefore, you're broke. Thank you for the $25, Mara. All fun and jokes. I appreciate you so much for that love and support. And then Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who says, here's $20 to be dumb and give you my money. In quotation marks, I work multiple jobs, but not nearly as enough as, but I'm not nearly as dumb as to pay $400 for those stupid Trump phones. I know, right? Like, they're fucking insane. Yeah, if you want to look at the real grifter, don't look any further than Trump. With the shoes, the phones, the watches, the guitars, the tequila, the fucking Bible? He sold a Bible for profit? My God. Haley, welcome in. Good to meet you. Are you a Trump supporter?
More undefined, but I had a major question for you. Are you against Trump or the Republicans in total?
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm just really sick right now.
Okay, if the election was held tomorrow, would you vote for Trump or Harris?
I would need to know more, but probably Harris. I don't know too much economically.
Okay, I love that. I'll answer your question. I'm against Trump. I'm also against the GOP. I am. Yeah, because it's like, you know, the GOP is bending the knee to Trump. And the GOP loves abortion bans. And the GOP hates gay people. Did you guys see the news that broke from that high school, I think in Louisiana, where the orchestra was going to perform a song that was written in dedication to Martha P. Johnson, I believe was, I don't know if they were trans. I think that they were just a drag queen, so I don't want to misgender them. And they didn't allow them to perform it because it was like too controversial or whatever. That's nuts, bruh. The song didn't even have words. Song didn't even have words, dude. Just because it was dedicated to Martha P. Johnson. What's the verdict on them? Or were they a trans woman or a drag queen? I've seen conflicting things. Let's go to get that next guest. Sorry, also not Marsha. Marsha P. Johnson. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I think that you're okay.
No!
She was a trans woman? Okay. Someone else in the chat says, I believe Marsha said that they were not trans themselves. Yeah, I feel like I remember like somebody saying that, and then I looked into it, and I think it could have been true. Like that Marsha said themselves that they weren't trans. I don't know. It's been a while since I looked into it. Regardless, you know, they're fucking icon, dude. They're fucking icon. Genuinely. I mean, the Stonewall riots can be attributed to the rapid evolution of acceptance legally and socially of gay people in America, trans people in America, queer people in America. The whole umbrella. That's why the umbrella needs to stay together. And like so many of like the lesbian, bi, and gay people that say, you know, we just need to cut the T and the Q off are so in the wrong is because it has. They've been together since day one. You know what I mean? You can't separate gay, lesbian, and bi people from trans individuals. You just can't. Because they've been fighting side by side since the beginning. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk!
Forgot the rest. You're welcome. Good. Very good. Very good. That one was good. That one was really good. Y'all should take a look at this person's profile picture. Nope, they're just gonna leave. I want to know who that is. I want to know who that is. The last person who joined that just automatically left is this troll that will hop in my queue every day with some new like AI shit as their profile picture. It's just me looking fucking weird, dude. Every day it just gets worse and worse and worse. And they join the queue just so I could see their profile picture, and they'll never join the stream to talk. Haley, I appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. Jackson, thank you for the 5. Tobias with the 10 who says, sending for the begging fund. This guy's an absolute joke and has no brain. Oh yeah, that last racist. Absolutely. And then Kyle, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Let's get through it. Or Kyle W's who says, this moron said Republicans don't debate like you, but Charlie Cook did and he lost to you. Yeah. I mean, well, it's typically harder for people on the right to debate because they have to defend things that aren't true. Ashlyn, thank you for the $10. Who says, have 10 of my hard-earned money. Thank you so much for the love, Ashlyn. And with that, I think that we're all caught up. What about over on Super Chat? I don't think that we're good there. Folks, I'm going to try with like maybe 3 more people to get somebody up in the box. If we can't find somebody, I'm just going to end. Because quite frankly, we're at 4 hours. I'm pretty tired. Lake, thank you for the $10. Who says, how much do you think the U.S. functional illiteracy rate is affecting MAGA's ability to comprehend topics, i.e. dressing rooms versus backstage? I would argue quite a bit, Lake. Thank you for the 10. Welcome in, Will. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Fussy, thank you for the $5. Helen, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much, Helen. And you actually sent another $15, so thank you for the $30 donation. Thank you so much, Helen. You are awesome. Thank you. Helen with the 30 says, you're doing great work. Watching helps me in terms of knowing how to hit back with specific arguments, and you are educating me as the child of an immigrant. Thank you for standing up for my community. Listen, I'm sorry that your community is under attack. It's crazy, man. It is so fucking crazy. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up at the box. Okay, 2 more people. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, bro.
How old are you, bro?
I'm 18.
Really? What year were you born in?
August 2007.
Oh, really, Blake? Okay. And why do you happen to support a
dude.
delusional rapist as president?
He's not a rapist, buddy.
Oh, so now all of a sudden we don't believe courts? What happened to law and order? Isn't that the order part? The courts are the order? We're supposed to believe them and shit?
It's New York City. I mean, it's corrupt there.
That's all corrupt? So do you think like the jury was biased?
Yeah.
Do you know that Trump's attorneys argued that the jury wasn't biased, so E. Jean Carroll's attorneys couldn't eject one of the jurors that loved Tim Pool and loved Trump?
Really?
Yeah, you could actually read about this on AP.
Dude,
Type in.
You just pulled that straight out of your ass.
No, I didn't. When you want to see the article
buddy.
from AP, perfect, buddy.
Yeah,
you got
let's see
it,
buddy. Yeah, keep typing.
You're gonna see that I don't just pull things out of my ass.
What, are you going to get it at CNN or what?
It's from AP. It's just reporting in the court documents.
Come on, I'm waiting.
Okay, I know. Boom! Nope, that's the wrong one. That one's about...
Yeah, you can't find it, buddy.
I'll find it. I'll
Not
just
gonna
trust the
lie.
process. Trust the process. I just need to remember the specific title of the article, which could be difficult sometimes.
Chat GPT.
I don't typically use AI.
Typically.
Boom! There we go. Found it. I told you to trust the process.
Just put it into AI.
Told you to trust the process. Let's take a look at it together. Okay, this is from Politico.
AI, buddy. That is so AI.
Are you trolling me?
No, I'm not trolling.
So you've never heard of Politico before?
No. All I know is Fox News, buddy.
This guy's a troll. Get out of here.
No.
Dude was a troll. Get out of here. He's rage baiting. You can't make it that obvious. You can't make it that obvious. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. Well, actually, that was supposed to be the last guest of the night, so we might call it there. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that Trump's lawyers rejected the claim that the juror's political affiliation signified bias? I don't know. I thought that was nuts. I've always thought that was nuts. You know, what a good comeback to people who want to say that the jury was biased. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. I should go hop off, go grab some food. So I'll probably do that now, folks. Oh my God. Shelby. Dude. Thank you for the $200 donation on Venmo. What the fuck, Shelby? Shelby with the $200 says, first time catching you live since I graduated. Highest distinction from Duke. Love you, Dean. I love you too. That is phenomenal. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for the love. You guys have shown so much love today. I'm so fucking grateful for you, Shelby. There's not a bone in my body that deserves that. Thank you so fucking much. I'm so happy that I saw that before I hopped off. I want to see 2,000 Shelby W's down below in the comment section. Also, show them some love and congratulating them for getting the highest distinction from Duke. That's legitimately insane. Good for you. I couldn't do that in 1,000 lifetimes. Thank you so fucking much for the love. You are the GOAT. Same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the $24 and the 26 cents. Again, as asking me to keep that to myself. You got it, Joseph. Thank you so much for the love, though. Shout out to Joseph and Shelby. You guys are awesome. Legitimately, thank you so fucking much for that love and support. Wow, thank you guys. Hey, listen, I'll be back tomorrow. We do these debates every day. I want to thank you guys for helping me get through the day. Honestly, if you guys weren't here and I was just debating these idiots in a chamber, I would go crazy really fast. And, you know, it's always nice being able to look down at that chat or read one of those dono messages and just see that there's other sane people out there. Because I need that reminder. I do. Admittedly, I do. We don't really do this, but I want to do it more. I'd like to find somebody who's live right now doing debates, like maybe like a smaller creator, and raid them. Send you guys over to them. How about that? Let me take a look at who's live. Is anybody on? You know what? I want to give this person a raid. Give me one moment here to look them up. Manda Rose. Yeah, that's who I was looking at. Manda Rose. She's a smaller creator. I see her on all the time. I'd love to send her some love. Let's do that. If you're watching on YouTube and you don't have TikTok, this doesn't apply to you. This is a TikTok-specific stream. They are a great creator. They essentially do these same debates, and it looks like they have some really cool people up on their panel right now as well, like Army Barbie. Yeah. So their handle is Manda Rose 00, MANDAROSE 00. That is on TikTok. If you guys want to put that in the chat, I'd appreciate it, just so everybody knows where to go. Spam Dean Raid in Manda Rose's stream. Both her and Barbie are great. I think that they'll be able to give you a really interesting perspective. A perspective outside of my own. By the way, that's important, you know? If you enjoy these streams, make sure that you're checking out other people, because you'll only ever hear my perspective in my stream. But there's other people out there with much needed perspectives too, especially some of the black and brown creators on TikTok that do these same lives, because, you know, they really put that emphasis on race disparities. And that's important for us to all be educated on. So head over there at MandaRose00. Check them out. If you're on YouTube and you don't have TikTok, once again, that doesn't apply to you. But go spam Dean Raid over in their chat. I'm out. Have a great Friday night, everybody. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.